Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Truth Talks. Breaking news.
Tonight, breaking news. Another American service member dies in the war with Iran, a country that just named a new supreme leader, and he's already facing threats from Israel and President Trump. We begin with the news just coming in. A 7th U.S. service member dies after suffering injuries in Iran's first wave of attacks. Iranian state TV says the new leader is the son of the late Ayatollah. Israel says he will immediately become a target. President Trump tells our Mary Bruce that leader won't last long without his approval. Israeli attacks leave an oil depot in flames with toxic fumes filling the air and acid rain falling on Tehran. Iran is firing back, hitting radar facilities, an office building in Kuwait, and now drinking water supplies are under fire. James Longman reports from the region tonight. And late details on an explosion at the U.S. Embassy in Oslo, Norway, now being investigated as a targeted attack connected to the war in Iran. Growing concern over Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium. President Trump is not ruling out sending in U.S. special forces to seize it as Israel vows to step up its bombing, saying many targets remain. Martha Raddatz on what happens next. Soaring energy prices as oil shipments dry up. Gas prices are up nearly 50 cents nationwide. It's close to $6 a gallon in some places. And tonight, airline CEOs are sounding the alarm, warning that airfares may soon be going up. In New York, police say improvised explosive devices were thrown near the mayor's residence during a protest while the mayor was inside. What we're learning about the 2 suspects arrested. Plus, a beloved teacher's tragic death. Police say it started as a prank, but now several teens are under arrest. Record warmth is fueling severe storms. Now more dangerous weather is on the way. Our weather team is tracking it all. The brawl after the buzzer. A college basketball fan picks up a chair after the home team loses. And America strong tonight. 50 marathons in 50 states in 50 months.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this Sunday. I'm Lindsay Davis. We begin tonight with breaking news and a sobering reminder of the human cost of war. Another U.S. service member has died after being wounded in last week's attack in Saudi Arabia. This is a defiant Iran has named a new supreme leader just 1 week after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in the early hours of the war. And just moments ago, state media announced his 56-year-old son has been named his successor. But President Trump told ABC News before that announcement that Iran's next leader, quote, is not going to last long. Israel is also echoing similar sentiments, and massive fires are raging across Tehran after Israeli strikes target oil refineries. This war is now 8 days old. We have team coverage once again tonight. ABC's chief international correspondent James Longman leads us off from Iraq.
Tonight, another American service member has died in the war against Iran. CENTCOM announcing that an American wounded in an Iranian strike on a base in Saudi Arabia a week ago passed away from their injuries last night. The news coming a day after President Trump attended the dignified transfer of the first American casualties, 6 soldiers killed in the early hours of the U.S.-Israeli offensive at their base in Kuwait. President Trump yesterday signaled that more U.S. personnel might make the ultimate sacrifice.
They're great heroes in our country, and we're going to keep it that way. There's always, when it comes to war, there's always that, but we're going to keep it to a minimum, I think.
And just over a week since the killing of Ayatollah Israel says whoever is chosen will automatically become a target, and Khamenei is expected to follow the hard line of his father, meaning his election may not change the trajectory of this war. And it is expanding on every front. Israel is now targeting energy infrastructure. This huge attack today on an oil depot in Tehran sent poisonous fumes into the air for miles around. Residents were warned to protect themselves against toxic fumes. Israel calls this a terrorist target, but civilians will feel the cost of this too. Iran says well over 1,000 people have been killed so far, including 190 children and 198 women. Tonight, CENTCOM is issuing a warning to Iranian civilians, saying Tehran positions military targets in built-up areas. With the internet blocked inside Iran, civilian voices are difficult to hear. But ABC has made contact with some, like Hamid, who tells us, honestly, hope is difficult to find. The truly frightening possibility is that the United States might suddenly leave the Iranian people alone with these rulers. Israel's offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon is widening too. Lebanese authorities say more than 400 people are now dead, 83 of them children, 42 women. Hundreds of thousands have been displaced. And despite US and Israeli assurances that Tehran's missile and drone stock is severely depleted, the regime is still able to lash out at targets across this region. A desalination plant in Bahrain hit in a drone attack. And this government office building in Kuwait City ablaze.
And James, just before we came on the air, we learned that Iran had chosen a successor to the supreme leader who was killed at the start of the war. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, Mujtaba Khamenei. He is the 56-year-old second son of the former Ayatollah. He is, of course, also a cleric. He's considered to have been close to his father, often seen alongside him at public events. Also close to the brutal religious militia, the Basij, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. And Donald Trump has said that Mujtaba Khamenei would be unacceptable to him as supreme leader. Lindsay?
James Longman in Iraq for us again tonight. James, thank you. And as you heard from James, our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, spoke with President Trump earlier today before we learned about the death of another U.S. service member. But they did discuss the casualties of war. Mary, tell us more about that conversation.
And Lindsay, I asked the president if witnessing those dignified transfers of 6 of the Americans killed in this war gave him any pause about this operation. But the president was steadfast, telling me, quote, no, not at all. In fact, he said that the parents of the fallen who he met with yesterday would be upset if he did that, adding that they all told him to, quote, please win this for my child. I also asked the president about those reports that the Iranians are getting close to naming their next supreme leader. And Trump told me that any new Iranian leader, whomever it is, has to be someone that he personally approves of, and that, quote, if he doesn't get approval from us, he's not going to last long. I asked the president if he would be willing to work with someone who has ties to the regime, and he told me, quote, I would in order to choose a good leader. And he said there are many people who would qualify, but Lindsay, he wouldn't name names.
Mary Bruce from the White House. Thank you. The war is renewing fears about Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium. President Trump now says he will not rule out sending U.S. special forces to secure it. Here's ABC's chief global affairs anchor Martha Raddatz reporting from Jerusalem tonight.
Tonight, with the war with Iran now in its second week, President Trump considering sending in U.S. special forces to seize Iran's nuclear stockpile.
We wouldn't do it now. Maybe we'd do it later.
The president telling reporters on Air Force One the Iranians have not yet secured the uranium.
They haven't been able to get to it. And at some point, maybe we will.
Last summer, the United States striking 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. But the enriched uranium remained buried deep underground. Former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Michael Oren, telling me the nuclear threat still remains.
Now, keep in mind, as long as you have that 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium, it only takes a few days to enrich that to missile grade, to military grade. And that can be put into a warhead, or it can even be put into a suitcase.
What has been destroyed in Iran are its air defenses, meant to bring down Israeli or American jets. But remarkably, this Israeli fighter pilot was able to record his mission over the skies of Iran, where nuclear facilities and Iranian missile launchers are buried deep underground. Israel says they have now destroyed the majority of Iran's ballistic missile launchers, but Israeli Brigadier General Efi Defrin says many targets remain.
We have many methods together with our allies to detect those launchers, and we are doing so.
What is the goal here? I mean, when you have these phases in this operation, what is the end here?
The meaning is their nuclear capabilities. We are talking about the missile capabilities. You know, those two elements. The first one we hit back in June, the nuclear project. Now,
did you obliterate it?
Well, President Trump said we obliterated it. Therefore, we did. So this
wait. Did you obliterate it?
It is damaged severely.
But there are no signs that Iran is giving up. Satellite imagery from 5 countries, including Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates, appear to show Iran has targeted early detection radar systems across the region. The system's crucial to blocking Iran's deadly missile strikes. The Iranian drones remain a major threat as well. And tomorrow, the first group of Ukrainian counter-drone experts will arrive here in the Middle East to train Gulf countries to bring down the drones, a skill that Ukrainians have learned from experience in its fight against Russia. Lindsay?
Martha Raddatz in Jerusalem, thank you. As you've likely noticed, the war is fueling a spike in energy costs. Gas prices are up more than 50 cents across the country, and consumers could soon feel more pain with jet fuel, diesel for trucks, and tractors also surging. Here's ABC's senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang.
Flames at refineries lighting up the night sky in Tehran. Drones striking oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, tankers targeted by drones, storage tanks attacked in Kuwait and Bahrain. All of this fueling mounting global concern of a looming energy crisis. Tonight, those strikes on oil and gas facilities across the region, forcing many major producers, including the UAE and Kuwait, to announce they're reducing production, threatening to further jolt energy markets, sending a ripple across the global economy. Americans already grappling with spiking prices at the pump, just 8 days into the war with Iran. Gas prices now up almost 50 cents since the war in Iran began, with no end in sight. Our Jacqueline Lee is in Los Angeles, where some stations are charging nearly $6 a gallon.
The national average for a gallon of gas jumped 52 cents in just a week, according to Gas Buddy. And here in Los Angeles, a gallon going for $5.39 with no sign of letting up.
Oil storage units full with nowhere to go after the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil normally passes, was effectively shut down. Tankers now at a standstill.
This is a short excursion into something that should have been done for 47 years.
Jet fuel prices soaring too. The CEO of United Airlines says this could soon push airline ticket prices higher.
It's brief. It's very temporary. Quickly after this conflict, energy prices will be back down to where they were before.
And Lindsay, tonight oil prices are rapidly rising, now crossing $100 a barrel. And tomorrow, President Trump will be speaking to House Republicans here in Doral, Florida. These are some of the president's most loyal allies, but even some of them have questioned the president starting this war without congressional approval. Lindsay?
A question shared by so many. Selena, thank you. Police are investigating an explosion outside the U.S. Embassy in Oslo, Norway. No injuries were reported, and authorities are searching for suspects. Let's bring in ABC's Tom Sufi Burridge. And Tom, was this a targeted attack?
It could have been, Lindsay. I mean, Norwegian police are saying the investigation's at an early stage. They're using dogs, drones and helicopters to hunt one or more potential perpetrators. And given the security situation amid the war in Iran, police in Norway saying, quote, it is natural to consider whether this was a targeted attack on that U.S. embassy in the early hours of Sunday morning. Thankfully, no one hurt, just minor damage to the embassy's entrance in the Norwegian capital, Oslo. And it comes amid heightened security back in the U.S. Tonight, the White House reacting to reports that the Trump administration blocked the release Friday of a 5-page bulletin about a heightened threat of attacks in the U.S. by Iran or its proxies. The White House saying information has to be checked and released in a proper manner. Lindsay?
Tom, thank you. Back here in the U.S., breaking news. The NYPD is on the scene investigating yet another suspicious device in New York City. This comes one day after police say a device thrown during dueling protests near the New York mayor's official residence, Gracie Mansion, was an improvised explosive device. The FBI's terrorism task force is also investigating. Here's ABC's Morgan Norwood.
Tonight, the NYPD says this device, about the size of a football, wrapped in black tape with nuts, bolts, and screws, along with a fuse, was indeed an improvised explosive device hurled at New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's residence during an anti-Muslim protest.
Witnesses reported seeing flames and smoke as it traveled through the air before it struck a barrier and extinguished itself a few feet from police officers.
The FBI's counterterrorism division investigating whether those devices were thrown as an act of terrorism. The incident unfolding outside Gracie Mansion Saturday during dueling protests, including one led by far-right anti-immigration figure Jake Lang and a larger group of counter-protesters. Police say tensions escalated quickly when a protester pepper sprayed a counter-protester. And one of those suspects, police say, an 18-year-old, lit and threw one of those devices toward a police barrier. Two suspects, both from Pennsylvania, arrested at the scene. Sources telling ABC News they told investigators they watched ISIS videos and confronted Jake Lang's protests in defense of Muslims, both facing federal charges. Mayor Mamdani was inside Gracie Mansion at the time, but both he and his wife are safe tonight.
And Lindsay, just moments ago, police saying they found another suspicious device just blocks away from Gracie's mansion. The NYPD bomb squad is on the scene. Partial evacuations underway tonight, Lindsay.
Morgan, thank you. Now to an alleged toilet paper prank taking a tragic turn in Georgia. A popular high school math teacher and married father of two is dead, and one teen is facing multiple charges, including first-degree vehicular homicide. Here's ABC's Faith Abube.
Tonight, a Georgia community is rallying around the grieving wife and children of a beloved teacher who died in what investigators describe as a high school prank gone tragically wrong.
It's just a tragic accident all the way around.
According to the Hall County Sheriff's Office, 40-year-old Jason Hughes was killed just outside his home Friday night when a group of teenagers came to roll toilet paper on trees on his property. They say Hughes came outside, and as the 18-year-old tried to flee, the teacher tripped and fell. One of the vehicles ran him over. Investigators say Jaden Wallace, the accused driver, and his friends tried to render aid, but the teacher later died at the hospital. All 5 suspects seen here in booking photos have been criminally charged. In a statement to ABC News, Hall County Schools writing, "Our hearts are broken," adding that Hughes was a passionate teacher, mentor, and coach who was loved and respected by students and colleagues.
And Lindsay, a message on a GoFundMe for the family underscores how indescribably difficult that this death is for the wife and the kids. It also underscores that the 40-year-old served his community and was a blessing to so many people. Lindsay.
Just a tragic story there, Faith. Thank you. Next tonight, Houston's Hobby Airport is averaging 2-hour wait times at TSA checkpoints. Airport authorities say some of it's due to the partial government shutdown. That government shutdown is now nearly a month old. The travel industry has warned of travel disruptions from the shutdown, especially now that spring break travel is kicking into high gear. There's still much more ahead on World News Tonight this Sunday. Fans versus players as a basketball rivalry boils over, and a new round of dangerous storms is on the way. Our weather team is tracking it all. Next tonight, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer has declared a state of emergency in several counties. This follows Friday's tornadoes, which killed 4 people and left a path of destruction. It was the deadliest one-day outbreak in Michigan since 1980, and there's more dangerous weather ahead. WABC meteorologist Danny Beckstrom is tracking it all for us. How's it looking, Danny?
Hey, Lindsay, the severe threat is over for tonight, but this same front stalls over parts of the south tomorrow, and that could reignite some strong severe thunderstorms Monday afternoon into Monday night. The primary concern areas here in the Mississippi Valley with damaging wind, large hail, and a few isolated tornadoes. But a more significant and widespread severe threat redevelops Tuesday into Wednesday. The system slides off the Rockies, tracking a strong line of storms from Texas up through the Midwest. And like with this last round, it's a northern portion that has the more significant threat for the strong, destructive tornadoes and really destructive wind. It is severe weather season, but we're getting an early jump, fueled in part by the near record warmth in the south and east.
Potential rocky few days ahead. All right, Danny, thank you. When we come back, we remember one of the breakout stars of Woodstock, country Joe McDonald. To the index, a fight broke out in El Paso.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Truth Talks. Breaking news.
supreme leader, that he might be in a position where he could begin to embark on different policies, perhaps. Maybe this could be an opportunity to also figure out opportunities potentially for reconciliation within some of the Gulf states, or even thinking about more long-term in terms of what the possibilities are for any kind of political reforms or changes that might be seen, at least, not from the perspective of the U.S. or Israel, which of course have expressed very maximalist goals about decimating the regime and potentially even fracturing Iran, but something that would be a little bit more acceptable to other parties.
Abdullah, I want to ask how important you think about the fact that this is, of course, a father-to-son succession, and the Islamic Revolution of 1979 actually threw out that hereditary monarchy. I've also read that the Ayatollah Khamenei himself did not want him to take on that role because of the hereditary reasoning. How is this going to go down within regime supporters?
Well, I think given the circumstances, under the conditions of an existential war that's being thrust upon Iran, led by the U.S. and Israel, I think that there's a sense that there's a kind of contingency that has to be expressed in this case. I do think that there's also major structural differences, right? That we're not talking about an absolute regime or monarchy. This is not someone who wields, completely unconstrained power, right? That Iran is still a country of many different competing institutions. You still have the office of the presidency. You still have, obviously, a cabinet, as we've talked about, the IRGC. So there's a number of other power centers, one can say, in which the supreme leader occupies, obviously, a very powerful position, but not one that ultimately makes all of the decisions. A lot of these things happen in conjunction. Even his selection, as I think you reported, came at the behest of a committee made up of 88 different clerics who came together, weighed the various options, and presumed that this was, at least for the time being, the one that would promise the most stability and continuity moving forward.
Abdullah, we know Iran is, of course, very divided. We have support, of course, for the regime, but a large majority of the country does not support the regime. So this appointment, what is it going to do you think, for those who don't support the regime? Do you think it's going to deepen the anger amongst those who are already angry at the republic?
Well, I don't know if it's a large majority. I mean, I think sometimes those kinds of reports tend to be quite exaggerated. We hear a lot of that coming particularly from outside of Iran. Within Iran, I think there are bigger questions about the level of support that the regime has, but certainly I think in the circumstances in which there have been unprecedented levels of destruction and chaos that are being sown, particularly by the U.S. and Israeli strikes, that this has actually had more of a coming together effect within the country, where people, despite what they may feel toward the regime beforehand, and given obviously all of the
rallying around the flag, you mean?
Yeah, certainly. There's been, I think, that effect more so than I think was expected on the part of Washington. And I think this is where we're seeing a massive miscalculation, both from the U.S. and Israeli leaders, who assumed that simply a renewed shock and awe campaign in which more than 4,000 strikes and missiles kind of dropped over Iran, the kinds of horrific destruction that we've seen, particularly more recently now with the assault on the oil sector and infrastructure, that all of this is meant to actually, fragment the society and lead potentially to popular mobilization and uprising. We haven't seen that call being responded to in any kind of meaningful sense over the course of the last week plus. So I think that to a certain extent, the initial idea behind this war has failed, right? That the idea of trying to regime change from the air and then relying on a kind of a popular uprising to come and pick up the pieces is not in the offing at the moment. There has to be something else. And this is where people begin to speculate about the possibility of a troops on the ground kind of campaign, or even perhaps stepping up the levels of strikes that we've seen up to this point, attacking infrastructure as we've seen just in the last couple of days. And I think this is where really the cause for concern comes from, and where there has to be a concerted effort, particularly internationally, to bring this to an end, but also removing the kind of maximalist demands that the U.S. and Israel are putting on as a precondition. And for that reason is why we're not seeing diplomatic efforts.
No, indeed. We haven't seen much diplomatic movement at all. Bear with me, Abdullah. I want to just bring in another guest that we're getting from Tehran, Zoreh Karazmi, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran. Apologies if I've said that incorrectly. So your reaction, Zoreh, firstly, to the appointment of Mujtaba Khamenei, this was a man who rarely appeared in public. From what I've read, little is known about his politics. How big an unknown is he even within Iran?
Actually, Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran now, is the person that has been the target of the character assassination in the Western-oriented media for a long time. And even Iran International, was from the very beginning of his introduction, was given that from shadow to power, the person that was behind the scene. So these sort of actually topics is for a long time that is running in the Western media. But what is the my take in Iran is that a majority that was the supporters of Ayatollah Khamenei, I mean his father, are going to continue to support him. As last night, you know, that it was about midnight that it was declared, and many people, because of the Qadr nights, were in mosques, were in Islamic centers. They started to have a sort of jubilation, a sort of joyful expressions of the confidence that Iran has that despite the Israeli threat of assassination of the new leader, he was appointed and declared.
So, Zohra, what do you make of these reports that the Ayatollah Khamenei himself did not want his son to take on this role because of the hereditary aspect of it? Do you not think that's going to be an issue with regime supporters?
Actually, Ayatollah Khamenei was not against this idea because of any, for example, shortages or any disqualifications. What he thought, as you mentioned correctly, was because he was thinking about not having a progeny line in having the supreme leader. But it is the assembly of experts who are introducing the candidates and deciding based on the qualifications. And Mojtaba Khamenei was the one that many believe that have a sophisticated understanding of the systematic complexities. He had worked with IRGC, with intelligence community, with the government and ministers, and he has a sort of, I mean, balance, and he can bring a very sort of equilibrium and balance between this, the principalist and the reformist. So many think that his coming is like his father can bring a stability and maintain the integrity of the country.
So do you think there is a possibility of pragmatism? I mean, some analysts are saying that because he's younger, he will appeal to a younger generation. Is there any real evidence that suggests that he will unite people from either side?
Yeah, he's around 50. He's not that young, but everybody knows that he was playing a vital role as the ears and eyes of his father. He was just going through the people, sitting with the regional allies, having a sense of the livelihood challenges that the people have. And also he worked with the different political factions when his father was alive. However, he's not really coming to center because his father was the leader and he was not appointed to any, formal position, administrative position. But he's coming from the experience of administrating things and having a sort of a strategic thought.
Abdullah, if I can put a final point to you, we can't forget what Israel has warned on numerous occasions, that whoever replaces the Ayatollah Khamenei will be a target. If indeed that is achieved and he is targeted and he is killed, what does that mean? Where do we go from there?
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that this process of succession demonstrates is that there is continuity even in the event of these kinds of crises, right? That I think the idea that Ali Khamenei, as you mentioned, who's been there, for decades and could be replaced somewhat seamlessly within the process of about a week of trying to kind of go through the procedures that are laid out in Iran's constitution, shows that the regime is quite capable of surviving these kinds of strikes. And so in many ways, these, I think, are more perhaps symbolic victories from the perspective of Israel, but certainly don't have any meaningful or material impact on the ground. That there are always candidates to replace him, even despite his prominence and the fact that obviously he stems from his father and being someone who's coming in to this position. But it doesn't mean that there are not other candidates and that the system does not continue to replicate itself in the ways that it must, undergoing this sort of crisis.
Fascinating to get both your perspectives. Zura Karamsi, Associate Professor, University of Tehran, many thanks. And of course, Abdullah Al-Arian. Now, let's recap some of our top lines today. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson has repeated Tehran's position that the country has a right to defend itself against the U.S.-Israeli attacks. He said the presence of U.S. military in the region is the cause of insecurity. He called on regional neighbors not to allow the U.S. to use their territories to attack Iran. Well, his comments come a day after a new supreme leader was picked. Mojtaba Khamenei is the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated in a U.S.-Israeli strike more than a week ago. And Iranian missile and drone strikes continue to hit targets in the Gulf region. Fire broke out at Batco oil refinery in Bahrain's capital, Manama, after a drone attack. A separate strike there injured 32 people.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV.
Okay, the conflict has caused oil prices to soar above $100 a barrel. It's also fueling uncertainty on the stock market. We'll be getting the reaction from the US, Europe, and Asia. Let's first go to Katrina Yu, who's live in Beijing. So we've talked about this a lot. China, one of the biggest countries affected by the surge in oil prices. What is the latest we're hearing from authorities there?
That's right, a surge in oil price indeed. On Monday morning, local time here in China, the oil price climbed to as high as $119 a barrel. And that has pared back since. Now we're looking more at $104 per barrel. But still, this is the highest we've seen, breaching that $100 mark since 2022. And governments around the world are responding. China, in particular, watching very closely. The world's biggest oil importer. It imports about 70% of all the oil it uses. 40% of that comes through the Strait of Hormuz, and 13% of that comes from Iran alone. So China has been acting to try to stave off an energy crisis as we see this conflict continues with no end in sight. It's been doing a number of things. Firstly, it's been stockpiling its crude oil offshore and onshore. It has approximately 3 months worth, according to reports. It also, from Monday, has announced that it will raise the price caps for gasoline and diesel starting on Tuesday morning. People heading with their vehicles to the pump are going to pay about 8% more for their petrol. It's also instructed unofficially all exporters, or most exporters of refined oil here in China, with few exceptions, to stop exporting all of those products like diesel and gasoline, to try to keep as much of it in China as possible. And we also know for the past few days, Chinese officials have been feverishly communicating with the government in Iran, trying to pressure Iranian officials to allow shipments to continue through the Strait of Hormuz. And unofficially, at least, there have been some successes with some Chinese ships allowed to pass through the strait, as Iran is continuing to really focus its energies on targeting Western or US allied ships. Now, one silver lining here for Chinese officials is that while China is immensely vulnerable and exposed in this conflict when it comes to its energy needs, it is not as vulnerable as it would have been, say, 20 years ago. China has been doing a lot to diversify its sources of energy, in particular when it comes to accelerating its transition to renewable energies, electric vehicles, etc. So that has really put it in a better position going forward.
Okay, Katrina, stand by for us. I'm going to come back to you. But first, South Korea has imposed a price cap on domestic fuel for the first time in 30 years. It's an effort to ease the impact of the conflict in the Middle East. President Lee Jae-myung says his country will also look for sources of energy beyond those shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has closed. Jack Barton has more from Seoul.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth
Swift
Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
As the U.S.-Israel war against Iran intensifies, pushing the price of benchmark Brent crude oil well above $100 a barrel. Lee Jae-myung also called for a crackdown on hoarding and price fixing between refiners and fuel stations, demanding strict punishment for violators. South Korea has large oil and gas stockpiles, but Lee says the country should take no chances.
Given that it's difficult to predict how the situation will unfold, our government must prepare proactive measures with a heightened sense of urgency, keeping even the worst-case scenario in mind.
Lee called again for alternative oil imports to buffer the country's export-focused economy against disruptions to supplies passing through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical waterway off the coast of Iran through which most of Asia's oil passes. Expectations of a protracted conflict also saw South Korea's stock market tumble again on Monday, and the Korean won fall sharply against the US dollar, back to territory not seen since the 2008 global financial crisis. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Back to you, Katrina. So clearly, Asia, one of the worst affected by this war in Iran. How did markets react on Monday?
That's right, one of the worst affected regions because most of its energy does flow through Gulf states, through the Strait of Hormuz. So Asian stock markets, Asian investors were really anxious about this. Clearly on Monday morning, all markets across the region took a dive. The biggest decline was seen in South Korea, as my colleague just mentioned. It was down end of trading day, almost 6%. The Nikkei in Japan was down 5.2%. In Australia, the stock market was down, recovering slightly at minus 2.85%. In Hong Kong, it was down 1.45%. And in Shanghai, down just under 1% at 0.67%. So in Beijing, it is likely that there was some government intervention there to help pare back some of those earlier losses. And it's clear, like everyone around the world, investors are really looking for some reassurance that there will be an end date to this conflict. And so far, they're not seeing that. And I think that's why we saw the markets take such a tumble across the region on Monday.
Let's turn to John Hendren, who's live in Washington, D.C. John, so we know the fuel prices are a very, very sensitive issue for American consumers. And given what we're seeing with the markets in Asia, how they're reacting sharply, the oil prices that have jumped, how much concern is there about the impact on household budgets in the U.S. if this conflict drags on?
Americans are very concerned. When oil hits that psychological threshold of $100 a barrel, that tells people that the economy is going the wrong way, or a large section of it, and it tells them they're going to suffer pain. And in this case, they're suffering pain for a war that's not terribly popular here and for which they had little warning. I'm standing across from a gas station. I can see out the window of the studio, and their gas prices were about $3.50 a gallon just a couple days ago. Now it's $3.60, and we can expect that price to keep going up. And that price rises in places like California, where taxes and regulations increase it to an average of $5.25 a gallon, in some places more than $8. So Americans are upset about this. This hits them where they live, because these have been largely standoff attacks from the air and sea. There haven't been large numbers of U.S. casualties. But President Trump is clearly concerned about this. He's been reacting fairly defensively. In a social media post on Sunday, he said short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. Only fools would think differently. Of course, that is in reaction to people being upset. He's often mentioned gas prices as a metric for how good the economy is doing, how well the economy is doing. In an interview, he tried to explain a little further, saying that Iran was planning to take over the Middle East, naming a bunch of other countries there. And he said ships should show courage and ship the oil through the Strait of Hormuz. That is a defensive strategy that doesn't seem to be connecting with an American public, who a quarter of which approve of this war. Those are Vietnam levels. So he's concerned, his party's concerned about the upcoming midterm elections as well.
Right. And the concern over oil prices also affecting the European Union. They are discussing supply coordination groups that are set to meet on Thursday. They will assess the conflict's impact on energy markets and review EU countries' oil supplies. Let's speak to Richard Gaisford, who joins us live from London. Richard, I believe in the last hour or so, we've heard from the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who's actually been addressing the concern about the oil price volatility. What did he have to say? And also give us a sense of how European markets have been reacting.
Yeah, the Prime Minister really starting to settle nerves here in the UK. And we've seen here in London, right across Europe, the money markets in particular, waking up to the reality now of this conflict as it enters its second week, the impact on businesses and economies. We saw that here in London as the FTSE 100 share index opened nearly 2% down. That's 200 points down. It was actually worse in Germany for the DAX. That was down 2.3%. And in France, the CAC index was down 2.5%. One analyst here in London is saying that traders are really opting to sell up now, to sit things out, to wait for the volatility to pass. And that volatility really coming in the shape of those energy and fuel price rises. But real concerns too about food price rises because of a shortage of fertilizer, and worries about a wave of inflation now about to sweep its way right across Europe, with analysts and traders pricing in interest rate rises. They think that the Bank of England here in London will put interest rates up at the earliest opportunity to try and deal with that inflation. That means just on the ground, anyone out looking for a new mortgage, as an example, a home loan, well, that could get more expensive for them for a new deal in the coming days and weeks.
And talking of what Europe and the West can do, G7 finance ministers have announced that they're going to have an emergency meeting to discuss concerns about oil supply. Tell us more about that meeting and what's going to be discussed.
Well, the meeting is remote, so it's going to happen a little later today. And those finance ministers really concerned primarily with those oil reserves. You have to remember that 20% or so of all the world's oil and gas coming through the Straits of Hormuz, which, as we've heard this morning, is currently blocked. That means that the producers are running out of storage. They can't get any more out of the ground. That's putting a pressure on supply, leading to that $100 a barrel of oil that John was talking about there. Now, President Trump might think that is a small price to pay, but it's these finance ministers, as they sit down this afternoon, really having to work out how they're going to pick up the pieces of that. Here in London, for instance, government bonds, the rates on those have risen. That makes government borrowing that much more costly as well. And we're starting to see signals of some sort of economic downturn. Just take a look at the airline shares across Europe, and you can see all of those major airlines are pretty much down.
Okay. Thank you to Richard Gaisford there for us in London, Katrina Yu in Beijing, and John Hendren in Washington, D.C.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
With international partners to ease the economic fallout.
A lot of people are going to begin to think, well, that's happening out in Iran and in the Gulf states, but I can sense it's going to affect me back here in the United Kingdom, particularly the economy. The longer this goes on, the more likely the potential for an impact on our economy, impact into the lives and households of everybody and every business. And our job is to get ahead of that, to look around the corner, assess the risk, monitor the risks, and work with others in relation to that.
Well, petrol prices in the UK have been rising since the attack on Iran began a week ago. In February, the average price of petrol in the UK was about $1.65 a litre. A week ago, that's one day into the war, prices had climbed to around $1.73 a litre. That's according to the latest industry figures. They're now averaging roughly $1.74 a litre, with diesel reaching even higher levels as oil markets react to the war. We're joined now by David McWilliams, economist and host of the David McWilliams podcast. He joins us from London. Thank you for your time today, sir. So we've seen global oil prices rise above $100 a barrel at one point today for the first time in 4 years. How concerned are you? And to what extent is this jump in prices about supply disruption versus markets just pricing in risk?
Good morning to you, Marlene. I think what has happened in the last couple of days is the world has realized that the global economy is smelly, dirty, and heavy. And by that I mean we have become infatuated by technology and AI, etc. But the lifeblood of the global economy is transport. It's getting stuff from A to B. So it's a logistic problem, it's a supply chain problem, and ultimately transportation, as much as technology, is the energy of the global economy. And against that background, we're realizing now that what we want is lower energy prices. And of course, these prices are going up. So I think what we're looking at, Malene, is a sort of a realization that the economy is not as clean and light and technologically driven as we think. That's the first thing. The second thing we're looking at, of course, is the reemergence of an old enemy in economics called stagflation. And that is when inflation rises, but so too does unemployment. And that is what's really spooking economists, because this is a guest that we haven't had at the economics party for a long, long time. What we do know, Malene, is that every time there is a significant spike in oil prices, be that 73, 78, even 2007, we get a global recession thereafter in some shape or form. And that, I think, is what your viewers need to focus on, which is that, in fact, for so long we spoke about the economy, we always spoke about Silicon Valley and tech. Now I think we're going to have to talk of the economy and talk about more the Bekaa Valley, geopolitics, problems of supply, and of course problems of a war that looks this weekend as if it's going to go on for quite some time. This is not Venezuela. That's what we know. This is not something short, sharp, and it's going to be finished in a couple of days. I think the Iranians have signaled that they're in this fight for the long haul. So taking all that together, Malene, we've got to talk about stagflation, and we've got to talk about the realization that the economy is heavy, hard, and it's all about moving things from A to B, and energy is the foundational price.
Okay, that is indeed a very pessimistic view. But just to give our viewers some context, how would you say this particular crisis compares with what happened to oil prices when Russia invaded Ukraine?
Well, of course, we don't know yet, because we don't know how far prices are going to go up. That's the first thing. Number two, the Russian issue was largely for us Europeans, not largely, but particularly a gas and LPG problem for us. So again, I think we have to wait and see, number one, because people expected the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think Putin said it was going to take him 3 or 4 days, and we're now into the 4th year. So I think what we have to do is we have to look at what we have digested in the last couple of days. How does that affect, number one, our perception of how the global economy works? How does it affect, number two, our perception of how long this war will go on? And then 3, look at the economy and see how oil intensive is Western industry, how oil intensive is Western fertilizer, and how triple-digit oil prices, if they remain above $100, how this is going to percolate down, number one, into the rate of interest, number two, into real income, and number 3, into the political reaction, which is what you're talking about, the reserves, how quickly they will be released into the general market.
Okay, David, thank you. David McWilliams, an economist and host of the David McWilliams podcast.
We're not CNN,
Israel has
Fox,
launched
or
a new wave of
CourtTV.
airstrikes
We're
on
Truth
Lebanon's
Talks,
capital,
where facts
Beirut.
matter.
The Israeli army says it was
now.
targeting buildings housing a financial institution used by Hezbollah. The Lebanese government says Israeli strikes have killed nearly 400 people over the past week. In the Lebanese capital and also at the Lebanese-Syrian border. Let's first go to Beirut, where Zaina Khoda is standing by now. We have been talking in the last hour or so, Zaina, about an attack that is imminent on a building hosting Hezbollah-related financial transactions. What can you tell us about that attack? Is that attack happened? Are we still expecting it?
Well, the Israeli military issued a warning approximately 2 hours ago saying that they intend to target every branch of Qard al-Hassan, which is a financial institution affiliated with Hezbollah in the Beirut area. They've already carried out a number of strikes in Beirut's southern suburbs. That's an area empty of residents now because of evacuation orders issued last week, forcing the hundreds of thousands of people to live. Where we are now is in the center of Beirut, Beirut proper, in one of those neighborhoods, Nuwairi, a residential neighborhood where people live and where there are businesses and shops. The building housing Qard al-Hassan is a mere few hundred meters from where we are standing here. You see in the distance, the road has been closed. Security has closed roads, diverting traffic, making sure that people are not close to the building in the event of an Israeli strike. In the past few minutes, we did hear Israeli drones overhead. We even heard Israeli planes flying overhead. It's not clear if this particular branch is going to be hit, but people here are not taking any chances. Local authorities have told people in the area to leave. But I want to show you, close to Qard al-Hassan is a school, and you can see people in the balconies. These are people who have been displaced by the conflict, some of them coming from southern Lebanon, others from the southern suburbs of Beirut. They're not choosing to leave the area. So yes, there's a lot of tension, a lot of concern now whether that Israeli strike is going to come in, but the Israeli military has already destroyed a number of Qard al-Hassan branches in Beirut's southern suburbs. They did this in late 2024 during the last major confrontation between Israel and Hezbollah. In fact, that particular branch was hit back in late 2024.
Now, more than 500,000 people have been forcibly displaced as a result of what Zaina was talking about, the situation in Lebanon, and some of them are seeking shelter across the border in Syria. We can join Obaida Hito, who joins us from the Al Arida border crossing, which is on the Syria-Lebanon border. What is the situation where you are, Obaida? Do we continue to see people streaming across the border from Lebanon into Syria?
Absolutely. People continue to come across the border from Lebanon into Syria. At this particular border crossing, the situation is very unique. People can only cross the border here on foot. The bridges that connect the Syrian and Lebanese side of the border here were significantly damaged and almost nearly completely destroyed in airstrikes by Israel in 2024. After the Syrian regime was toppled, the Syrian officials tried to renovate parts of the bridge, but a recent flood that happened here in this region destroyed what was fixed. But now Syrian officials have made this part of the bridge accessible for people walking across. And since we got here this morning, early this morning, we've seen dozens of people, families coming across with their bags, personal belongings. They're unable to bring their furniture across. I'm going to move out of the way and kind of show you this border crossing. This gentleman is carrying bags there in the distance and his hand coming across. This is what's happening every hour consistently, a trickle, I would say, not necessarily a constant stream of people. This is the most northern part of Lebanon on the Syrian border. It is the most northern border crossing, and this is probably one of the safest places for people to flee to, all the way in the northern part of Lebanon. The people that we're talking to say they had no plans of coming across the border, but because the attacks are intensifying, they've decided to go ahead and make this return to Syria. And all of the people that we've spoken to are Syrian citizens, but the officials say here they're preparing to expect large numbers of people to cross over in the coming days and weeks if the violence continues in Lebanon.
Okay, thank you so much to Abida Hito there in Al Arida on the Syria-Lebanon border, and of course Zaina Khoda a little earlier in Beirut. Now, while airspace over much of the Gulf region remains closed, some airlines have begun operating a few flights to help people get to their destinations. In Doha, Qatar Airways is now operating a pared-down flight schedule to help stranded passengers. Zain Mazravi reports from Hamad International Airport here in Doha.
It is the early morning hours here in Doha. The sun is just coming up, and only a few hours ago, there was another missile attack on Doha. It was intercepted by Qatari air defenses, but it was loud, it was scary, and it was one of those morning attacks that people here have been waking up to consistently for the past week or so, with very little give. But what we're seeing now is after the all-clear has been given, here, passengers who have been stranded since the war began for over a week now are beginning to come in and check in for relief flights to be able to leave the country. At Hamad International Airport, every counter right now has someone there checking in to try to get on a flight to try to get out of here. And this is what clearing a backlog of thousands of air travelers looks like.
I'm from Australia. I'm traveling to South Africa today. There aren't that many options for where you can fly out to. There's only a couple locations, so you kind of take what you can get. Being here has been really tense. I mean, basically for the entire week, every day we've heard explosions, sometimes loud enough that the windows were shaking. Just when you thought it had stopped, I mean, just a couple of hours ago, we heard some of the loudest explosions that we've heard since this thing begun.
The airport's security apparatus has multiple meetings a day with the Qatar Civil Aviation Authority, and their job is to determine whether or not the airspace is safe enough to fly or not. Now, the priority is to get people back on planes, but as always with air travel, safety comes first.
Now, it's not all smooth sailing. Full planes and overbooking do appear to be causing problems.
I thought today I stayed with my husband. I finally know. I don't know. It's so difficult. If I can go, just tell me. No, don't fly for you. Stay in a hotel. No, move for nothing. Spend hours with him is so difficult, and this, I'm pregnant, and all the situation. It's annoying. It's so annoying. And this morning, I listen again, bombing. Why? What happened? What is going on?
But passengers who need help are being identified and solutions are being offered.
The best part of visiting the Gulf Arab region, cities like Doha, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, has always been how safe these places are. There's ease of travel, freedom of movement. These are places that connect people. And what the war has done has severed those connections. And now trying to get flights back up in the air, even in the midst of ongoing risks. With every flight that lands, with every flight that takes off, it carries a little bit of hope that things can get back to normal in the region as soon as possible. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, at the Hamad International Airport in Doha.
Catch our morning news updates
Let's
every
take a look
day
at
at
some of the
6 a.m.
day's
to
other
12 noon
news
on
making
Truth Talks.
headlines. A centrist party in Nepal, led by a rapper turned politician, is set for a landslide victory. It's the first parliamentary election since youth-led protesters ousted the previous leadership. The National Independent Party, led by Balendra Shah, has already won two-thirds of the 165 seats in early results. Shah unseated the former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli in his own constituency. Votes are being counted in Colombia's congressional elections. People have been also choosing candidates for the presidential vote in May. The region remains dominated by armed groups and ongoing pressure from President Donald Trump. Many see the ballot as a referendum on the leftist president, Gustavo Petro. Ivory Coast and Ghana produce about half of the world's cocoa beans, but this year they have struggled to sell their crop and pay farmers. That's due to ample global harvests, lower prices, and falling demand from chocolate makers. Catherine Soy explains.
In Ivory Coast, Marie Brou says she's had a good harvest of cocoa, mostly used to make chocolates. She's expecting to sell it through her cooperative at a price set at the beginning of the planting season in October. But world cocoa prices have lost nearly 3/4 of their value in the last year, and Brou and other farmers worry this could cut into their earnings.
It hurts us when the buyers say the price is too high. When the price was announced, we were happy, we celebrated. But when the buyers say it's too expensive and badly priced, it worries us. We don't know how things will end.
Demand fell partly because of prices in Ivory Coast and neighboring Ghana, the world's largest cocoa exporters. Traders in the international market say the price set is too high, about $2,000 per metric ton, higher than the current market price. So they have stopped buying from the region. Some chocolate makers are also switching to other non-cocoa additives and alternative fats that offer healthier options. As a result, farming cooperatives say they don't have enough money to pay farmers.
We need to revise the price-setting system. Currently, there is a fixed price system which can be difficult to implement. We propose a structured system with a floor price. If there is a negative shock, prices should fall below 20%. Likewise, if prices increase, they can be adjusted upward.
Economists are also worried.
Beyond the liquidity problem, there are also storage costs. Since November, December, January, February, it's almost 4 months now that we've been holding stock. We had promised to deliver cocoa payments by now, but we cannot honor that.
But in the meantime, Bru and other farmers like her say that until cocoa prices are adjusted, they just want to earn enough to pay their bills and take care of their families. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera.
We're not CNN, Fox, or
Saeed. You're watching Al
CourtTV.
Jazeera's
We're Truth
continuing
Talks,
coverage
where
of the
facts
conflicts
matter.
between the US,
Subscribe
Israel,
now.
and Iran. Iran says it's not willing to take part in any talks as long as the US-Israeli attacks continue. Islamic Republic has a new supreme leader. Mojtaba Khamenei will replace his assassinated father. Gulf states under attack. Bahrain says a drone has hit its main oil refinery, setting the facility on fire. Oil prices surged to over $100 a barrel, sending stocks in Asia tumbling. The conflict in Iran is fueling uncertainties about global energy supplies. And Israel carries out more attacks in Beirut. The Lebanese government says more than 500,000 people have been forcibly displaced. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says the United States wants to divide the country and take control of its oil riches. Ismail Bagheri accused the U.S. of torpedoing diplomacy and said there is no point discussing a ceasefire while attacks continue. Speaking at a news conference in Tehran, he repeated Iran's position that the country has a right to defend itself against the U.S.-Israeli attacks. He also had this message for Iran's regional neighbors.
During the past few days, it has come clear that the presence of the military, the U.S. military in the region was never a reason for peace or stability within the region. On the contrary, it is a direct cause of insecurity, instability, and above all, disputes among the regional countries. History will remember that during the holy month of Ramadan, many of the neighboring Arab and Muslim countries, their territories were used to initiate attacks against an Islamic country, which is Iran. Some turn a blind eye to the United States turn a blind eye to the interest of these countries. All what they are aiming to achieve is to serve the interest of the Zionist entity without any respect to the stability or security of these countries, the regional countries. And I hope that those countries have learned the lesson. At the same time, we request the neighboring countries not to allow their territories to be used by the United States or the Zionist entity to initiate any assault on Iran.
Well, his comments come a day after a new supreme leader was picked. Mojtaba Khamenei is the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated in U.S.-Israeli strikes over a week ago. The 56-year-old was chosen by an assembly of experts consisting of 88 clerics. U.S. President Donald Trump has said he's not happy about it. His administration has been pushing to be involved in the selection of a new leader. On Sunday, the Israeli military warned it would target anyone who replaces the previous supreme leader. Tehran insists only Iranians can decide the future of their country. Meanwhile, Iranian drones and missiles continue to target countries across the Gulf region. In Bahrain, a fire broke out after a drone struck the Bakko oil refinery. Now, the facility is the country's main oil refinery and crucial to its energy sector. The oil company has declared what's known as force majeure on its operations, which essentially frees it from its liability and obligations. Well, soaring oil prices fueled by the conflict in the Middle East have shaken Asian markets. The price of crude surged above $100 a barrel for the first time since 2022, causing stocks in South Korea and Japan to sharply fall. It's after major oil producers, including Kuwait and Iran, cut production after Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, there's also been an Iranian attack on Israel. Israeli emergency services say one person has died and 2 people injured in central Israel. Israel continues its attacks on Israel following U.S.-Israeli strikes on the country. We have a team of correspondents following all the latest developments. We'll be live in Tehran, Washington, D.C., Doha, Ramallah, and in London. Let's begin with our correspondent, Tawhid Asadi, who is live for us in Tehran. So we heard earlier fighting talk from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson. What does that statement he made there tell us about what this and the appointment of Mojtaba Khamenei tell us about the direction Iran intends to take in the days and weeks ahead?
Well, actually, many analysts here are interpreting this recent appointment as a sign of, or a strong message of defiance, considering the very fact that the country is now facing the ongoing airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. And on that, we've got the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, in his weekly conference to say that this is also a message that the actually governance system of the country is preserved despite all the blows that it has experienced. And on that, we have to keep in mind that the country over the past few days since the commencement of these strikes has witnessed major blows, specifically when it comes to its military. We know that many of the top commanders of the country were killed. In addition, we've got the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And of course, it goes without saying that the scope of the areas targeted goes not just to military headquarters and police stations, but to many of the state buildings and, of course, residential areas, which are being targeted on an, I would say now, hourly basis. So this is a message that he's trying to send, the spokesperson trying to send, but still he talked about a wider spectrum of issues. Speaking of which, I can refer to the regional aspect, saying that the U.S. quote-unquote aggressors are endangering the security of the region. And also he's tried to send a message to the regional neighboring countries. He said that we're not at war with our Muslim broader countries, and our armed forces did not attack Azerbaijan, Turkey, or Cyprus. Also, domestically speaking, he said that Iranian people are united to defend their country, and the message of the choosing the new leader is also part of that conversation. And of course, he tried to give an utterance to his reading of the U.S. objective of attacking Iran. He said that the objective is to reach Iranian oil resources, and also the possibility of weakening and dividing Iran. This is the very gist of the matter from the very lengthy press conference that we had from the Iranian spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And there is this broader context that we have to keep in mind while we're just listening to these rhetorics from diplomats. We know that the reality on the ground is far from de-escalation. If a spokesperson said that there is right now no possibility for negotiation, while the country is facing actually continued strikes, the response is not going to be diplomatic, but according to him, a crushing military response is something that we are expecting, and the reality on the ground is also indicative of that.
Okay, so how has the U.S. reacted to news of the new Iranian Supreme Leader? Let's go to John Hendren, who joins us from Washington, D.C. President Trump had explicitly declared Mojtaba Khamenei's candidacy as unacceptable. What reaction have we had from the White House?
That's right, Malene. The president reacted within hours of that announcement, saying, "I'm not happy about it." He told another reporter, "We'll see what happens." And that might not sound like a threat, but remember, it was just days ago that the president said any leader that was not acceptable to the U.S., quote, would not last long. And this is happening as the U.S. insists it is ramping up its military action, not ramping it down. The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, said of Iran, whether they know it or not, they will be combat ineffective. They will surrender. And as that is happening and the U.S. is ramping up its actions, the price in lives for Americans has increased. A seventh soldier was announced to have been killed from wounds that occurred hours into the initial attack, and an eighth died of a non-combat related incident that was called a medical emergency. So the price is going up for Americans, and it's going up for all of the other countries in that region as well. And the two sides don't seem like they could be much farther apart.
Let's go to Nida Ibrahim now, who is live in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, give us a sense of the impact Iranian attacks have had on Israel, because those strikes continue.
Yes, they do. And just in the last hour, we received the news from the Israeli ambulance service that one person had been killed after being hit by one of the rockets sent in by Iran into Israel. Two others are in a critical condition, though media sources say that one of them is is expected to be declared dead in the next hours or so. But that gives you an idea about the impact, about the dangers that are facing Israelis and also others who are living inside Israel. Although they say that the workers who were in a construction site did not listen to the instructions and go into shelter sites or safe areas, there are those who say that many people who are either foreigners or Palestinians living inside Israel who cannot go to shelters because they face racism, because some Israelis prevent them from accessing these fortified areas. So that remains to be clarified by the sources. But all in all, since the war on Iran started, we are talking about more than 2,000 people who have been hospitalized. Around more than 100 remain still in hospitals. But these latest strikes basically raise the death toll in Israel since the start of this round of fighting between Israel and Iran to 12 Israelis, or at least 12 people inside Israel.
And there have been more Iranian attacks across the Gulf region, increasingly focusing on the energy sector. Let's go live to Mohammed Jamjoon, who's here for us in Doha. Mohammed, tell us first about the drone that struck and hit Bahrain's oil refinery, Bapco. Now, this is Bahrain's main oil refinery, so it's a pretty significant target.
Yeah, that's right. And this comes at a time when there have been increasing attacks emanating from Bahrain targeting energy facilities and energy infrastructure sites throughout the Gulf Arab countries. Let me tell you about the details that we've gotten in the past few hours. The first was the initial statement that the Bahrain state oil company, Bapco, said that their site in Ma'amir had been struck by a drone and that caused a fire. Now, subsequent to that, the National Communications Center in Bahrain said that the fire had been contained at that facility, that there was material damage reported, but that there were no injuries or fatalities. And then after those two events and statements, you had a clarification from Bapco, from the state oil company, in which they declared force majeure. Now, force majeure is when unforeseen events beyond a person or a company's control prevent them from carrying out contractual obligations. So in this case, in the instance of Bapco, that means that they'll no longer be able to get their shipments out as scheduled. That's causing a lot of concern at a time when there is so much concern in the region and in the world at large about what the state of play will be for oil markets, for the energy markets, for oil prices, gas prices throughout the region and the rest of the world at a time of such high volatility in this region when Iran continues to attack oil facilities and infrastructure. We should also mention that it was just a few days ago that Qatar Energy had said that they were going to stop production, at least temporarily, of liquefied natural gas. They also declared force majeure to their affected buyers. So again, it is just really heightening concern at a time when already there is so much concern about what will come next if there is a prolonged conflict in this region.
And Mohammed, talking of Qatar, we've heard from Qatar's Prime Minister describing in an interview a big sense of betrayal about what the Iranian leadership has put Qatar through in terms of the attacks. Tell us more about what he had to say.
So this was an interview that was given to a UK media outlet. Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al-Thani, who is the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Qatar, he said several things. Let me just go through some of the statements that he made in that interview. He expressed a deep sense of betrayal over the recent Iranian missile attacks. He emphasized the threat that this has caused to regional stability. He added that Qatar had been working to support diplomatic efforts between the U.S. and Iran, but that Iran's miscalculation, as he called it, in attacking Gulf nations had destroyed everything. He urged dialogue. He urged de-escalation measures to prevent further tensions and to ensure that peace could come back to the Middle East. And let me just read you one quote from that interview in which he said, "Our message to the Iranians, they have to stop the attacks right away. It should stop instantly. What happened is really a huge shakeup for the trust and the relationship that we have with Iran. We will continue talking to the Iranians. We will continue trying to seek de-escalation. At the end of the day, they are our neighbors. It's our destiny." So this is what we heard. And this came just several hours after there were Iranian ballistic missile attacks launched towards Qatar. Those missiles were intercepted by air defense systems here. There was an alert that happened around 3:15 a.m. saying there was an elevated threat level. Then several minutes later, it was said that the threat level was back to normal. But again, all of this happening at a time of heightened concern across this region about what happens going forward if this is perhaps a prolonged conflict. Malene?
Thanks so much. Mohammed Jamjoon there for us in Doha. Well, Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut. The Israeli army says it was targeting buildings housing a financial institution used by Hezbollah. The Lebanese government says Israeli strikes have killed nearly 400 people over the past week, and more than 500,000 people have been displaced. Zaina Khoda reports from Beirut.
The Israeli military issued a warning approximately 2 hours ago saying that they intend to target every branch of Qard al-Hassan, which is a financial institution affiliated with Hezbollah in the Beirut area. They've already carried out a number of strikes in Beirut's southern suburbs. That's an area empty of residents now because of evacuation orders issued last week, forcing the hundreds of thousands of people to live. Where we are now is in the center of Beirut, Beirut proper, in one of those neighborhoods, Nuwairi, a residential neighborhood where people live and where there are businesses and shops. The building housing Qard al-Hassan is a mere few hundred meters from where we are standing here. You see in the distance, the road has been closed. Security has closed roads, diverting traffic, making sure that people are not close to the building in the event of an Israeli strike. In the past few minutes, we did hear Israeli drones overhead. We even heard Israeli planes flying overhead. It's not clear if this particular branch is going to be hit, but people here are not taking any chances.
U.S. officials say that a sharp rise in fuel prices resulting from the conflict with Iran will only last weeks. But American consumers are beginning to feel the pinch, with prices at the pump rising 19% since February. Last month, a gallon of regular gasoline, or just under 4 liters, cost an average of $2.89 across the U.S. A week ago, just as the war began, the price had risen to $2.98. And now gas prices have risen to $3.45 a gallon, also 91 cents a litre, up 47 cents since last week. European Union's oil and gas supply coordination groups are set to meet on Thursday. They will address the conflict's impact on energy markets and review EU countries' oil supplies. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says his government is working with international partners to ease the economic fallout.
A lot of people are going to begin to think, well, that's happening out in Iran and in the Gulf states, but I can sense it's going to affect me back here in the United Kingdom, particularly the economy. The longer this goes on, the more likely the potential for an impact on our economy, impact into the lives and households of everybody and every business. And our job is to get ahead of that, to look around the corner, assess the risk, monitor the risks, and work with others in relation to that.
Richard Gatesford is in London. First, let's go to John Hendren, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. John, so fuel prices, a very sensitive issue, we know, for American consumers. And with what we're seeing in markets in Asia reacting sharply, how much concern is there about the impact on household budgets in the U.S. if this conflict drags on?
Well, this really hits Americans where they live. At the gas station across the street from our studios, the price was $3.50 just 2 days ago, and now it's up to $3.60. In California, where there are higher regulations or more regulations and higher taxes, the average price is $5.25. And Americans are willing to put up with those kinds of increases in prices for a war that they support. But polls show they don't support this war by and large. 27% of Americans, according to one poll, support this war. And when oil crosses that $100 a barrel threshold that it has crossed in the past 24 hours, that is a sign to Americans that the economy is going in the wrong direction, that they're going to suffer some pain. And in this case, it's for a war that they don't entirely support. And that affects not just prices at the pump, it affects the price of all transportation and really any goods that are being transported. And that, of course, is on top of Trump's tariffs. And that puts him in a bad situation because his party is facing midterm elections in November, and this is not setting them up for success. Polls show that voters are upset with him. So he's sounding a little bit defensive in his social media posts. On Sunday, he posted short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. Only fools would think differently. And he's even gone so far in another interview as to suggest that ships should be going through the Strait of Hormuz. He says they should be courageous. He said there's nothing to fear. We sank all of Iran's ships and destroyed most of its missile launch sites. Only 20% remain. Well, that's probably not terribly reassuring to the oil companies and their insurers who would otherwise be going through that area. So products aren't moving. Oil is restricted. Prices are going up. And American consumers are upset because it's for a war that they, by and large, don't support.
Well, it's not just Americans who are impacted by oil prices. The Europeans are increasingly concerned. Let's speak to Richard Gatesford, who's in London. And we've heard from the UK Prime Minister talking on this very issue in the last few hours. What did he have to say?
Yeah, it's obvious the UK government now in crisis mode. Keir Starmer saying that the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, is on the phone every day to the Governor of the Bank of England here. They are looking at this as a situation that needs to be managed in terms of the cost of living crisis, which is an issue that Keir Starmer's government has been trying to tackle ever since it came into power. But now they're confronted with this as an extra issue and a rather large one that is looming. The money markets here in London and across Europe really waking up to the reality now of this conflict as it enters its second week. We've seen a fall in the FTSE 100 share index of nearly 2% this morning, down 200 points when it opened. Actually, it was worse in Germany, the DAX down 2.3%, the CAC index in France down 2.5%. And one analyst here in London saying this morning that traders are basically selling up, sitting on the sidelines waiting for the volatility to pass, with all analysts expecting now a a tidal wave, really, of inflation to sweep right across Europe as those energy and fuel prices shoot up. We've got issues coming with shortages of fertilizers, now a byproduct of the fuel industry. That means food prices likely to go up as well. The market's pricing in an interest rate rise. We're expecting the Bank of England to, if not keep interest rates on hold, to put them up even higher at the next available opportunity. And that means borrowing money as a business or even as a homeowner going to get more expensive.
And Richard, we understand that G7 finance ministers have scrambled together and set up a meeting online to discuss those concerns about oil supply and what they can do about it. What do we understand are they talking about?
Well, this really is an emergency meeting, as you say. They're all going to get together online a little later today. And it's those oil supplies that's the overriding concern, because that is having such a detrimental effect to economies. When you think that 20% or so of oil and gas coming through the Straits of Hormuz, which is currently blocked, the oil-producing countries now running out of storage. They can't get any more out of the ground. That's hitting suppliers, which is driving the price higher, as we've heard this morning, to more than $100 a barrel for oil at the moment. President Trump might be thinking it's a small price to pay, but really it's these finance ministers, as they sit down today, they're the ones who are picking up the pieces. And here in London, one obvious impact of that is the rise in the rates on government bonds. Borrowing money for government now getting more expensive. It was already tight for governments like the British government. It's going to make their lives even harder.
Okay, thank you so much to Richard Gaisford in London and John Hendren in Washington, D.C. Joining me here in the studio again is Abdullah Al-Aryan, Associate Professor of History at Georgetown University in Qatar and an analyst at Al-Shabaka Policy Network. Good to see you again, Abdullah. So earlier we had that quite extensive press conference from the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, and there was a real sense of fighting talk there. That, with the appointment of Mojtaba Khamenei, what does that tell you about the direction Iran intends to take going forward?
Well, I mean, I think, they're set to continue along the same course, more or less, with very few, differences from what we've already seen for, nearly 10 days now. I think if we think back to just a couple of days ago, when you did hear from, the Iranian foreign minister, a slightly more conciliatory gesture where he kind of regretted the assaults on some of the GCC targets. And then immediately that was seized upon by the US president as being a sign of weakness. And in fact, he even called it a surrender. And so I think Iran has now seen itself as having to emphasize the fact that it is not in a position where it's seeking in any way to surrender or project weakness. And so if anything, this is about a projection of strength and resolve in the face of this continued onslaught and, of course, the maximalist demands by the US.
And Abdullah, I understand he was widely seen as the preferred candidate for the Revolutionary Guards. Why is that significant, do you think?
Well, I think that, there has to be a kind of consensus building process now. This is always the case, even under the best of circumstances. This is something that you'd like to see in any kind of transition. We see it with every major institutions. We see it with monarchical states. We see it even when we talk about peaceful transitions of power, even in liberal democracies. So across every political system, transitions matter, even in times of peace or in times of stability. So in this case, of course, in a time of an existential crisis and conflict that's being waged upon Iran, there has to be even more emphasis from the regime's perspective to maintain continuity and stability and to build consensus across all of the different institutions, the IRGC being just one, but of course across even society, to see that there's popular support potentially for this choice and for this decision to signal more stability and continuity moving forward.
It's always difficult, Abdullah, isn't it, to get a real sense how ordinary Iranians feel about the events that are ongoing in Iran. We know it's a country very divided. You have the supporters of the regime, and then, of course, you have those who don't support the regime. How do you expect both sides to see this appointment?
Well, I think right now there's a sense of closing ranks in the face of the continued, U.S.-Israeli attack. That there seems to be at least a moment of putting aside the kinds of decisions. Again, in many ways, it's not particularly a surprising decision, and it signals more continuity than any kind of meaningful rupture from the past. And so, even for those who are probably quite critical of the direction that the government has taken, in recent months, are likely to at least see the more immediate crisis facing Iran, as opposed to thinking about, what does this mean for the next 10, 20, or even 30 years? If we think back to Ali Khamenei's, long, period in the position that he occupied, and now seeing this potentially as being something that is, at least for the moment, seen more as a kind of measure to project stability and continuity moving forward rather than division.
And just briefly, he is obviously younger than his father. He's in his 50s. Some may consider that young, some may not. But some analysts are saying that he does belong to a much younger, potentially more pragmatic generation of clerics. Any sign from what we've seen so far, what we've heard about this man, that could be the case?
Well, I think pragmatism in general is going to be, the operating term once we start getting to the point about the potential, reasons for de-escalation or opportunities to bring this to winding down to this conflict. But I think on the whole, when we see the extent to which, there's certainly a crisis that still continues to face Iran with the U.S. war that's been waged against it, along with Israel, that, there's also a sense that there has to be a projection of strength from the position of the Iranian leadership. This is someone who's also a veteran of the Iran-Iraq war, someone who fought and was, kind of on the front lines of, one of the very first challenges that, that faced the Islamic Republic all the way back in the 1980s. But certainly this is going to be, I think, a question to see whether there's going to be new openings potentially to turn the page, particularly with the relations with the GCC states, about whether there's now an opportunity to see whether there can be a shift in policy there.
Yeah, we need another half an hour to have that discussion. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Abdullah Al-Arian, always good to get your thoughts. Associate Professor of History at Georgetown University here in Qatar. Okay, let's take a look at some of the day's other news making headlines. A man has been killed in a Russian attack in eastern Ukraine. Several others were injured in the bomb blast on Sunday in Kramatorsk. The city is 14 kilometers from the front line and is one of Ukraine's last strongholds in the eastern Donetsk region. A centrist party in Nepal, led by a rapper-turned-politician, is set for a landslide victory. It's the first parliamentary election since youth-led protesters ousted the previous leadership. The National Independent Party, led by Balendra Shah, has already won 2/3 of the 165 seats in early results. Vote counting is still ongoing and final results could be out as early as Tuesday. That's it from me, Marlene Said. Up next, Inside Story looks at how Gulf states will react as Iran's attacks on their territory continue.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV.
Tehran
We're
has
Truth
carried out
Talks,
more attacks
where
on Gulf
facts matter.
states,
Subscribe
despite an
now.
apology by the president to Iran's neighbors. Civilian targets have been hit, including airports and vital infrastructure. Who's in control in Iran, and how will Gulf states react as the attacks continue? This is Inside Story.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
James Bays. More than a week after Israel and the US attacked Iran, the crisis they've ignited is worsening. While Iran has suffered the most casualties, it's retaliated by attacking neighboring Gulf states and says it's targeting US military assets. Havens of stability in the region, these countries are vital global hubs for energy, business, and aviation. All have been severely disrupted, with the impact felt across the world. From Iran, mixed messages add to the chaos. Apologies from the president for the attacks, yet they have continued. Questions now about who's actually in control in Iran. Unpredictability, too, from US President Donald Trump about his plans, strategy, and aims in bombing Iran. So what does all this mean for long-standing US alliances in the Gulf? And what now for Iran's relations with the Gulf states? We'll speak to our panel of guests in a moment, but first this report from Imran Ullah Khan.
Tehran seems to be sending out mixed messages about how it will proceed in an escalating regional war. Since the US and Israel launched attacks on Iran at the end of last month, Tehran has been retaliating against countries in the Gulf that host US military assets. But as well as bases, the attacks have hit hotels, airports, embassies, and more in Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, causing anger amongst Gulf leaders. On Saturday, President Masoud Pezeshkian apologized for the strikes and said they would stop.
We do not intend to conduct an assault on neighboring countries, but like I've said before, they are our brothers. We have to be hand in hand with our brothers in peace, and the Interim Leadership Council approved a decision yesterday. That decision was relayed to our forces that they should no longer attack neighboring countries unless there is an attack on Iran staged from their soil.
But shortly after the message aired, more Iranian strikes hit Gulf countries. Then Iran's armed forces weighed in, saying they respect the interests and national sovereignty of neighboring countries. But they also said U.S. assets would remain primary targets if attacks on Iran continued. Pezeshkian spoke again, saying his words earlier were misinterpreted.
The enemy has a distorted understanding of my words. They want us and our neighboring countries to be at war and are seeking to create discord between us and other nations. If they attempt to invade our territory from any country, we will be compelled to respond to that aggression. However, this response does not imply that we have a conflict or disagreement with that country, nor do we intend to upset its people. We are simply forced to act in defense. The more pressure they exert on us, the stronger our response will be.
The attacks are having a global impact, too. Energy supplies to countries worldwide have been hit, with refineries and plants attacked and tankers unable to sail through the Persian Gulf. Flights have been severely disrupted, with Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha vital aviation hubs, all having a serious impact not just on the region, but being felt across the world. Imran Al-Khan, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Today's Inside Story. So, in the United States, in Virginia, John Brennan, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency under the Obama administration. In Kuwait City, Bader Al-Saif, a professor at Kuwait University and fellow at Chatham House, specializing in Middle East history and politics. And also joining us from Virginia, Trita Parsi, executive vice president of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us. Let me start with you, John Brennan, former director of the CIA. So you've been at the very top of US decision-making, a member of the cabinet. Let me ask your assessment, big picture assessment of where we are over a week into the war. Would you say you are more worried about where this is going than you were when it started a week ago?
Well, I think I'm as worried about where this conflict is going. The attacks over the past week certainly have expanded now and are bringing in some civilian infrastructure in Iran. And there is continued defiance on the part of the Iranian regime in the face of the Israeli and U.S. operations. So the fact that I think the Trump administration has not really articulated exactly how we're going to get out of this conflict, aside from an unconditional surrender, really makes me worried that this is going to be more long-lasting than the Trump administration anticipated.
Bader, let me ask you about how the Gulf countries are coping. Clearly, we've got to remember that the worst situation is for the poor civilians in Iran and also in Lebanon. But with the exception perhaps of Kuwait, which had an invasion by Saddam Hussein, most of the countries in the Gulf have not ever experienced anything like this. How would you say the Gulf is coping at this stage?
This is an unnecessary war. And I think it starts with the mindset that the Gulf has always exhibited all along prior to the war and even prior to the June 2025 war. This is unnecessary. We could have averted it, and there is a way forward for a peaceful resolution. The Gulf states have assembled the best defense mechanisms. They're defending themselves on their own. The US bases that are there for sharing, training, capacity building, and they only started in there, James, when my country was invaded back in 1990-91. Those bases did not exist before that, nor are they there now to do anything towards Iran. This is something that needs to be remembered by the Iranian state. And that is something that got picked up by the president yesterday with his apology. But it seems it has not cascaded down to the other forces, or it has not been communicated properly or agreed upon within. We need some clarity on this front, and they need to focus on where their targets are coming from. They're not coming from our airspaces, and the bases in the Gulf are not being used against Iran.
So, Trita, let's focus on that apology from the Iranian president. The Gulf states, are countries that all before this war, maybe not historically, but all before this war had cordial relations with Iran. He clearly wanted to apologize, but there was a really confusing message sent out after that, wasn't there?
Yes, although I think what happened is a bit different from what your package has presented. I've spoken to folks on all sides, and I'm getting somewhat of a different picture. There were very, very sensitive negotiations initiated by regional states with Iran for a de-escalatory path. The first step was for the president to come out and give that message, although he kind of messed up the message because he was not supposed to issue an apology. And if you notice, he said that he personally apologizes, not on behalf of the state, and this caused some problem inside of the Iranian state. But other than that, everyone was essentially on the same page that there was a necessary de-escalatory step. The Gulf states, as a result, were then observing to see whether this would then also be implemented by Iran's military. In between, however, and this would take them a few hours, in between, however, Trump issued his Truth Social post that declared victory, humiliated Iran, and even threatened Iran further. On top of that, there was an attack by the United States on Qeshm Island's desalination plant, which was a major escalation. So far, neither the Iranians nor the Israelis had been targeting each other's desalination plants. This then threw everything off, and then you saw massive Iranian retaliation, again, against these GCC states, despite the fact that most of these states, not only before the war, but also during the war, have done quite a lot, if not everything they could, to actually de-escalate this war. But what happened in this specific case, and it is not clear to me whether it was that Trump was deliberately trying to sabotage this, or if the US side actually is in disarray and did not know, and as a result, the president goes on his own, he issues this tweet, the military attacks the desalination plant without necessarily fully understanding what was happening, what was being led by some of the regional states in terms of this de-escalatory negotiations that were taking place. As I understand it, they're still trying at this point, and it's absolutely necessary for this de-escalation to take place. But in this specific case, it seems to have been something in which not everyone was on the same page, and Trump with his tweet, and then later on with that major escalatory attack, derailed everything.
John Brennan, I mean, Trump's tweet, well, it was actually on his own social media platform, Truth Social. He said, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors. He called Iran the loser of the Middle East. What do you make of the way Trump is conducting this war? I mean, it's the way Trump does business, but rarely have we seen this from a US president at a time of war, a president who launched the war rather than a solemn address in the Oval Office, did it from Mar-a-Lago wearing a baseball cap.
Well, we've never seen this behavior from any previous US president, and Donald Trump is a very unique individual. I think these are just traits that he has demonstrated over time. Whether he's doing domestic policy or international affairs, he uses social media platforms to basically make policy and announce policy. The traditional U.S. interagency process, whereby you have the different departments and agencies come together and formulate a policy, that is not happening by all accounts now. It is more that Donald Trump decides based on his gut feelings what to do. And this war is something that was initiated by, I think, Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. They decided that they wanted to take down the Iranian regime. I think he had a real misunderstanding about the complexities and difficulty of doing something like this. I think he's infatuated with the U.S. military power and the powers of the presidency. And I think the success in Venezuela, removing a single person, Maduro, from the leadership there, led him to believe that the cause in Iran was going to be similarly successful.
So, John,
but I think what he's finding now.
Yes, so John, at a time like this, a time of war, the most combustible time possible, these sort of social media messages, I mean, how dangerous are they?
I think they're very dangerous. The stridency of his rhetoric, I think, is increasing. The callousness, I think, of some of the commentary also is leading individuals to really be concerned about the future course of this war. And I agree that I think the recent language and the recent actions of the United States have led to real inconsistency, I think, in how the U.S. policy is being perceived, as well as the reaction on the part of the Iranian government. When he says he wants to, change the regime, he wants to have a role in selecting the next supreme leader, or the leader of Iran, I think it really just demonstrates that Donald Trump doesn't really understand just how challenging this whole situation is and is going to continue to be.
But we heard from Trita his assessment of what happened with regard to the president's statement. But there is another factor in all of this, isn't there? That Iran has put in place what it calls its mosaic defense. Basically, they've delegated control of missile systems to individual commanders who are out in the field. That means that there is not the coordinated central chain of command that you'd expect.
And that's a very dangerous thing. And that's why we would like to see some kind of order and sense coming through from Iran. It's difficult when they're under war and under attack, no doubt. But I think the naming of a supreme leader, probably the consolidation of their command structures would lead to some form of coordination when it comes to the front, to the battlefront. But let me make one point very clear. We need to work on our Gulf-Iran ties, irrespective of what happens between the US, Israel, and Iran. And I think we have that in our system across the Gulf to work on these relationships. We've been working very hard on them in the past. There are many spoilers during this war, whether it's from various militias outside Iran that are doing things on their own or coordinated with other elements. Israel is the biggest spoiler in all of this. They stand to benefit from the fragmentation and the chaos and the war that will happen and unroll in the Middle East. So I think by focusing on that joint target and by not taking their wrath unto the Gulf states, they can come to a better focus on their objectives. Going all out is not going to serve their interests, and it's not going to serve anyone's interests.
Trita, I mean, if we do get a new supreme leader appointed soon, does that solve the problems of the chain of command in Iran? Because it's going to be a new figure in charge of a very large country, 92 million people, after one man had been in charge for 37 years, and a country under total bombardment. I mean, is a new person going to be able to take total control?
First of all, let me just say how much I agree with Badr that there has to be thinking in Tehran about the day after of this war. It seems like they're thinking, because they believe that this is existential, has been one in which they really haven't put much thought or consideration to what happens the day after in their relationship with their neighbors to the south. And this is very, very dangerous, particularly mindful of the fact that many of them went out of their way to try to prevent this war. I don't believe, however, that this is an issue that is resolved by picking a new supreme leader, because what was decided already halfway through the June war is that they took a lot of control away from central command and gave it to local military commanders. This was done deliberately in order to make sure that if their central command and control was disrupted or destroyed by the United States or by Israel, the defense of the country could continue. They saw clearly that the Israeli strategy back then, as well as today, is regime decapitation. They've also made sure that every governor in the country has the same authority as the president does in case of a collapse of Tehran's control. So that will not change with picking of the supreme leader, because he had nothing to do with the supreme leader. The supreme leader actually was taking out of operational decisions, mindful of the fact that it was so clear that he was a target. What I'm more fearful of, however, is that some of the most hardline names that could become the supreme leader, who were probably not the main candidates prior to this war have now become the main candidates, particularly after Trump has said that some of them are unacceptable. I think that actually ended up becoming an endorsement for them that may see the next supreme leader of Iran going into an even more hardline direction than the previous one did.
And John, I mean, that if that is the outcome and you get a more hardline supreme leader, that person may have learned one lesson, and that is, let's actually get the bomb.
Well, I think Iran is still a long way away from getting the bomb. But as you point out, I think Iran is going to be trying to decide what course to take in order to prevent future aggression and gain some type of deterrence, which is what I think a lot of people presumed was the intention behind some of the commentary of Iranians about seeking a nuclear weapon. But there was no evidence that there was nuclear weaponization program underway recently. I agree that this is an unnecessary war. There was no imminent threat. It was something that Donald Trump, again, and Bibi Netanyahu, I think, decided to do. But it's clear that Donald Trump is not going to relent at this point. He's going to continue to push forward. The U.S. still has a lot of U.S. military capability that it could bring to bear. He avoided discounting the prospect of putting U.S. boots on the ground yesterday. So Donald Trump doesn't like to lose. He likes to win, but yet he could cast some future situation as a victory for the United States. But I don't think he is going to be able to achieve his goal or his stated goal of vanquishing this regime and basically bringing in a totally new leadership. The IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, is very much embedded in the fabric of the Iranian government. And I don't see any indication that they're ready to lay down their arms and surrender, as Donald Trump would like them to do.
But I mean, one of the problems is we don't really know what Donald Trump's goals are, because they have been all over the place. We didn't properly explain to the world or the American people why he started the war, and he hasn't properly explained what will end the war. But one of the ideas that floats around and comes up from him regularly is the idea of a Venezuela model. Given the fact that Iran is still firing and firing, every few hours, particularly at the Gulf, is there any chance of a Delcy Rodriguez emerging in Iran?
U.S. strategy, we can't even use the word strategy when it comes to U.S. objectives in this war. It's quite unclear where they're going and whether they're leading the show or not, or allowing Israel to run the show for them. And this in itself is quite dangerous. They need to go back to their senses and look at how they can serve their interests best. To try to impose what you call a Venezuela model on other countries is just, it's fallacy. This doesn't work. Each country, it's its own circumstances and conditions, and they deserve to decide what works best for them. We shouldn't allow outside forces to do that. Regime change has been tried and failed in the region. Look at Afghanistan. Look at how Iraq has been unfolding in the last 20 years. And this is not something that we want to replicate in a much bigger space like Iran. This will not help anyone. This will destabilize states, societies in the region. It will roil the energy markets. It will make it hard on everyone. And don't even forget, and this is the most important thing, the human toll of suffering. We lost 2 service members today in Kuwait. Hundreds were lost in Iran, others across the Gulf, and even in Israel and Lebanon, and the list continues. This shouldn't be the fate of the Middle East. We deserve better than this.
John, I mean, from your position and having advised presidents in the past, I mean, what do you think those who have served at the highest levels in the military, in the intelligence community, still are there in the system, are making of a war with no real strategy and no real end goal?
Well, I think a lot of them have the same questions that Badr and Trita had mentioned about the reasons for the war and the future course of this war. But as military and intelligence professionals, when there is an order that comes from the commander-in-chief, they carry it out. But there are questions about whether or not, it is violation of international law. There are questions about the targeting, the rules of engagement, other things that I think military and intelligence personnel need to be looking at closely. But this is the responsibility of the military professionals to prosecute the effort the best they can. They're not the ones that make decisions about the political objectives of this administration. But I do think the longer this goes on, the more questions will arise, as well as the more concern is going to arise in the U.S. Among American citizens. We already see demonstrations against the war. So this is only 8 or 9 days old, and we see the tremendous toll it has taken already, as Badr pointed out. I do think that there's going to be even more repercussions of this, not just on the battlefront, but also in the larger economic and energy dimensions that I think are going to have a real impact on people, including in the United States, but also globally.
Well, let's talk about those repercussions, particularly economic, Trita. I mean, most of the world in this are watching this as pretty helpless bystanders, but the Gulf states are on the end of these missiles coming from Iran, and clearly they are the economic engine of much of what goes on in the world. So what they say and do is one place where there is leverage, one place where there's potential impact. What do you think the Gulf states want right now?
I think the vast majority of the Gulf states want exactly what they did before this war, which is for this to never happen at all. This is, as Badr pointed out, and as John has also hinted at, is absolute disaster for these states. I remember years ago, an GCC official told me, it was in regards to the dilemma they had in regards to U.S.-Iran relations. He used an African proverb saying that whether the elephants fight or make love, the grass still gets crushed. There was a fear on the GCC side that if the US and Iran were to become significant friends, which I never thought was really in the cards, nevertheless, there was a fear that this could actually strategically diminish the role of some of the GCC states. But on the other hand, if they went to war, it would also be devastating for the GCC states. And now we're seeing the second scenario playing out in front of us. And as Badr also pointed out, we have to keep in mind that there is a significant interest on the Israeli side in order to make sure that not only does the US's and Iran's relations get destroyed for decades to come, but also Iran and the GCC's relations. And it seems to me that the Iranians, given the fact that they don't have any other American targets within their reach, the US Navy is very far away from Iranian waters precisely because of the effectiveness of Iranian missiles. The US has already emptied much of its bases in the region, but those are the only targets Iran have, in addition to some hotels in which the Iranians suspect that American soldiers have been housed in. So from the GCC standpoint, they knew that this was going to happen. This is part of the reason why many of them lobbied so hard for this never to start in the first place. But at this point, as John, I think, hinted at as well, the only way out of this appears to be that the cost becomes too high for everyone, and that Donald Trump concludes that he already has things that he can point to as a victory, claim that victory, and then end this war.
Badr, I mean, I have heard the argument, though, among some, and whether this is felt in the GCC, I'd like you to tell me, that some believe that Trump needs to finish the job because otherwise the government in Iran is going to be like a wounded animal and it will continue to lash out in the coming years. Do you think that is a feeling, and do you think there's the possibility of any of the Gulf states actually allowing the US to use their bases right now, or actively joining the US and Israel in this war?
Look, there are many options on the table. The way that Iran has conducted its attacks on the Gulf has not helped its case. And trying to go after civilian targets or spaces and under the mask of there being a possible American presence just doesn't make sense. And we've made ourselves very clear. We've made our spaces inviolable in terms of not being used for attacks against Iran. I think we need to see how this moves on. The Gulf states are in a bind. There are many difficult choices ahead. There needs to be wisdom. I think their restraint has been something that's welcomed. And joining the front will not do them any good. I think it would serve into the Israeli playbook. This is not our war. We shouldn't be involved in it. And there is no end game. I mean, to topple the regime is not something that even US intelligence assessments have agreed on, that this is not something that's in the cards.
Let me end, Badr, if I can. with John, who, of course, headed an organization that prepared those US intelligence assessments. You prepared presidents with possible scenarios of what might happen. It's a bit of a grim question. What now, as you look at things, what's the worst case scenario?
Well, the worst case scenario is the United States decides to escalate and creates tremendous chaos, havoc, and destruction inside of Iran. But I don't see, even under that scenario, the Iranians relenting. I see extended disruptions in the energy market through the strait, that there's not going to be the flow of oil, natural gas that has been, the impact on the global economy. And then also terrorist attacks. One of the things that is pointed out, Iran sees this as an existential threat. They do have a capability to be launching attacks in other areas, and they haven't opted for that at this point. But I could see that as their backs are pushed against the wall, they will pull out all stops and do whatever they can to try to not just to lash out against their adversary and their attacker, but also to try to cause as much pain as possible on the international front.
Thank you very much to all of our guests today, John Brennan, Bader Al-Saif and Trita Parsi. Extensive coverage of the war continues around the clock on Al Jazeera.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
At aljazeera.com, as ever.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Or look for us on X. There we are called at AJ
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe
Hello, everybody. I'm
now.
Rashad Salamat. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. Tehran says it's not willing to take part in any talks as long as the US-Israeli attacks continue. The Islamic Republic has a new supreme leader. Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei will replace his assassinated father. Gulf states under attack. Bahrain says a drone has hit its main oil refinery, setting the facility on fire. Oil prices surged to more than $100 a barrel, sending stocks in Asia tumbling.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Israel carries out more attacks in Beirut. The Lebanese government says more than 500,000 people have been forcibly displaced.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
There's no point discussing a ceasefire while the attacks continue. Speaking at a news conference in Tehran, he said his country has a right to defend itself against US-Israeli attacks. He also had this message for Iran's regional neighbors.
During the past few days, it has become clear that the presence of the US military in the region was never a reason for peace or stability within the region. On the contrary, it is a direct cause of insecurity, instability, and above all, disputes among the regional countries. History will remember that during the holy month of Ramadan, the territories of many of the neighboring Arab and Muslim countries were used to initiate attacks against an Islamic country, which is Iran. The United States turned a blind eye to the interests of these countries. All they are aiming to achieve is to serve the interests of the Zionist entity without any respect for the stability and security of these regional countries, and I hope that those countries have learned the lesson. At the same time, we request the neighboring countries not to allow the territories to be used by the United States or the Zionist entity to initiate any assaults on Iran.
His comments come a day after a new supreme leader was picked. Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei is the son of the late supreme leader who was assassinated in a US-Israeli strike more than a week ago. The 56-year-old was chosen by an assembly of experts consisting of 88 clerics. US President Donald Trump has said he's not happy about it. His administration has been pushing to be involved in the selection of a new leader. And on Sunday, the Israeli military warned it'll target anyone who replaces the previous supreme leader. Tehran insists only Iranians can decide the future of their country. There's also been an Iranian attack on Israel. Emergency services say one person was killed and 2 people injured in central Israel. Iran is continuing its retaliatory strikes after Israel and the US launched their attack 10 days ago. Meanwhile, Iranian drones and missiles continue to target countries across the Gulf region. For one thing, at the moment, we've got alerts going off right here in Doha as we perhaps are coming under missile attack from Iran. In Bahrain, a fire broke out after a drone struck the Babka oil refinery. The facility is the country's main oil refinery and crucial for its energy sector. The oil company has declared what's known as force majeure on its operations, which frees it from liabilities and obligations. Now, soaring oil prices fueled by the conflict in the Middle East are causing uncertainty on the global markets. The price of crude surged above $100 per barrel for the first time since 2022, causing stocks in South Korea and Japan to sharp fall. That's all coming after oil producers, including Kuwait and Iran, cut production after Tehran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Now we have a team of correspondents following all these developments. We're going to be live in Ramallah, Paris, Doha, London, and Washington, D.C.
We're not
Nida Ibrahim
CNN,
is
Fox, or
live for us in
CourtTV.
Ramallah, in
We're
the
Truth
occupied West
Talks,
Bank, and
where facts
the Iranian
matter.
attacks in Israel
Subscribe
seem to have
now.
intensified. What's the latest stuff that you've got for us, Lina?
Well, the latest we have from the Israeli ambulance service is that one person has been killed in a construction site in central Israel, rather in the greater Tel Aviv area. 2 others are in a critical condition. Now, according to Israeli authorities, Israeli police, they are looking at a suspected cluster warhead. They believe that the missile had fragmented and exploded in several areas after being intercepted. And they believe that these crash sites and impacts happened in 6 different locations, and that triggered the ambulances to go and find these injuries. Now, that in total raises the number of injured since the war in Iran started to more than 2,000. Around 100 of them are still in hospitals receiving treatment. And as of yesterday, we started seeing more and more pictures of attacks or attack sites in Israel, given that we didn't see that before because of the tight Israeli military censorship on these sites, on these locations, telling people not to share any videos that would show casualties or would show where the rockets landed or what they hit. And some are estimating that these are just minimal pictures that are being leaked or being shared to the media, but they believe that there's a lot happening, or at least there is some impact and damage happening in military sites and strategic sites, but that is not being disclosed by Israel. And we know that from previous wars that Israel has been involved in, that they don't share any information of the damage that has been caused specifically to critical sites.
Nina, what's been the reaction to this new supreme leader, the son of the old one, being brought in, I suppose, or appointed?
Well, the fact that he is the son of the late supreme leader that had been killed by a U.S.-Israeli strike on Tehran in the beginning of the war, according to Israelis, shows that the Iranian regime is still continuing on the same path. These are the remarks that we've gathered from Avi Dakhtar. He's a member of the Israeli cabinet. He's also a previous head of the Israeli security agency, Shin Bet. And he says that the Israeli army has been correct and has been right in cracking down on the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, and that they should continue to do so to weaken the regime and its systems. We've also heard from the Speaker of the Knesset, who shared a picture of late Hamas and Hezbollah leaders who have been killed in Israeli strikes, and they're saying that basically that is the fate that will be facing the successor of the late Khamenei. And we've seen these threats arise since yesterday, with the Israeli army officials and spokespersons saying that they will crack down and hunt down not just the next successor of the late supreme leader, but also anyone who appoints him. So these are the remarks of the Israelis. This is the rhetoric that Israel wants to establish in the region, continued threats to the Iranian regime, but also, as we've seen a few days ago, threats to the Lebanese government that if they don't disarm Hezbollah and do what the Israelis believe are their job to disarm Hezbollah, that they will pay a heavy price.
Nida Ibrahim there for us on the occupied West Bank. Right, Mohammed Damjoom's right here in Doha. And, well, the building's been shaking, Mohammed. And can you tell us about any attacks which are taking place? Because there's certainly been the thud and thud of, well, missile explosions.
Yeah, Rashad, in the last 5-6 minutes, we've heard what sounded like 6 or 7 explosions. Now, it's very cloudy here in Doha today, so we're not seeing any of the interceptions that typically you might be able to see if the sky were clear. It seems as though these are ballistic missiles that are being intercepted by the air defense systems here in Qatar. To that end, just about 7 minutes ago, there was the national alert system that rang on all of our phones, alerting us that the threat level was elevated. That typically happens before you hear the sound of those explosions caused by ballistic missiles being launched from Iran towards Qatar, being intercepted by the air defense systems here. In fact, just about 12 hours ago, 3:15 a.m. local time, you had the national alert system telling everybody in the country that the threat level was elevated. Then we heard about 10 or 11 explosions. That was the result of missiles being intercepted over the skies of Doha. And after that, then the threat level was decreased. It went back down to normal. It had been relatively calm here in Qatar since then. Just in the last, as I said, 7 or 8 minutes, again, the threat level raised. Those alarms going off on all of our mobile phones. As you said, you felt the building there shake where you are. We can certainly hear the explosions above us. We just don't see anything in the skies at this point, but we'll let you know if we get more information on that end. I should just mention also, when we're talking about what's been going on in Qatar, that Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani, gave an interview to a UK media outlet in which he talked about the current crisis. He expressed a deep sense of betrayal over the recent Iranian missile attacks. He emphasized the threat that these pose to regional stability. He said that Qatar had been working to support diplomatic efforts between the U.S. and Iran, but that Iran's, as he said it, miscalculation in attacking Gulf nations had destroyed everything. He also urged for more dialogue, for de-escalation measures to prevent further tensions and to ensure peace going forward in the Middle East. And let me just read you before I finish one quote from that interview in which the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister said, "Our message to the Iranians, they have to stop the attacks right away. It should stop instantly. What happened is really a huge shakeup for the trust and the relationship that we have with Iran. We will continue talking to the Iranians. We will continue trying to seek de-escalation." So that's what we heard from Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani, the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Qatar, at a time of real heightened concern about what happens if this does become a prolonged conflict. Rashad?
Yeah, and certainly those explosions overnight were quite something. But it does come across, doesn't it, not Mohammed, more Iranian attacks right across this region. And they're increasingly focusing on the energy side of things. And there was a big drone strike that hit Bahrain's, a Bahraini oil refinery. What more can you tell us? Because it seems like this was a pretty significant hit.
It is very significant, Rashad. Let me just walk our viewers through the sequence of events over the course of the last several hours when it comes to Bahrain. Of course, Bahrain has been targeted repeatedly by Iran over the course of the last several days since this conflict started. Now, the first thing we heard with regard to the latest attack on energy infrastructure in the region was that the Bahraini state oil company, Babco, had announced that there was a fire that had broken out at their refinery after an Iranian attack targeted that facility. That in itself was very significant. Then you had the National Communications Center updating everybody, saying that the fire had been contained at that facility in Ma'amir, but they said that material damage had been caused, but that there were no injuries or fatalities. After that, though, one of the things that's causing a lot of concern the last few hours is that the Bahraini state oil company, Babco, had declared force majeure with regards to its shipments after this attack. Now, of course, force majeure, that refers to when events are beyond a party or company's control, and they therefore then can't carry out their contractual obligations. All of this really causing more concern at a time when there are more attacks emanating from Iran targeting energy infrastructure and energy sites and oil refinery sites across this region. And I should add to that the fact that it was just a couple of days ago, I think it was 3 or 4 days ago actually, that Qatar Energy had said that they were going to stop production of liquefied natural gas and associated products, at least temporarily. And then Qatar Energy also declared force majeure to its affected buyers. So this is something that is really putting in stark relief the volatility that this region is now encountering. And that is something, of course, that is rippling out, causing great concern when it comes to energy markets, oil prices, gas prices. We've been talking about not just in the region, across the world, and really making people question what is going to happen next when it comes to all of this, and how much more worse might this potentially get, especially when it comes to the volatility in those oil markets and those prices going forward. Rashad?
Mohammed, thanks. So Jamjoom there, right here in Doha. Let's now bring in our guest. Zoreh Kharazmi is an associate professor at the University of Tehran. She's in the Iranian capital. And Abdullah Al-Aryan, he's an associate professor of history at Georgetown University right here in Qatar. And he's right here in the studio with me. Let's first of all get over to Tehran. And Zoreh, what is the reaction to the appointment of this new supreme leader? And what do we know about him, apart from him being the old supreme leader's son?
Actually, there is a narrow margin that is very much pro-Western, and they may be actually not be satisfied, not with Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, not anyone else, but the solid body and the huge supporters of the Islamic Republic got the news with high enthusiasm, and they understand it in a very symbolic way. Despite all the threats from the Israeli regime and the American regime that are very genocidal and coming from Epstein class, you know, but they understand that how Iran is firm in keeping on, and because it has the upper hand and the military side, so feeling to be confident, to have practicality in the Islamic Republic, and so it's interpreted that way.
Abdullah, I mean, it's a man who rarely appears in public. I mean, there's not much really known about him. I mean, he's touted as a radical, is he?
I mean, I think that's some of the narrative that we've been hearing outside of Iran. I think internally, he certainly seems to have commanded a degree of respect and approval from a number of the kind of governing institutions, whether it's the IRGC, whether it's the clerical class, from which he actually is kind of a mid-level member that hasn't achieved the status of Ayatollah. But it shows, I think, more a decision to signal continuity with the past, but also someone who's suffered personally.
Right, it certainly seems like continuity here in Doha right now, doesn't it?
Right. Well, given the ongoing strikes here, certainly, I think, we're not at the stage yet where we're seeing a kind of de-escalation. I do think that there might be some reason, maybe some cautious reason to assume that this might also signal a slight turning of the page, because now whenever you have a new leader ascend to this position, there's always something that could signal the possibility that he could also depart from prior policies or practices, things that the state was doing that may now shift in terms of the course of its strategy for the war going forward.
Sorry, is he somebody who is representing continuity, as Abdullah was saying here, or perhaps he may well be departing and be his own man? What's your take?
It can be a combination. I think that in continuity, for example, standing for the country's integrity, stability, revitalizing the resistance front. And as you see that all the regional allies have already just pledged allegiance to Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. So I think that it would be a revitalization and a new blood in the region, the resistance front. But at the same time, maybe changes. For example, I think that this emerged security paradigm that is the result and the outcome of this current war is a very advantage point of Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, and maybe a very serious shift and integration to China for the order, the energy order, and also commercial and economic collaborations would be much more fruitful.
Abdullah, I mean, the Islamic Revolution of 1979 overthrew a hereditary monarchy. Now, does a father-to-son succession here risk that whole Iranian revolutionary narrative?
I don't think so. I think there's too many crucial differences. Again, we're not talking about someone who maintains absolute power, despite what the narratives are around Iran, outside of Iran. I think there's a lot of kind of, oversimplification of the way that the state has been structured. The supreme leader is a powerful position, but it's not an absolutely, authority in terms of its being able to dictate everything. There are still a number of key power centers. And the supreme leader, in many ways, is someone who kind of helps navigate or coordinate across all of those different institutions in a way that was not certainly the case under the prior Shah's regime. I think in some ways, this is also being touted as kind of an exceptional measure, that this level of continuity, someone who also seems to have suffered personal loss. Not only was his father killed, but his wife, sister, his mother were all targeted in the initial Israeli strikes that killed his father. So there's also something of bringing the nation together around a kind of a common tragedy and a narrative of being the victim of this U.S.-Israeli onslaught that I think is helping at least to kind of close ranks, so to speak, for the next phases of this war.
Sorry, what does the son's appointment here tell us about the pressures within the regime? With Ali Larijani just the other day saying that they were united, the regime was united. Are they?
Sure. I think that during the power vacuum that the former supreme leader was martyred, and then choosing the new one had its own challenges. And during this time, you see that there was the military side was not affected at all, and even the political position was much firm. And this decentralized system of defense that was already examined in 2016, Lebanon and Hezbollah's war against Israel, now was a very ripe one, working well, and bringing a sort of upper hand in the military side and also in the political side. So, and when you're talking about the supreme leader here, is a sort of a strategic player to show that how the society toward what sort of direction should go. It's not a sort of unilateral diktats over others. So I think that this unity is high, and now you see that the political and the military officials all had pledged allegiance, and the people are gathering together in Engelab Square to indicate the same sense as well.
Abdullah, I mean, he's widely seen as a preferred candidate of the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard here. Does this perhaps signal a bigger influence that wing of the government plays looking ahead?
I think certainly in this moment, again, I mean, all of this, would already be extraordinary under normal conditions, right? That this is only the second transition to a supreme leader that we've seen in the history of the Islamic Republic. But to do so under the conditions of an existential war that is being waged against the government certainly shows that there's going to be far more influence and a kind of a leadership role being played by the institutions that are seen as being kind of the preservers of the integrity of its state and the defense of its nation, and the ability to kind of combat all of the kind of offensives that have been launched against it by the U.S. and Israel, and certainly any future course for diplomacy, particularly within the Gulf region.
Sarah, when you look at this, and you did touch on it earlier, what's been the public reaction? Because the Iranian society is, by all accounts, quite divided on what should happen next and what should have happened before.
Yeah, I missed the voice.
Sorry, I was just getting the reaction from the public. I think that you're having problems hearing me.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live.
I think that we
Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
Figures like Ali Larijani have really rallied around here. I suppose that's what you would expect here. Does this really suggest that Iran's political and clerical sides, if you will, are at the moment just closing ranks, I suppose, ultimately?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think we're seeing certainly, there's not really a sense of division across the different institutions of the state, the different positions that we've seen that have all spoken more or less with the same voice, even when we've had, supposed differences of opinion, whether we're talking about the president's apology in recent days to the Gulf states, followed by the resumption of strikes targeting, U.S. assets in the region. There still seemed to be at least a common logic that united this, which is the idea that Iran will continue to claim this right, that it wants to continue to be able to pursue these various options. Although I think there seems to be a little bit greater shift toward the idea of having a more diplomatic-based solution, in part through the open lines of communication, which remain open. Those conversations have been quite tense between Iranian officials and officials within various Gulf states, particularly as the strikes continue ongoing even up to this moment as we sit here and have felt it in the studio. But certainly, I think going forward, there's an understanding that this is really the only way out from this debacle. But a lot of that has to ultimately come down to the maximalist aims that have been suggested by the U.S. president. The fact that he does not see any solution other than what he calls unconditional surrender, which we've taken now to understand to mean not just the removal of the regime, but even the kind of the fracturing of the entire Iranian state and this dismantling.
We'll unpack all that, but let's just have a closer look at the Ayatollah new Ayatollah, Mujtaba Khamenei, and a bit more detail about him. Now, he's the second eldest son of Ali Khamenei. He's 56 years of age, and he's been a powerful figure behind the scenes in Iran. He's not held any formal position, but wields apparently immense influence. Mujtaba was in a top aide to his father and was seen as a gatekeeper to his office. He's also said to have had strong ties with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard and served in the IRGC Habib battalion during the 1980s war with Iraq. Well, Zora Kharazmi, those are the bare bones of what we know about him. And has, what I was asking you before, has the public at large reacted, or is it too early to tell, given how many divisions there are?
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12
Actually,
noon on
Iran
Truth
is a
Talks.
broad nation. It has different portions, different sorts of public opinion based on the classes, based on the ethnicities, based on the religions. But as a whole, the solid body that is supporting the Islamic Republic, particularly after war, you know, some people were just very much affected in recent years from the Iran International, Manoto, I don't know, some social media that was weaponized against Iran. And when they saw the reality of the United States targeting the civil places, the schools, the hospitals, they well understand that how having preserved the integrity of the country matters. So even, you know, I'm just teaching in university. I have some students that these days are planning that how they were against Ayatollah Khamenei, the former supreme leader, and now they are supporting Mujtaba Khamenei because they understood that Israelis and the Americans are coming from this genocidal background, and Iran is not a different case. So I think that the realities of war also opened the eyes, and it was absolutely opposite to what Trump liked to do.
Zora Kharazmi from the University of Iran, thank you so much for your time, and also Abdullah Alarian from Georgetown University right here.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court
Now,
TV.
like we've been
We're
reporting,
Truth
the conflict
Talks,
in Iran has
where
caused oil
facts
prices
matter.
to soar above
Subscribe
$100
now.
per barrel. It's also fueling uncertainty on stock markets. Petrol prices in Britain have been rising since the attack on Iran began a week ago. In February, the average price of petrol in the UK was about $1.65 a litre. A week ago, that's one day into the war, prices had climbed to around about $1.73, according to industry figures. Now averaging roughly $1.74, with diesel reaching even higher levels as oil markets react to the war. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the longer the conflict goes on, the greater the impact it'll have on British people and businesses, saying his government is working with international partners to ease the economic fallout.
A lot of people are going to begin to think, well, that's happening out in Iran and in the Gulf states, but I can sense it's going to affect me back here in the United Kingdom, particularly the economy. The longer this goes on, the more likely the potential for an impact on our economy, impact into the lives and households of everybody and every business. And our job is to get ahead of that, to look around the corner, assess the risk, monitor the risks, and work with others in relation to that.
We will get a reaction from Paris in just a moment, but first let's go to London. Richard Gaisford is there. Richard, Keir Starmer saying the longer this conflict goes on, the more likely the potential for an impact on the economy. Well, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? So what does it really mean for the economy and indeed for people?
Yeah, we're certainly seeing it at the pumps ourselves when you go to fill up your car with fuel. I think what we're seeing now is this government moving into crisis mode. Keir Starmer out at a community centre in London where you saw him speaking a little earlier, and that was really trying to calm nerves, focusing so much on this cost of living crisis that the government's been trying to tackle since it first came into power, and is now going to struggle even more than it has been with what looks to be a tidal wave of inflation on its way due to this conflict. Keir Starmer saying this morning that his Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, is on the phone daily now to the Governor of the Bank of England here, and they will be watching the money markets. And this morning, they really woke up to the reality of this conflict, the impact on businesses and the economy. And we saw the FTSE 100 share index fall 200 points, nearly 2%. It was worse in Germany. The DAX went down 2.3%. In France, the CAC went down 2.5%. And in London, could have been much, much worse than that. But the big oil companies, BP and Shell, their share prices actually went up, with investors seeing the potential for higher profits there. And with that in mind, that helped cushion some of the blow on that 100 leading shares here in the city. This market's now pricing in a potential interest rate rise because of that inflation. We'll expect a decision on that in the coming weeks and months from the Bank of England here. But that is going to make it more expensive for businesses to borrow, for homeowners to borrow if they were to go and get a new mortgage deal. And it's also becoming more expensive for governments to borrow money as well. UK government bonds have gone up. The rates risen quite dramatically since this crisis started. That makes day-to-day business for the government even more tricky than it has been.
Let's get it to Paris. Natasha Butler's there joining us live. G7 finance ministers set to discuss concerns about oil supply here. I think we've had President Emmanuel Macron discussing the possible use of strategic reserves as an option.
Well, that's right. As those oil prices surge, so does anxiety over a possible oil crisis. And that is why France, as the head of the rotating presidency of the G7, has called this emergency meeting of G7 finance ministers to discuss the situation with the head of the IEA, the International Energy Agency, Faith Birol. They are going to be talking about the situation and, of course, the impact on the war, on energy and, of course, on oil. And one of the possibilities and solutions they are looking at to try and ease the burden of these rising prices is the idea of releasing some of these emergency oil reserves. As you said, the French President Emmanuel Macron mentioned that this could be something that is employed as a tool by the members of the IEA. They would be overseeing the process, of course, and we're looking at perhaps about 20 to 30% of those emergency reserves are being used. So those are some of the things that those G7 finance ministers will be looking at. We're expecting to hear a statement from them in a short while.
Richard, I mean, how are people on the ground really at the moment looking at this conflict? What's the mood like? Is it a sense of this is a conflict long way away?
It is, and public polling is not in favour of the war, and people will be looking at the effects on their own personal situation. I mean, pretty much since the start of the decade, through COVID and then through the Ukraine crisis, there's been inflationary pressure, which has pushed prices up quite considerably. Food, fuel, energy, all of the key aspects to life. And this is going to be no different. One of the byproducts of the fuel industry is fertilizer. We're told there's now a shortage of that. That will push food prices up. The rise in fuel prices means delivery costs more expensive. So people will start to see not just the cost of the fuel at the pumps, but also their supermarket shop, so many other aspects of their life being affected by this. And of course, it's really not in our control at all. And the British government has been saying very much it stood at the side of this conflict, didn't want to get involved, didn't sit with its principles. But of course, everyone now paying the price.
Richard Gaisford, thank you. Natasha Butler in Paris, thanks also. Now, US officials say that a sharp rise in fuel prices resulting from the conflict with Iran will last only weeks. But American consumers are beginning to feel the pinch, with prices at the pump rising 19% since February. Now, last month, a gallon of regular gasoline, or just under 4 litres, cost an average of $2.89 across the country. A week ago, just as the war began, the price had risen to $2.98. And now gas prices have risen to $3.45 per gallon, or 91 cents per litre. That's up 47 cents since last week. Our White House correspondent is Kimberly Halkett, and she's live for us there. Kimberly, look, I mean, Donald Trump is saying, hey, it's a price worth paying. Would that alleviate the concerns about oil prices? Because Americans are very sensitive to that commodity.
Well, given the fact that the U.S. president was elected to bring down prices in terms of energy, this is not welcome news from American consumers. Hearing the U.S. president essentially making the case that this is short-term pain in order to ensure Iran never has a nuclear weapon, that does not console them, nor does it fuel their vehicles that they need to commute distances to get to work. And so I can tell you that the U.S. consumer is deeply unhappy. Already polls show that this is not a popular war by any stretch, and this is only compounding the anger among ordinary Americans. With crude jumping above $119 a barrel, that is almost 30 cents a gallon translating at the pump here in the United States. Now, U.S. officials are trying to reassure that this is just temporary, that when the conflict stabilizes, that things will get better. Having said that, that is also not making Americans happy, given the fact that Donald Trump promised to get the United States out of so-called endless wars, to not start another one, and yet has done the exact opposite. Very quickly, the U.S. Energy Secretary saying that these prices should fall within weeks, not months. But again, Americans are skeptical that the administration is being truthful.
Kimberly, thank you. Kimberly Halkett there for us outside the White House. Well, if you are just joining us, here's a look at the top stories we're tracking for you this hour. Iran's
Catch our
foreign
morning
ministry
news updates
spokesperson
every
has
day at
repeated
6 a.m.
Tehran's
to 12
position
noon
the
on
country
Truth
has a right to
Talks.
defend itself against the United States and Israeli attacks. He said the presence of U.S. military bases in the region is a cause of insecurity. He called on regional neighbors not to allow the
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Missile drone strikes continue to hit targets in the Gulf region. Qatar's defense ministry says its forces have intercepted missiles targeting the country. Fire broke out at Tababco oil refinery in Bahrain's capital, Manama, after a drone attack. A separate strike there injured 32 people. The price of crude oil has been fluctuating. At some point, it had soared past $110 a barrel for the first time since 2022. Now, fueled by the conflict in the Middle East, the prices have really shaken markets. Now, the surge in prices is being felt in all corners of the world. Asian markets continue to have volatility as this conflict rages on. Rob McBride reports from Kuala Lumpur.
As the oil price surged, stock markets in Asia plummeted. Worst affected were Asia's industrial giants, Japan and South Korea, that rely heavily on imported energy, with Tokyo's Nikkei index losing more than 5%. And South Korea's government putting a cap on domestic fuel prices for the first time in decades, trying to steady fraying nerves.
Given that it's difficult to predict how the situation will unfold, our government must prepare proactive measures with a heightened sense of urgency, keeping even the worst-case scenario in mind.
Asian oil producers like Malaysia and Indonesia have been shielded in part from the sudden rise in crude prices. But across the region, there are fears about the effects of this conflict on interconnected economies and industries. With the ripples of this war spreading far beyond the Middle East, there are growing concerns about the wider impact, such as on Asia's high-tech manufacturing sector. And then for everyone is the looming fear of inflation.
And certainly economic growth will slow and the inflation will pick up. And this is the worst case scenario we saw when the U.S. and Israel started to attack Iran. And everything is getting out of control now.
And should the oil price stubbornly remain above the $100 mark, the question seems to be how economic damage and higher prices for ordinary consumers can be averted. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Kuala Lumpur.
Now, even before Monday's surge in oil prices, Pakistan's government had raised the cost of petrol, leading to long queues at the pump and increased transport costs. 80% of its imported fuel comes from the Gulf. Kamal Haider reports from Islamabad.
The ripples of the conflict in the Middle East are already being felt here in Pakistan. The government has decided to raise the price of petroleum products by 55 rupees a litre. That is a 20% increase in prices of petroleum products in a country which is already struggling with its economic recovery. People, of course, have criticized the move, saying that this is totally unwarranted. Pakistan, of course, has seen many crises before, but because it imports 80% of its fuel and petroleum products from the Persian Gulf, it is completely reliant on exports through the Straits of Hormuz. And with that closed, the likelihood that the prices of fuel can go even higher is a worry that most Pakistanis are right now concerned about. That, of course, also means transportation prices are going up. And that, of course, is now cascading down into consumer products because it costs more to transport essential goods from one part of the country to the other. The government is also mulling over plans to have online classes and to work from home protocols introduced in order to save energy. This is a crisis that is not likely to go away until there is a settlement of the crisis in the Middle East. And with the threat of the oil prices going beyond $200 a barrel, that is a prospect Pakistan can ill afford. Kamal Haider, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Torbjörn Saltvedt is a Middle East and North Africa analyst at a risk intelligence company, Verisk Maplecroft, and he joins us now from Edinburgh. Thank you so much for joining us, Torbjörn. What are we talking here in terms of disruption?
Well, in terms of disruption, we've already seen we're now into the second week of the conflict, and this is not just something that is affecting the wider region, not just the countries that have been directly impacted by the conflict. We're seeing that the global ripple effects are amplifying and widening daily. And of course, this is a region that normally sends out about 20 million barrels per day, around 20% of global demand, a similar share for LNG. And then you have all the other kind of critical components for global supply chains, chemicals, fertilizers, and a lot of other industrial inputs. And so in terms of the disruption, it's not just within the region that we're seeing that companies are having to declare force majeure. It's also in the wider region, and especially in Asia, as we've just heard, a region that's very, very dependent on imports of energy from the region, but also chemicals and other products. We're starting to see companies having to shut down production and companies that aren't able to fulfill their orders because of these shortages that we're seeing in the region.
Torbjörn, the thing is, it's easy to switch the off button on or press the off button. It's much harder to actually put the on button on for the closing facilities that you were just mentioning here as well. So what does this mean for supply in the months to come, even if we have, let's say, a short conflict from here?
Yeah, that's absolutely a key point. So time is really crucial. And I think we've already kind of reached the point where even in the best case scenario, if we were to start to move towards some kind of negotiations, some kind of ceasefire, as you say, the extent of the disruption that's happened so far means that the effects of this is going to be with us, with the world for some time. And so there's sort of many factors that come into this. On the one hand, we've had direct physical damage inflicted on ports, on processing facilities, on export terminals, on refineries. And so repairing that damage is going to take time. Then we're also seeing that a lot of producers now are essentially having to shut in production, something that we've seen especially in Iraq, increasingly in Kuwait as well. And the problem here is that as storage fills up and that storage can't be loaded onto tankers and exported, the fields themselves are having to shut down production. And as you say, it's similar for a lot of the gas facilities in the region. Once a decision is taken to shut those down, getting them back up and running again is going to take weeks. Then you also have the challenge of clearing the backlog in the Strait of Hormuz. So working through all of this is already looking like it's going to take a number of weeks. And for each day that goes by, the more production we see shut in, the more force majeure we see declared, the longer it's going to take to get back towards some kind of normality.
Yeah, and Torbjörn, okay, so we're expecting probably these gas and oil prices to be elevated for quite a while. And, with the oil at the moment, WTI, I think, is above $100 a barrel. The thing is it not pricing enough risk into this? Do you think more needs to be priced in, as this perhaps has repercussions for months down the line?
Yes, it does look that way. And one thing that's absolutely clear is that the risk of this type of conflict was certainly underpriced before the conflict started. I think the pace with which Iran retaliated against regional oil and gas infrastructure, that was something that caught everyone off guard. So as we look ahead now, it is very uncertain. It's a very live, dynamic situation, and we're constantly in this pattern now of Iran still being able to target infrastructure. As long as that is the case, then there is always the possibility that we see facilities that haven't been targeted so far being targeted and causing other types of disruption. And one of the main concerns at the moment is if we were to see targets directed at some of the alternative routes to the Strait of Hormuz. So Saudi Arabia's east-west pipeline, that is where we could start to see an even bigger impact if we see further escalation from what we've seen so far.
Very quickly, Torbjörn. So you mentioned that perhaps a lot of this was underpriced going into it. The thing is, isn't that to go to a much deeper subject, which is that geopolitics and investors have become much more sanguine towards geopolitical events. Why is that the case? Very quickly.
Yeah, no, it's a good question because when we look at the data, I mean, we have quite rigorous data on conflict globally, and if you look back over the 5 or 6 years, what we see is that we've seen in terms of the territory around the world that's impacted by conflict is almost doubled in those years. And if you look at assets that an investor holds around the world, we see a steady increase in the number of assets that are directly impacted and threatened by conflict. So the trend is very much that conflict is becoming a bigger problem. So I think geopolitics is going to be very much in the center of investors' minds going forward. That's not going to change, and this conflict is clearly just amplifying a trend towards conflict having more of an impact on global supply chains and investment around the world.
Thank you so much, says Torbjörn Soltvedt from Verenigd Maplecroft, joining us from Edinburgh. Well, let's go from Edinburgh right here to Doha, where Mohammed Jamjoom is with us. Well, we were coming under attack 40 minutes ago. What's the latest right now, Mohammed?
Yeah, that's right. At the top of the hour, Rashad, we had that national alert that came in saying that the security threat was elevated. Then we heard about 6 or 7 bangs, explosions. And then there was a statement that was issued from the Ministry of Defense in Qatar saying that there had been missiles emanating from Iran that had been intercepted over the skies of Qatar. Now, in the last 15, 20 minutes, there has been an update from the alert system saying that the threat has been eliminated, that things have gone back to normal. But all of this really showcasing just how volatile the situation remains. As you and I were talking about just a few minutes ago, it was just about 12 hours ago that you had another volley of missiles that were launched towards Qatar that were intercepted by the air defense systems. The threat level was elevated around 3:15 this morning. Then around 3:30 this morning, it was decreased and went back to normal. Just in the last 40 minutes, the same pattern happened again. All of this coming on a day when Iran, attacked multiple countries across the Gulf, including Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, all of those coming up with statements as to how many missiles and drones that they intercepted in the course of the day. Now, I should just mention one other thing. There was an interview that was given by the Qatari Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani. He gave it to a UK media outlet today. And one of the things he said was that he expressed a deep sense of betrayal over the recent Iranian missile attacks, and he emphasized the threat that all of this poses to regional stability. Rashad?
Thanks, Mohammed Jamjoom, right here in Doha. At least 1,255 people have been killed in Iran since Israel and the United States launched joint strikes. Earlier, my colleague Foliba Thibault spoke to Dr. Ali Jahrani. He is Iran's deputy health minister, about the casualties and the damage to his country's healthcare facilities.
Most of these 1,255 people who were killed are not military. They are civilians. They're living in their homes or their workplace, and they are injured by the attacks because many parts of the cities are attacked. Not all are military bases. There are some in neighborhoods, and most of these people are not military. Most of them are civil people.
Are hospitals in Iran right now, whether in the capital Tehran or elsewhere, are they able to treat the injured people?
Yeah, all of our hospitals are working, except that 29 hospitals that are damaged and could not work anymore. But the other hospitals are serving the people. My colleagues in all around the country are at their work, and they are covering every need, every emergency need that is needed. And also in many cities, some elective surgeries are going on, and the health service both in primary health care and in the hospitals, are active now.
The injuries that people have sustained, what type of injuries are they? And you know, what have people died of in these attacks?
Most of the people who have died, you know, are from the explosion itself. But the injured people who are transferred to our facilities mostly have two types of injuries. One is the burns, and the other one is the crash injuries. So this is the main reasons for the injuring people in the country, and according to the attacks.
We saw a thick plume of black smoke over Tehran on Sunday after an oil refinery was attacked. What impact is that having on the population, on the population's health?
On Saturday night, we had 3 strikes in 3 corners of the Tehran. You know, the Tehran is a city of 9-10 million population. And on the Sunday morning, the sky was black. And there was acid rain in Tehran. That may cause some respiratory problems for those, especially those who are at risk, like elderly and kids. And the whole city was dark till the afternoon yesterday. It also have some bad effect on the soil, because this acid rain will go to the soil and makes this polluted. Still, there is the huge dark cloud from these 3 corners in the city. And this is not a military, as you know, this is not a military target to be attacked.
Well, so what recommendations are you making to citizens as a result of this pollution?
The main recommendation was that everybody who cannot, who is, it is possible for them to stay at home, closing the, all of the windows. And if they have to go out of the home, they use masks. And those who are at risk do not do that, and until the pollution is clear from the sky.
Deputy Minister, how well prepared is Iran's health infrastructure, its health facilities, if this conflict drags on and the casualties continue to rise?
I think our, health system is as enough strong as is needed for the country's needs. And we have a very good structure of health system across the country. We have medical universities who cover both health and education. So in each province, we have the system by itself is working independently if needed. And the Ministry of Health is, supporting them and covering all of the needs. We are trying to, to have drugs and medical equipments in spite of the severe sanctions against our country, which makes some problems, but still we are working with that. And we have the way to import what is needed from outside. Our pharmaceutical companies are working. They are producing the drugs that is needed for the country. So I think we have as much resilience as we need for these attacks if it's be longer, but I hope that would not be so.
While airspace over much of the Gulf region remains closed, some airlines have started operating a few flights to help people get to their destinations. Kuwait Airways is operating a pared-down flight schedule to help stranded passengers. Zain Basravi reports from Doha.
It is the early morning hours here in Doha. The sun is just coming up, and only a few hours ago, there was another missile attack on Doha. It was intercepted by Qatari air defenses, but it was loud, it was scary, and it was one of those morning attacks that people here have been waking up to consistently for the past week or so, with very little give. But what we're seeing now is after the all-clear has been given, here, passengers who have been stranded since the war began for over a week now are beginning to come in and check in for relief flights to be able to leave the country. At Hamad International Airport, every counter right now has someone there checking in to try to get on a flight to try to get out of here. And this is what clearing a backlog of thousands of air travelers looks like.
I'm from Australia. I'm traveling to South Africa today. There aren't that many options for where you can fly out to. There's only a couple locations, so you kind of take what you can get. Being here has been really tense. I mean, basically for the entire week, every day we've heard explosions, sometimes loud enough that the windows were shaking. Just when you thought it had stopped, I mean, just a couple of hours ago, we heard some of the loudest explosions that we've heard since this thing begun.
The airport's security apparatus has multiple meetings a day with the Qatar Civil Aviation Authority, and their job is to determine whether or not the airspace is safe enough to fly or not. Now, the priority is to get people back on planes, but as always with air travel, safety comes first.
Now, it's not all smooth sailing. Full planes and overbooking do appear to be causing problems.
I thought today I stayed with my husband. I finally know. I don't know. It's so difficult. If I can go, just tell me, no, don't fly for you. Stay in a hotel. No, move for nothing. Spend hours with him is so difficult, and this, I'm pregnant, and all the situation. It's annoying. It's so annoying. And this morning, I listen again, bombing. Why? What happened? What is going on?
But passengers who need help are being identified and solutions are being offered.
The best part of visiting the Gulf Arab region, cities like Doha, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, has always been how safe these places are. There's ease of travel, freedom of movement. These are places that connect people, and what the war has done has severed those connections. And now trying to get flights back up in the air, even in the midst of ongoing risks. With every flight that lands, with every flight that takes off, it carries a little bit of hope that things can get back to normal in the region as soon as possible. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, at the Hamad International Airport in Doha.
A funeral has been held for 2 officers from Kuwait's Interior Ministry. The ministry says the officers were killed while performing their duties, but it did not provide details about the circumstances of their deaths. Kuwait has been intercepting drones and missiles and has told Iraq that some attacks originated from Iraqi territory. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron has arrived in Cyprus to discuss regional security following recent drone incursions on the island. Macron will meet both the Cypriot president and the Greek prime minister. France also deployed warships to the Mediterranean as the US-Israeli war against Iran enters its 2nd week. Tehran has denied responsibility for the drone incidents. Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut. The Israeli army says it was targeting buildings housing a financial institution used by Hezbollah. The Lebanese government says Israeli strikes have killed nearly 400 people over the past week. More than 500,000 people have been displaced. Zaina Khoda reports from Beirut.
The Israeli military issued a warning approximately 2 hours ago saying that they intend to target every branch of Qard al-Hassan, which is a financial institution affiliated with Hezbollah in the Beirut area. They've already carried out a number of strikes in Beirut's southern suburbs. That's an area empty of residents now because of evacuation orders issued last week, forcing the hundreds of thousands of people to live. Where we are now is in the center of Beirut, Beirut proper, in one of those neighborhoods, Nuwairi, a residential neighborhood where people live and where there are businesses and shops. The building housing Qard al-Hassan is a mere few hundred meters from where we are standing here. You see in the distance, the road has been closed. Security has closed roads, diverting traffic, making sure that people are not close to the building in the event of an Israeli strike. In the past few minutes, we did hear Israeli drones overhead. We even heard Israeli planes flying overhead. It is not clear if this particular branch is going to be hit, but people here are not taking any chances.
Let's take a look now at the day's other news. And the trial of Istanbul's jailed mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, has begun in Turkey. He's accused of corruption in a case critics say is politically motivated. İmamoğlu has widely been seen as a challenger to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He was jailed last year on the day he was named the presidential candidate of the main opposition CHP party. İmamoğlu and his party have denied the corruption charges, which carry prison sentences amounting to hundreds of years. Scotland's busiest railway station in Glasgow has been forced to close following a major blaze on Sunday that spread from a nearby electronic cigarette shop. The fire damaged part of the 19th century building. All services have been suspended. Britain's National Rail says there's no estimate on the time when the station will reopen. At least 5 people have died after a landfill collapse in Indonesia. Rescuers are still searching for 4 missing people. The large pile of garbage was dislodged by heavy rain outside of the town or the capital, Jakarta. The 4 who are missing are believed to have been truck drivers and scavengers. More than 200 rescuers have been deployed, along with 17 excavators to search through the debris. Ivory Coast and Ghana produce about half of the world's cocoa beans, but this year they have struggled to sell their crop and pay farmers. And that's due to ample global harvest, lowering prices, and falling demand from chocolate makers. Catherine Soy has this.
In Ivory Coast, Marie Bruce says she's had a good harvest of cocoa, mostly used to make chocolate. She's expecting to sell it through her cooperative at a price set at the beginning of the planting season in October. But wild cocoa prices have lost nearly 3/4 of their value in the last year. And Bru and other farmers worry this could cut into their earnings.
It hurts us when the buyers say the price is too high. When the price was announced, we were happy, we celebrated. But when the buyers say it's too expensive and badly priced, it worries us. We don't know how things will end.
Demand fell partly because of prices in Ivory Coast and neighboring Ghana, the world's largest cocoa exporters. Traders in the international market say the price set is too high, about $2,000 per metric ton, higher than the current market price. So they have stopped buying from the region. Some chocolate makers are also switching to other non-cocoa additives and alternative fats that offer healthier options. As a result, farming cooperatives say they don't have enough money to pay farmers.
We need to revise the price-setting system. Currently, there is a fixed price system which can be difficult to implement. We propose a structured system with a floor price. If there is a negative shock, prices should fall below 20%. Likewise, if prices increase, they can be adjusted upward.
Economists are also worried.
Beyond the liquidity problem, there are also storage costs. Since November, December, January, February, it's almost 4 months now that we've been holding stock. We had promised to deliver cocoa payments by now, but we cannot honor that.
But in the meantime, Bru and other farmers like her say that until cocoa prices are adjusted, they just want to earn enough to pay their bills and take care of their families. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera.
Hello, everybody. I'm Rashad Salamat. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran. The time, 1300 GMT.
Catch our morning
Iran
news
says it's
updates
not
every
willing
day
to
at
take
6
part in
a.m.
any
to
talks
12
as long
noon
as
on
the
Truth Talks.
US-Israeli attacks continue. And that's a day after picking a new
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
You're watching morning news on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
And a barrage of Iranian missiles target central Israel. At least one person is killed.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
It is 1300 GMT, as I said, and we have the latest developments in the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran that spread to large parts of the Middle East and threatens global fuel supplies. Now, we have correspondents in Doha, Ramallah, London, and Paris. First, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says the U.S. wants to divide the country and take control of its riches. Speaking at a news conference in Tehran, Ismail Baghei accused the U.S. of torpedoing diplomacy and said there's no point discussing a ceasefire while attacks continue.
Their plan is very clear. They aim to partition our country to take illegal possession of our oil riches. Even before the US and Zionist entities' belligerent acts started, we were fully engaged in diplomatic efforts and many rounds of talks. They're doing all they can in order to provide justification for their crimes. Their objective is to violate our sovereignty, defeat our people, and undermine our humanity. All these facts are quite clear, and we don't have to elaborate. On the very first day, they targeted the residential area of the supreme leader, where he, together with a number of military leaders, were killed. After that, they assaulted Al-Minab school, killing innocent students.
Now his comments come a day after a new supreme leader was picked. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei is the son of the late supreme leader who was assassinated in a US-Israeli airstrike more than a week ago. US President Donald Trump has said he's not happy about it. His administration has been pushing to be involved in the selection of a new leader. Well, there have also been Iranian attacks on Israel. Emergency services say one person was killed and 2 people injured in central Israel. Iran is continuing its retaliatory strikes after the US and Israel launched their attack 10 days ago. Meanwhile, Iranian drones and missiles continue to target countries across the Gulf region. In Bahrain, a fire broke out after a drone struck the country's main oil refinery. The facility is crucial for its energy sector. And Qatar's defense ministry says its forces have intercepted missiles targeting the country. Numarode is live for us from Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Now, have these Iranian attacks over Israel intensified? And what's been going on at the moment? What have you been seeing about the situation today, Nur?
Well, let's just start by updating the number of casualties. 2 people are now confirmed dead from the last volley of Iranian missiles on Israel's central area, the larger Tel Aviv area, and several others were injured. We also heard from the Israeli electricity company talking about repairing some of the grids because there are now damages to the electricity grid in that area and some disruptions in electricity service. We've seen an increase in those volleys from Iran, about 11 in the past 12 or so hours, and the type of missiles that are used are different. I mean, we're not military experts, but I can tell you this, in Ramallah, far from Tel Aviv, the sound that these missiles make, the sounds that impact from interceptors make is much different. Homes here in Ramallah, far from Tel Aviv, shake when these volleys pass by and when there are attempts to intercept them. And those attempts have not been entirely successful because some of the missiles have several warheads inside the missile. So they split and splinter, covering a wide area and causing a lot of property damage.
No, what's been the reaction over there to the appointment of a new supreme leader of Iran?
Well, Israel had preempted the naming of the new supreme leader by saying that it will assassinate whoever replaces the late Ali Khamenei, and this is not going to be any different. The commentary was that now that we know who the new supreme leader is, then Iran has to prepare for calling him the late supreme leader. The intent, the goal of Israel has been declared by the Israeli prime minister. It is to topple the regime, to topple the government, to change Iran, not just to change the government, but to change the nature, the policy of that government, to have an Iran that is friendly to Israel, and so to end the Islamic revolution, so to speak, to end the Islamic Republic once and for all, because in the words of several officials, this is a chance that will not repeat.
Noor, thank you. Noor, they're joining us from Ramallah. Well, let's go from there right to what is going on here. Laura Khan's here in Doha. Laura, it was about an hour ago when we came under attack here in the Qatari capital. What can you tell us?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we got what we usually have are the warnings on our phones. We hear these kind of sirens coming off the phones. That was around an hour ago, just warning people to take shelter, that there's an imminent threat. We then heard around 6 or 7 bangs. As you can see, it's quite a cloudy day here, so we couldn't see the usual puffs of smoke from the sky. And about 15 minutes later, that was then declared essentially an elimination of the threat. So it's an end of the threat and people can go about their day. And it's not the first. We received one around 12 hours before that. again, a repeat in the early hours of the morning. There was a missile threat on our phones. The Ministry of Defense said it had intercepted a number of missiles, and then around 15 minutes later, that had been eliminated. And it's not just here. This has been in Saudi Arabia, near a major oil and gas field there, just not far from the border with the United Arab Emirates, also Kuwait and Bahrain. And Bahrain, very important, the Babco oil refinery was essentially hit, they'd said, with a drone strike. The refinery had caught on fire, and then the information ministry essentially said that they had put the fire out. It is under control, but they have declared a force majeure. And this is essentially due to unforeseen circumstances when something happens and they have clients relying on them as they do from east to west. It's a major oil refinery in the Amir area. They can then detangle themselves from these contractual obligations. So they're not the first. Qatar Energy did the same with its LNG, its liquefied natural gas, just a few days before when there was a strike against its Ras Laffan energy complex. So essentially it was preventing themselves or allowing themselves to detangle themselves from these obligations with their clients, while saying their clients are important, but the personnel working there are more so.
Laura, thank you. Noor Khan, right here in Doha. Now, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson also repeated that Iran's position that the country has a right to defend itself against the US-Israeli attacks. He also had this message for Iran's regional neighbors.
During the past few days, it has become clear that the presence of the US military in the region was never a reason for peace or stability within the region. On the contrary, it is a direct cause of insecurity, instability, and above all, disputes among the regional countries. History will remember that during the holy month of Ramadan, the territories of many of the neighboring Arab and Muslim countries were used to initiate attacks against an Islamic country, which is Iran. The United States turned a blind eye to the interests of these countries. All they are aiming to achieve is to serve the interests of the Zionist entity without any respect for the stability and security of these regional countries, and I hope that those countries have learned the lesson. At the same time, we request the neighboring countries not to allow the territories to be used by the United States or the Zionist entity to initiate any assaults on Iran.
So we are joined now by Zora Kharazmi, an associate professor at the University of Tehran. She is there. And Abdullah Al-Aryan, he is an associate professor of history at Georgetown University here in Qatar, and he's right here in the studio. Let's start off with Zora. Zora, what's been the mood on the ground? How have people received the news of the appointment of a new supreme leader?
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks,
the
where facts matter.
majority feeling
Subscribe
this pain
now.
of war and understanding that how important is being powerful from inside. So are rolling around the flag and also are feeling confident and not being intimidated by the Israeli threats, for example, to choose the next leader. And the next leader is expected even to have new trends in foreign policy, for example, and also in domestic developments, both in economic term and also in the defensive term. Maybe a big shift would be toward China. I think that the United States is not losing this war to Iran, but also to China, because a new security paradigm has emerged in south of Iran that is very vital for the global markets. That I think that brings a sort of shift, a new regime there. And also about the defense systems and capabilities. I think much more people are now supporting having ICBMs and even nuclear weapons for the deterrence. And Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei is expected even to change some fatwas or just have much more concentration on these issues.
Abdullah, with a new supreme leader, will that bring more discipline to Iran's messaging, perhaps? I mean, we had the president day before yesterday apologizing to Gulf states, and then we had fresh strikes immediately afterwards. This raised questions whether the government was in charge or the Revolutionary Guard.
Well, I mean, I think that was also a product of the response that came. I think the idea of, issuing any kind of statement that would project weakness rather than an attempt to shift back to diplomacy is what it was read as, I think, particularly coming from the United States, in which the US president said that this was a mark of surrender. And so then Iran had to abandon that possible shift. But now I think there is yet another opportunity, given the fact that you have the ascension of a new supreme leader, in part to turn the page. In particular, I think with respect to the relations between the GCC states and Iran, to see whether there's an opportunity to go beyond the kind of retaliatory strikes that we've seen and maybe shift focus a little bit more on finding ways to end the US and Israeli war that's been waged on Iran.
Okay, I mean, the other thing here, Abdullah, is that, he was the preferred candidate of the Revolutionary Guards. Let's not lose sight of that. So does that show that they are pretty much dominant and absolutely in the ascendancy when it comes to the governing administration there of the Islamic Republic?
Well, I think under normal conditions, we know that their influence is always strong. But I think you add to that the sense of crisis that exists currently as the US and Israel have unleashed what they've referred to themselves as a regime change war, right? That this has become a war with maximalist aims. It's no longer simply about a nuclear weapons program or about Iran's proxies or its policies within the region. This is about dismantling the state as it currently exists and has existed for nearly 5 decades. And as a result, you're seeing a far more defensive posture, and certainly one that's taking this threat seriously, given what we've seen in terms of the massive carpet bombing of major Iranian cities, and now even the targeting of its oil infrastructure, that it would be natural, I think, for any state in this regard to turn over a lot of the leadership to, the kinds of institutions that are tasked with defending the country against foreign threats.
Zora, could appointing the leader's son, Supreme Leader's son, as the new Supreme Leader deepen the anger that many people there do feel about the whole Islamic Republic?
Yeah, there is a fraction that very much are under the effects on, cultural and psychological and cognitive warfare against Iran that is for many years is running through the satellite channels, through the social media that is well weaponized against Iran. And they are very much relying on the West still. And however, some of them also changed, seeing the reality and the real politics during the war. But these people not being dissatisfied with Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, but I think that if you replace this name with any other names, they are not going to be satisfied. They are very much dependent, just in thinking, like, for example, some native informants as well abroad that are shaping and constructing a wrong portrayal of the Iranian mindset. So it's a very narrow fraction, I think.
Abdullah, Israelis have said they will target the next leader. He's number one for elimination. If they do that, it's not going to make things better, is it? But is that something that Israel would like, to deepen the conflict even more?
Well, certainly, I think from the Israeli perspective, this has always been the strategy of attempting to destabilize by virtue of simply killing leaders. Again, we have to acknowledge, going back to even any reference to international law, that these are considered war crimes, right? That targeting heads of state is generally not assumed or allowed in any kind of conflict, as we've seen historically. But there have been no red lines in terms of the way that Israel has conducted itself, both in what we've seen in Gaza and Lebanon, and certainly within Iran as well. I think one of the things that the last week has taught us, though, is the fact that even the killing of the supreme leader is not enough to destabilize Iran enough to where it's going to achieve the political aim. So whereas it might offer some kind of token symbolic victory from the standpoint of the US and Israel, it's certainly not enough to actually shake things up to the degree that they were expecting, where this was meant to destabilize and then, have millions of supporters of this US bombing campaign in the streets to overturn or overthrow this government. Instead, we've actually seen the closing of ranks, and we've seen institutions that have been built to withstand this sort of external pressure for many decades function as they were designed to do. And so in that sense, I think there's more likelihood that we see a different kind of strategy coming in from this US war, particularly even the possibility of ground forces that has been at least mentioned a few times in recent days.
Abdullah, thank you so much, Abdullah Al-Arian, Associate Professor of History at Georgetown University here in Qatar. And also our thanks go to Zora Kharazmi, who is an Associate Professor at the University of Tehran. Well, global oil prices have surged to their highest level since 2022 in the wake of the Iran war. Oil prices shook Asian markets this week. Brent crude was $72 per barrel in February, and it rose to $79 on the 1st of March, and that's one day into the war. It has now surged past the $100 mark. In the US, WTI, or West Texas Intermediary, was $68 per barrel in February, climbing to $74 and now stands at $117. European markets mirrored the global trend. Brent and WTI were $72 and $68 a barrel in February, rising to $79 and $70 on March the 1st. And today, Brent and WTI crude around about 118 to 117, respectively. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the longer the conflict goes on, the greater the impact it'll have on British people and businesses. He says the government is working with international partners to ease the economic fallout.
A lot of people are going to begin to think, well, that's happening out in Iran and in the Gulf states, but I can sense it's going to affect me back here in the United Kingdom, particularly the economy. The longer this goes on, the more likely the potential for an impact on our economy, impact into the lives and households of everybody and every business. And our job is to get ahead of that, to look around the corner, assess the risk, monitor the risks, and work with others in relation to that.
Well, we'll be getting a reaction from Paris in just a moment, but let's get over now to London, where Richard Gaisford is. And Richard, it's pretty obvious what Keir Starmer said. But, I mean, the thing is, how are people on the ground taking it all? And did he say any more?
Well, certainly he has said that he will do everything he can to try and offset the impact, certainly in terms of the cost of living crisis. He was at a community centre in London giving that statement a little earlier, part of a reassurance exercise, if you like, the government moving into crisis mode. We are expecting to hear from Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, a little later in Parliament. She will be giving an urgent statement to the House on the country's financial position regarding this conflict. We'll also hear from the Defence Secretary in the same session. He's under some severe pressure at the moment for having not managed to actually get a warship to have left British waters heading down towards the Middle East. But it is the financial markets that have had all the attention this morning. They are really waking up, it seems, to the impact of this crisis as it goes well into its second week. And what we've seen in London was a fairly dramatic fall of nearly 2%. That's now recovered slightly to the FTSE 100 share index being down 1.1%. In Germany, the DAX index now down 1.5%. And in France, the CAC index down 1.9%. And here in London, we're being told, actually, things could have been quite a bit worse. But because those big oil companies like BP and Shell are in the FTSE 100, their prices actually went up, people seeing a bit more profit coming from these higher oil revenues that are likely to come in the coming weeks and months. For governments, though, it's a bit of a problem, and we might hear more about that from Rachel Reeves later, because the cost of government bonds, the rates on them has risen quite dramatically. So borrowing money for government's more expensive, and borrowing money for all of us here in the UK likely to get more expensive too. We're told that the markets are now pricing in an interest rate rise that would come from here at the Bank of England in the coming weeks and months. That would make mortgages and business loans more expensive.
Hold that thought. Let's get to Natasha Butler in Paris. Emmanuel Macron has been really addressing people in Cyprus, but before that, he was talking about the use of strategic reserves among the G7 countries here to alleviate and perhaps alleviate some of those concerns about oil supply.
Yeah, that's right, because as those oil prices rise, so do those concerns over oil supply and the idea, the possibility of a full-blown oil crisis. That is why there is a G7 meeting of finance ministers. It was called by France. France has currently the rotating presidency of the G7, which is why you heard from the French president there a little bit earlier talking about the possibility of tapping into some of those extra oil reserves. Now, those G7 finance ministers are also meeting with the head of the International Energy Agency. They're going to be talking about the impact of the war. Of course, they're going to be talking about energy. And of course, they're going to be talking about whether or not they should be looking at releasing some of those oil reserves, as the French president has suggested they might do. What we understand is we could be looking at about 20 to 30% of those oil reserves being released to try and at least alleviate some of the impact of the war on those oil supplies. Look, here in France, the French government is urging people not to panic, consumers, the public, because of course everyone is looking at this conflict and what is happening, and they're wondering how it's going to affect them. And here we're actually at a petrol station. You can probably see the petrol pump behind me. We've been talking to people filling up their cars, and what they are saying is that, look, they're not worried too much now, but they've seen that the price of petrol is going up. They're coming each day to put more petrol in their car, because they're worried in a week's time, maybe those prices will simply be too high for those people who need their vehicles.
Richard, the thing here is we've had Keir Starmer trying to walk a very fine tightrope between perhaps holding up British values and saying they don't want to get involved in this conflict, and then we've had him having to take a tirade of abuse from Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's as you say, it is a very difficult balancing act he's been trying to make, the Prime Minister. Certainly, he stood on a point of principle in not getting involved early on in this crisis and questioned the legality of it. And in his mind is, I think, trying to work out just what the outcome is going to be and whether the Americans do have an end game or not. But the effects of it are certainly being felt here in the same way that Natasha is seeing price rises going up on the pumps in Paris. We're seeing that. No panic buying here in the UK.
Okay, this is we're going live to Washington, D.C. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is speaking.
Both to offer our thoughts, our prayers, and our condolences, and to honor the families of those who have fallen, the 7 Americans who have lost their lives in the initial hours of this operation. Incredibly brave Americans, and you saw 6 of them dignified return over the weekend. And we all are in awe of their service, of their bravery, of their courage. And our hearts and our support extend out to their families in this very difficult moment and the families of these incredible heroes. And heroic things are happening all the time, some of which will never make it to the headlines. But American men and women in uniform are conducting an extraordinary mission with extraordinary efficacy and efficiency and impact. The goals of this mission are clear, and it's important to continue to remind the American people of why it is that the greatest military in the history of the world is engaged in this operation. It is to destroy the ability of this regime to launch missiles, both by destroying their missiles and their launchers, destroy the factories that make these missiles, and destroy their Navy. I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that. And we are well on our way to achieving that objective every single day with overwhelming force, with overwhelming precision. The military, the United States military, the men and women in uniform are conducting an extraordinary operation. There are not a lot of cameras down there covering what they're doing, as opposed to some of the other images that you may see from some of the cities and capitals nearby. But I want everyone to know your military is getting the job done. And every single day, this regime in Iran has less missiles, has less launchers, their factories work less, and their Navy is being eviscerated. And the world is going to be a safer and a better place when this mission is accomplished. And we... Now, we are here today, obviously, on something that touches right on Iran, but I think, unfortunately, it's not just limited to Iran. And we're here on the 3rd U.S. hostage and wrongful detainee day, and it's a day that exists because families and loved ones families refuse to let their loved ones be forgotten. We have this day to celebrate those who returned, to honor those who perished in captivity, and commit to returning those who are still in detention and holding also the perpetrators of this accountable. Last year marked 10 years of what they call SPIHA and the hostage recovery fusion cell. These were entities that were
Indeed, we have Secretary of State Marco Rubio just sending condolences to the families of the 6 and now 7 servicemen who have been killed in Kuwait in this conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. Well, one of the biggest impacts, of course, has been the soaring oil price fueled by the conflict in the Middle East, which have been shaking Asian markets. Rob McBride reports from Kuala Lumpur.
As the oil price surged, stock markets in Asia plummeted. Worst affected were Asia's industrial giants, Japan and South Korea, that rely heavily on imported energy, with Tokyo's Nikkei index losing more than 5%. And South Korea's government putting a cap on domestic fuel prices for the first time in decades, trying to steady fraying nerves.
Given that it's difficult to predict how the situation will unfold, our government must prepare proactive measures with a heightened sense of urgency, keeping even the worst-case scenario in mind.
Asian oil producers like Malaysia and Indonesia have been shielded in part from the sudden rise in crude prices, but across the region there are fears about the effects of this conflict on interconnected economies and industries. With the ripples of this war spreading far beyond the Middle East, there are growing concerns about the wider impact, such as on Asia's high-tech manufacturing sector. And then for everyone is the looming fear of inflation.
And certainly economic growth will slow and the inflation will pick up. And this is the worst case scenario we saw when the US and Israel started to attack Iran. And everything is getting out of control now.
And should the oil price stubbornly remain above the $100 mark, the question seems to be how economic damage and higher prices for ordinary consumers can be averted. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Kuala Lumpur.
Peter Maguire is Australia's Chief Executive Officer at Trading.com, and he says the price of oil could go even higher.
I think the fear naturally in market sentiment and the worry about getting shipping through and the draw of what those barrels, where they need to go is in the sense of Asia, there's much concern. And it's an unknown situation. When is supply going to come back online? So there's the first part. And then the trepidation across the market as a whole, with traders really ramping prices up dramatically. And that's really impacting, I think, consumer sentiment. We had 25% up today, or 27%, I think was the high. And we've only early in the trading day in the sense Europe and naturally the US have got to come on market. But that swing, we could see moves of 30% or more in a session. So I think the issue at the moment is if there is force majeure, then you're going to see a big spike to the upside, and maybe 140, 150 is very achievable.
Well, if you are just joining us, here's a look at the top stories that we're tracking this hour. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says the US wants to divide the country and take control of its oil riches. Ismail Baghaei also said the presence of US military in the region is causing insecurity, and he called on regional neighbors not to allow the United States to use their territories to attack Iran. Now, his comments coming a day after a new supreme leader was picked. Mojtaba Khamenei is the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated in a US-Israeli airstrike more than a week ago. Iranian missile and drone strikes continue to hit targets in the Gulf region. A fire broke out after a drone struck the country's main oil refinery. And Qatar's defense minister says its forces have intercepted missiles targeting the country. The price of crude oil has been fluctuating. At some point, it soared above $110 per barrel for the first time in since 2022. Fueled by the conflict in the Middle East, of course, and the prices shaking markets beyond just the energy ones. French President, meanwhile, Emmanuel Macron, has arrived in Cyprus to discuss regional security following these recent drone incursions on the island. Macron will meet both the Cypriot president and the Greek prime minister. France also deployed warships to the Mediterranean as the US-Israeli war against Iran enters its second week. The Iranian foreign ministry has denied responsibility for the drone incidents. Meanwhile, Turkey's defense ministry says it will not hesitate to act if its airspace or land are threatened. The comments come after a missile was downed. In a statement, the ministry said A ballistic missile launched from Iran and detected heading towards Turkey was intercepted and neutralized by NATO air and missile defense systems. No casualties or damage were reported. Turkish institutions began monitoring the incident immediately. Ankara emphasized its capability and determination to protect national airspace and border security, while warning that further escalation in the region must be avoided. Sinem Kasyoglu joins us now from Istanbul. What more can you tell us, Sinem?
Well, yes, as you have mentioned, this is the second missile fired from Iran that was intercepted in the Turkish airspace by the NATO air defense and missile systems. And we heard from Turkish Defense Ministry as soon as this incident happened, saying that the debris fell on a vacant land in Gaziantep, a southeastern Turkish city by the Syria border. The Defense Ministry warned that Turkey emphasizes the importance of the friendly relationships between the neighbors. However, when there's a hostile attack, Turkey would respond, and Turkish warnings should be heeded in this regard. So basically, Turkey says Iran is our neighbor. We have good relations. We have been very good so far. And even on Saturday, when the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan was asked about these missiles and also the missiles that were intercepted over Nahchivan in southern Azerbaijan, he again underlined the brotherly, friendly neighborhood between the two countries. And Iran, he said Iran tried its best in terms of negotiations and for peace. This is what we have confidence in. But any hostile attack would be responded. So this is the second missile that reached Turkish airspace. The first one was denied by the Iranian side. They said it wasn't targeting Turkey. Probably we will hear the same about the second missile, as they have mentioned that the Iranian side mentioned that they haven't they haven't aimed at Azerbaijan or Nahchivan on purpose. The missiles that were fired that reached Nahchivan, but this is reaching to a critical point. This sounds like as if the western side of the Middle East is coming to a brink, and if these number of accidents go higher, the Turkish side might respond in a different way. But for now, Turkish side is trying to act calm because they know that Turkey also tried to mediate the talks between Iran, Israel, and United States. Turkish side wants to be constructive, but if a third missile again accidentally hits launched from Iran, the response might be different. But many hope that this tension in Iran and in the surrounding region doesn't go to that end. Back to you.
Thank you, Sinem Kasyoglu there joining us from Istanbul. Now, while most missiles launched at Gulf states from Iran have been intercepted, some have hit military and civilian facilities. But Iran's main target, Israel, is hardest to reach, as Kulsum Sharif now reports.
Iran has launched hundreds of ballistic missiles towards Israel since the conflict began. Now, the distance between Iran's capital, Tehran, and Tel Aviv in Israel is about 1,600 kilometers. Now, Iran does have missiles that can cover that distance, but they need to transit other countries, which makes striking Israel a challenge. Let me explain. Let's say Iran launches dozens of missiles towards Israel. They travel through Iraq and Syria. They could also go over Saudi Arabia. But what could happen in Iraq, where you have US military bases? You have the American Patriot system that engages and destroys these missiles. So let's say we've lost some of these missiles out here. The ones that are remaining then enter the Syrian and Jordanian airspace. And by then, you have the Israeli air defenses that engage and destroy these missiles. Now we have Jordan also that helps Israel intercept incoming projectiles. Now, we have the missiles entering the Israeli airspace, and then they're targeted by US warships that are stationed here. Remember, the US Navy has a significant presence in the Mediterranean Sea. And finally, we have the missiles. When they are inside the Israeli airspace, they are targeted by a multi-layer air defense system that includes the Iron Dome, the David Sling, and Arrow system, apart from the American THAAD air defenses. And despite all of that, you have Iranian missiles that are actually hitting targets inside Israel. The time taken for a missile from Iran to reach Israel is about 10 to 12 minutes. And this is the damage we are seeing inside Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile strike. At least 11 people have been killed in the past 9 days.
Rob Geese-Pinfold is a lecturer in international security at King's College London, and he joins us from there. Rob, thanks so much for joining us. What are Iran's war aims here, given this sort of scattergun response for just firing ballistic missiles at anything it sees fit, but then claiming it's at US assets which are based in the Gulf region?
Yeah, I think the claim that they are targeting US assets has to be taken with far more than a pinch of salt. As you will know in Doha better than I, Iran's targets are not just US bases. They are, in fact, primarily large-scale infrastructure and civilian targets as well. This is not a mistake. This is by design. Yes, you know, you're right to categorize this as scattergun, but this is actually a completely different approach to warfighting by Iran. Normally, they go with an approach they call strategic patience, slow, steady escalation in the belief that they can basically outlast Israel in a conflict, and they're more resilient than Israel. What they're doing now is trying to unleash as much chaos as possible to destabilize the region and global markets, hurt the economy, hurt the GCC states, in order that the US will at some point decide that this conflict is no longer worth its while anymore and will push for a ceasefire. And we've seen that Iran is targeting every single GCC state. It's prepared to burn its bridges with all of them to pursue this very uncertain and high-risk strategy. And it really shows you how Iran feels like it's facing an existential threat. For them, this is a real do-or-die moment.
Well, which way is it going to go? And how do we get there?
Well, this is the problem here. It's very easy to destabilize and cause chaos. All you have to do is keep firing missiles and keep firing drones. And that's exactly what Iran is doing. There's been all sorts of speculation that it might run out of ballistic missiles, or the ballistic missile launches can get taken out by the US and Israel, which is very much the target, the focus of those strikes, as you would imagine. But the problem here is that Iran can just keep firing them. Even if it runs out of ballistic missiles, it can still employ it. Shahed drones, for example, which don't require a specialist launch platform of any kind and can be made in a warehouse. So what you need here to end this conflict and end this instability is an agreement between some kind of a regime in Iran, not necessarily this regime, but someone. And this is exactly why the GCC states are not jumping into this fight. They know that this needs to end with a deal. For them, even if those drones and missiles and rockets are intercepted, that's still not acceptable because it continues this spiral of chaos. They need stability as soon as possible. So this is why, this is what Iran is banking on. And this is specifically why they're not just targeting the GCC states, but civilian assets within the GCC states. This is a function of Iran's strategy. It's not a mistake or a blip.
Rob, the thing is that they are bound to have their ordnance depleted. Now, the thing is, as that depletes, would they be able to widen this war and start launching terrorist attacks, perhaps, on Western cities?
That's entirely plausible and possible. And we know, we've heard that an IRGC cell was arrested in the UK recently. There's been Iranian people arrested in Bahrain, for example, for showing support for the attacks by Iran. So that's another potential route for Iran's strategy of instability and chaos, basically causing all sorts of instability within a country rather than just firing missiles from without. But I should stress that it doesn't really matter in terms of the missile stocks. Iran can and has enough missiles to keep causing chaos. Even one drone or one missile is enough to keep markets unstable and volatile, to stop the GCC states from recovering. So Iran this is a high-risk strategy because it burns its bridges with the Gulf states. It is indefinite. It can go on forever and keep spiraling on. But at the same time, it's infinitely and very easily achievable. And Iran is achieving it. They are creating chaos. They are widening the scope of the conflict. They are hurting the global economy. That is exactly what this strategy is designed to do.
Rob, the thing is, we also have to look at what Donald Trump's war aims are. He's come up with 9 reasons, ranging from regime change, imminent threat, no nukes. The Israelis made him do it. World peace, looking after security for the next generation. I mean, the most plausible one has to be regime change, does it not? But what's your take? Very quickly.
Well, regime change can mean a lot of things, right? When we're saying regime change, are we talking about regime collapse, destroying the Iranian regime, or are we talking about reshuffling the decks at the top, having a new leader in power? The GCC states would much rather a regime reshuffling. The Israelis seem much more comfortable with regime collapse and even the possibility of indefinite chaos. And this is where, as the war goes on, you're going to start to see a divergence between the US and Israel. We don't know exactly how the US intends to get there, but we do know that the Israelis have a long-term aim here in terms of destabilization and chaos. They are quite happy for the fight to go on indefinitely. The GCC states and the US, well, the GCC states definitely aren't, and they'd like to hope the US isn't either. And we'll see exactly how those divergences pan out as the war continues.
Rob, thanks. Rob Pinfold joining us from King's College, London. Now, Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The Israeli army says it was targeting buildings housing a financial institution used by Hezbollah. The Lebanese government says Israeli strikes have killed nearly 400 people over the past week. More than 500,000 people have been displaced. Zaina Khodar has the latest from Beirut.
The Israeli military issued a warning approximately 2 hours ago saying that they intend to target every branch of Qard al-Hassan, which is a financial institution affiliated with Hezbollah in the Beirut area. They've already carried out a number of strikes in Beirut's southern suburbs. That's an area empty of residents now because of evacuation orders issued last week, forcing the hundreds of thousands of people to live. Where we are now is in the center of Beirut, Beirut proper, in one of those neighborhoods, Nuwairi, a residential neighborhood where people live and where there are businesses and shops. The building housing Qard al-Hassan is a mere few hundred meters from where we are standing here. You see in the distance, the road has been closed. Security has closed roads, diverting traffic, making sure that people are not close to the building in the event of an Israeli strike. In the past few minutes, we did hear Israeli drones overhead. We even heard Israeli planes flying overhead. It's not clear if this particular branch is going to be hit, but people here are not taking any chances.
Well, let us get over to Beirut itself. We're joined by Ali Risk. He's a security affairs analysis. Ali, give us a sense of what your read of the situation is there in Lebanon.
Well, the situation in Lebanon, of course, everybody is waiting to see how the situation is going to unfold. What's going to happen regarding the Lebanese government's decision as well. You saw that decision to outlaw Hezbollah's military and security activities. So basically, that's the current situation, the prevailing situation in Lebanon. Many also, by the way, are waiting to see what Hezbollah can do or what other surprises Hezbollah has unveiled for the Israelis. There is a perception amongst a relatively large segment that the Israelis were surprised with Hezbollah's operations. The assumption by the Israelis was that Hezbollah has been severely weakened, but despite that, despite the heavy pounding it took during the 66-day war, it's still able to pose a significant fight or to put up a real fight against the Israelis. 2 Israeli soldiers were killed. And hence many, particularly Hezbollah's popular base, are still pinning their hopes that Hezbollah could put up a real fight against the Israeli side.
But Ali, is there also not a sense in amongst the Lebanese body politic that Hezbollah is holding the country to ransom?
Well, look, there are some officials, there are some people within the Lebanese society who say that Hezbollah basically, by carrying out or by resuming the cross-border operations against Israel at this time in particular, is basically working for an Iranian agenda more than it's working for a Lebanese agenda. Now, I understand that logic, I understand that rhetoric, but we've also seen reports that the Israelis had basically made up their mind to carry out a war against Hezbollah regardless of what course of action Hezbollah was going to take. In other words, even if Hezbollah had decided not to carry out this cross-border operation, which sparked the latest round of escalation, that the Israelis had already made up their mind and that a war was going to happen sooner or later. Now, if you look at it from that perspective, Hezbollah, I think, was trying to cut its losses because based on Hezbollah's calculations, better to wage war or to fight a war while the Islamic Republic is still standing on its own 2 feet, as opposed to waging a war unilaterally when the Islamic Republic has been defeated. So what Hezbollah's calculus, in my opinion, is that let's do it now, because if the Islamic Republic were to be defeated, Israel was going to shift its attention to us, and we'd be forced to wage a war without our patron being there. And that would be an even riskier endeavor from Hezbollah's standpoint. You also have to remember that the Israelis have made no secret that they want to build settlements on Lebanese territory. Smotrich, the Israeli finance minister, for example, said this. They're talking about the Greater Israel Project, and Lebanon lies at the very heart of that Greater Israel Project. So I think that would be the answer to those who say that Hezbollah is pursuing an Iran-first agenda as opposed to a Lebanon-first agenda.
So, in other words, what you're saying is that Hezbollah sees Iran, feels the same thing as Iran with the regime there, likening this war as posing an existential threat, and the same thing applies for Hezbollah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The Iranians see this war as an existential threat, and I mean, Donald Trump himself has spoken about regime change. Other times he spoke about other scenarios. The Israelis, however, have underscored that their objective is regime change, whatever be the cost, even if it leads to Iranian or state collapse. And because the Americans often toe the Israeli line or follow the Israeli path, I think it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Americans could likely be dragged to the Israeli agenda. In other words, an attempt at regime change, regardless of the consequences. And yes, if the Iranian state were to collapse, this would pose an existential threat to Hezbollah itself. We know how Iran is the patron of Hezbollah, how it provides Hezbollah with the financial capabilities, etc. So yes, Hezbollah rightly sees that a war against Iran, especially one that aims to change the Islamic Republic, to topple the Islamic Republic, would pose an existential threat to Hezbollah itself. So if Hezbollah were to wait for the Islamic Republic to collapse, that would be suicide for Hezbollah. Nevertheless, the fact that this also, again, could pose a very, very serious threat to Lebanon's own national security, because the Israelis, I think, would have a much freer hand to pursue their ideological objectives if Iran or the Islamic Republic were out of the way, and hence Hezbollah would be out of the way. So I think there's an important Lebanese national security dimension which is involved as well.
Ali, thank you so much for joining us. Ali Rista, a security affairs analyst, joining us there from the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Well, at least 1,255 people have been killed in Iran since Israel and the US launched joint airstrikes. Earlier, my colleague Foliba Thibault spoke to Dr. Ali Jafarian, Iran's deputy health minister, about the casualties and the damage to his country's healthcare facilities.
Most of these 1,255 people who were killed are not military. They are civilians. They're living in their homes or their workplace, and they are injured by the attacks because many parts of the cities are attacked. Not all are military bases. There are some in neighborhoods, and most of these people are not military. Most of them are civil people.
Are hospitals in Iran right now, whether in the capital Tehran or elsewhere, are they able to treat the injured people?
Yeah, all of our hospitals are working, except that 29 hospitals that are damaged and could not work anymore. But the other hospitals are serving the people. My colleagues in all around the country are at their work, and they are covering every need, every emergency need that is needed. And also in many cities, some elective surgeries are going on, and the health service, both in primary health care and in the hospitals, are active now.
The injuries that people have sustained, what type of injuries are they, and what have people died of in these attacks?
Most of the people who have died, are from the explosion itself. But the injured people who are transferred to our facilities mostly have two types of injuries. One is the burns, and the other one is the crash injuries. So this is the main reasons for the injuring people in the country, and according to the attacks.
We saw a thick plume of black smoke over Tehran on Sunday after an oil refinery was attacked. What impact is that having on the population, on the population's health?
On Saturday night, we had 3 strikes in 3 corners of the Tehran. The Tehran is a city of 9-10 million population. And on the Sunday morning, the sky was black, and there was acid rain in Tehran. That may cause some respiratory problems for those, especially those who are at risk, like elderly and kids. And the whole city was dark till the afternoon yesterday. It also have some bad effect on the soil, because this acid rain will go to the soil and makes this polluted. Still, there is the huge dark cloud from these 3 corners in the city. And this is not a military, as you know, this is not a military target to be attacked.
Well, so what recommendations are you making to citizens as a result of this pollution?
The main recommendation was that everybody who cannot, who is, it is possible for them to stay at home, closing the, all of the windows. And if they have to go out of the home, they use masks. And those who are at risk do not do that, and until the pollution is clear from the sky.
Deputy Minister, how well prepared is Iran's health infrastructure, its health facilities, if this conflict drags on and the casualties continue to rise?
I think our, health system is as enough strong as is needed for the country's needs. And we have a very good structure of health system across the country. We have medical universities who cover both health and education. So in each province, we have the system by itself is working independently if needed. And the Ministry of Health is, supporting them and covering all of the needs. We are trying to, to have drugs and medical equipments in spite of the severe sanctions against our country, which makes some problems, but still we are working with that. And we have the way to import what is needed from outside. Our pharmaceutical companies are working. They are producing the drugs that is needed for the country. So I think we have as much resilience as we need for these attacks if it's be longer, but I hope that would not be so.
Well, let's take a look now at some of the other news. We've got Scotland's busiest railway station, Glasgow Central, being forced to close following a major blaze on Sunday that spread from a nearby electronic cigarette shop. The fire damaged part of the 19th century building. All services have been suspended. UK's National Rail said there is no estimate on when the station will reopen. There are no reports of casualties. At least 5 people have died after a landfill collapse in Indonesia. Rescuers are still searching for 4 missing people. The large pile of garbage was dislodged by heavy rains on the outskirts of the capital, Jakarta. The 4 who are missing are believed to be truck drivers and scavengers. More than 200 rescuers have been deployed, along with 17 excavators, to search through the debris. The trial of Istanbul's jailed mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu has begun in Turkey. He's accused of corruption in a case critics say is politically motivated. İmamoğlu has widely been seen as a challenger to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He was jailed last year on the day he was named the presidential candidate of the main opposition CHP party. İmamoğlu and his party have denied the corruption charges. Voters are being counted, or should I say votes are being counted in Colombia's congressional elections. People have also been choosing candidates for the presidential vote in May. The region remains dominated by armed groups and ongoing pressure from President Donald Trump. Many see the ballot as a referendum on the leftist President Gustavo Petro. Ivory Coast and Ghana produce about half of the world's cocoa beans, but this year they've been struggling to sell their crop and pay farmers, and that's due to a global glut. Lower prices and falling demand from chocolate makers are also responsible there. Catherine Soy reports.
In Ivory Coast, Marie Brou says she's had a good harvest of cocoa, mostly used to make chocolate. She's expecting to sell it through her cooperative at a price set at the beginning of the planting season in October. But world cocoa prices have lost nearly 3/4 of their value in the last year. And Brou and other farmers worry this could cut into their earnings.
It hurts us when the buyers say the price is too high. When the price was announced, we were happy, we celebrated. But when the buyers say it's too expensive and badly priced, it worries us. We don't know how things will end.
Demand fell partly because of prices in Ivory Coast and neighboring Ghana, the world's largest cocoa exporters. Traders in the international market say the price set is too high, about $2,000 per metric ton, higher than the current market price. So they have stopped buying from the region. Some chocolate makers are also switching to other non-cocoa additives and alternative fats that offer healthier options. As a result, farming cooperatives say they don't have enough money to pay farmers.
We need to revise the price-setting system. Currently, there is a fixed price system which can be difficult to implement. We propose a structured system with a floor price. If there is a negative shock, prices should fall below 20%. Likewise, if prices increase, they can be adjusted upward.
Economists are also worried.
Beyond the liquidity problem, there are also storage costs. Since November, December, January, February, it's almost 4 months now that we've been holding stock. We had promised to deliver cocoa payments by now, but we cannot honor that.
But in the meantime, Brou and other farmers like her say that until cocoa prices are adjusted, they just want to earn enough to pay their bills and take care of their families. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera.
I'm Rashad Salamat. You're watching Al Jazeera's continued coverage of the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Tehran says it's not willing to take part in any talks as long as the US-Israeli attacks continue. That comes a day after picking a new supreme leader. Gulf states are under attack. Bahrain saying a drone has hit its main oil refinery, setting the facility on fire. Oil prices surging to more than $100 a barrel, sending stocks in Asia tumbling. And a barrage of Iranian missiles target central Israel. At least 2 people have been killed. Israel carries out more attacks in Beirut. The Lebanese government says more than 500,000 people have been forcibly displaced. It is 1400 hours GMT, and we have the latest developments in the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran that has spread to large parts of the Middle East. and threatens global fuel supplies. We have correspondents in Ramallah, Doha, Brussels, and Washington. But first, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says the US wants to divide the country and take control of its oil riches. Speaking at a news conference in Tehran, Ismail Baghaei accused the US of torpedoing diplomacy and says there's no point discussing a ceasefire while attacks continue.
Their plan is very clear. They aim to partition our country to take illegal possession of our oil riches. Even before the US and Zionist entities' belligerent acts started, we were fully engaged in diplomatic efforts and many rounds of talks. They're doing all they can in order to provide justification for their crimes. Their objective is to violate our sovereignty, defeat our people, and undermine our humanity. All these facts are quite clear, and we don't have to elaborate. On the very first day, they targeted the residential area of the Supreme Leader, where he, together with a number of military leaders, were killed. After that, they assaulted Al-Minab School, killing innocent students.
Now, his comments come after Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of Iran's late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, was elected as the country's new leader after his father's assassination. Supporters see the decision as a continuity of his father's policies. Critics call it the most dynastic moment in a revolution that once overthrew a monarchy. Rasul Sardar has this.
This is the moment Mojtaba Khamenei, the 56-year-old son of Iran's late supreme leader, is announced as the country's new leader. Supporters say they see his father in him. In a widely circulated message by several state-aligned outlets, a slogan read, "God revealed his hand and Khamenei just got younger," portraying Mojtaba's rise as a continuation of his father's rule. In 1979, Iran's Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was overthrown by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. Mojtaba's father, Ali Khamenei, a close ally of Khomeini, quickly rose within the new political order and would later help shape the future of the Islamic Republic. Mojtaba came of age during revolution and war. At just 17, he went to the front lines during the Iran-Iraq War, while his father served as Iran's president. The troops he fought with would later form what became the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, now Iran's most powerful military institution. That relationship would prove decisive decades later. Many say the Guard's loyalty was an important factor in Mojtaba's elevation as Iran's third supreme leader. Mojtaba Khamenei has long been seen as an influential figure behind the scenes, playing a role in the appointment of senior officials and shaping Iran's security institutions through his father's office. In the days leading up to his selection, US President Donald Trump warned that Mojtaba's rise would be unacceptable to Washington. But many in Iran's political and military establishment saw those remarks as interference, further strengthening support for his appointment. Mojtaba's father, mother, sister, wife, son, and several other relatives were recently killed in strikes by US and Israeli forces. Many believe these loss could shape his outlook and possibly push Iran toward a more confrontational path. But some analysts argue the opposite may happen. Under heavy pressure from war and international isolation, they say the Iranian regime now faces two difficult choices: collapse or transform. Because Mojtaba carries the legacy of his father and the revolutionary establishment, they argue he may have the legitimacy to push difficult reforms through without being accused of betraying the revolution. But time may not be on his side. Israeli officials have repeatedly threatened to target any successor to Iran's assassinated supreme leader. But the challenges go beyond external threats. Many in Iran see Mojtaba's appointment as dynastic, arguing that the revolution which toppled a monarchy has now produced another. At a time of war, sanctions, and societal polarization, the system's survival may depend on bridging the gap between the state and the people. Under Iran's constitution, Mojtaba Khamenei is both the country's highest political authority and the supreme religious leader for millions of Shias in Iran and beyond. His father assumed power just months after the end of the devastating war with Iraq in the late 1980s. Mojtaba Khamenei takes office during a far more dangerous moment. Whether he can unite the country, end the war and reopen Iran to the world, or lead it into deeper confrontation and isolation, will define the future of the Islamic Republic. Rasul Serdar, Al Jazeera.
US President Donald Trump says he's not happy about the appointment of Mojtaba Khamenei as Iran's new supreme leader. In contrast, the Russian president has congratulated Ayatollah Mojtaba. Vladimir Putin told Mojtaba that at a time when Iran is opposing armed aggression, your tenure in this high post will undoubtedly require great courage and dedication. Putin went on to say, I'm sure that you will honorably continue your father's work and unite the Iranian people. Well, there's also been an Iranian attack on Israel. Emergency services say 2 people have been killed and 2 others injured in the central part of the country. Iran is continuing its retaliatory strikes after Israel and the US launched their attack 10 days ago. Meanwhile, Iranian drones and missiles continue to target countries across the Gulf. In Bahrain, a fire broke out after a drone struck the country's main oil refinery. The facility is crucial for its energy sector, and Qatar's defense ministry says its forces have intercepted missiles targeting the country. Well, indeed, let's head over to Ramallah and speak to Noor Odeh. So tell us what the latest situation is there, Noor.
Well, there haven't been any new missiles in the past 2 hours, but in the span of 12 hours before that, there were at least 11 different warnings of incoming Iranian missiles. Now, 2 people, as you said, have been confirmed dead, Rashad, and there was widespread destruction, including to some of the electricity infrastructure in the wider Tel Aviv area, and crews have been working to repair some of the damage caused by that. Now, this is according to many observers in Israel because of the kind of missiles that Iran is sending to Israel, larger ones, especially those with cluster warheads that splinter into several missiles, basically spreading destruction, causing spanning a wider net geographically, so to speak, and even emergency crews have to spend long hours combing through a wide area to make sure that there are no unexploded ordnance, that there is no damage that they didn't know of, or people who need help that they had not been aware of. This, of course, really impedes any plans that the Israeli government had to ease restrictions even more, which also contradicts the promises that had been made by the Israeli Prime Minister that Israel had, in fact, succeeded in bombing, striking, and disabling more than 70% of Iran's missile launchers, that it had targeted the stockpiles of those ballistic missiles. Israelis still continue to go to the shelters, still unable to resume normal life. And the situation is even worse in northern communities where Hezbollah has also thrown its hat in the game and is launching missiles, rockets, and drones almost uninterrupted throughout the day and night.
What's been the reaction to the appointment of the new supreme leader there, Noor? And I think that the Israeli authorities have repeated their statement that they want to kill him.
Well, that's right. Israel has made it very clear that whoever is named as supreme leader will be killed, and whoever is named after that will also be killed. We heard from several senior Israeli officials talking to that effect. The Speaker of the Parliament, the Knesset, posted a poster with the names and faces of not just the Iran's former supreme leader, but also figures from Hezbollah and Hamas and others, putting them all on the same footing, which of course they're not. One is the head of a country, the other's members of the group. Israel's prime minister had basically promised the public that Iran would be different, that it's not just this government that Israel wants to topple, it wants to topple the Islamic Republic. That Israel wants a different Iran, an Iran that is friendly to Israel. The chief of staff of the military said this is the war of his generation. Another senior military official said that this is an opportunity that will not repeat. Israel must go all the way.
Noor, thank you. Noor Odeh there for us in Ramallah. Now we can go from there to right here in Doha, where Laura Khan is, and more Iranian attacks across the region. Doha targeted a mere 2 hours ago. All of this seems to be focusing on the Gulf's energy infrastructure. Tell us a bit more.
Well, absolutely. We've seen a successive waves of attacks being volleyed over from Iran towards the Gulf. This hasn't stopped in the previous 9 days, but the energy sector is really feeling the pain now in Bahrain. Babco, their major oil refinery, their biggest, in Ma'amir, an area of Bahrain, was hit with a drone strike, according to Babco. It caused a large fire, and then the communications center, Bahrain's main center, essentially said they had put out the fire, but Babco has declared a force majeure. Now, this is really important, because this means that it's stopping shipments out. At the moment, it has a capacity of around 380,000 gallons of oil, and that it's outputting on a daily basis. And they've only just increased their capacity from 260,000. So they also have a big pipeline going from Saudi Arabia, taking its crude oil and refining it there. So this force majeure is essentially untangling itself from its contractual obligations with its clientele, which will go from Europe and all the way to the east, so across the world. But they're not the first. Only on Wednesday, Qatar's energy also declared a force majeure because its its LNG plant in the north of Qatar had also been hit. It said it was protecting its staff onshore and offshore before the clientele. So again, just stopping itself from having to send out shipments and detangling itself from these contractual obligations. But this is causing a major pain, of course, on the worldwide oil industry. Prices are already soaring because not only are these energy companies stopping their shipments, but there's also been this blockage in the Straits of Hormuz, as many thousands of gallons of oil are sitting there waiting to be sent. But there's been a threat from Iran that they will set fire to anyone going through.
Laura, we've had the Qatari Prime Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim bin Jabal Al Thani, saying that, he has a big sense of betrayal coming towards the Iranian leadership following the attacks on Doha.
Yeah, absolutely. This was Qatar's Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs speaking to British media. Now, he did say that there is, as you said, a sense of betrayal, that this is a war that was started with the US and Israel bombing Iran. And now, of course, that pain has been transferred over to the Gulf region. So, of course, there's been a lot of disappointment and anger from the ministers. But what he did say, and there is a kind of hint of diplomacy here as well, that first of all, our message to the Iranians, and I quote, they have to stop the attacks right away. It should stop instantly. What happened is really a huge shakeup in trust, but also that they'll continue talking to the Iranians and will continue trying to seek de-escalation. At the end of the day, they're our neighbors and it's our destiny. So really strong words to say we've been betrayed, but also that they are willing to talk. And this has been reflected from a number of meetings taking place, diplomacy on the sidelines of this war. The Arab League met on Sunday. The Gulf Cooperation Council met with the European Union last week on Thursday as well. And all of them are saying, yeah, all of these countries have a right to defend themselves, but it seems like these channels of communication are open, that they want to talk, that they want to stop these volleys of attack. It is causing pain, as I said before, to the energy market, but also civilian infrastructure and military infrastructure as well.
Laura, thank you. Laura Khan there, right here in Doha. Meanwhile, we've got European Union chiefs discussing the situation in Iran. Nicholas Hack now joins us from Brussels. Nick, what's come out of that meeting? Because there was a sense that Emmanuel Macron was saying that maybe it was time to use the strategic oil reserves that these various G7 countries have. But what's the mood out of the EU?
Well, first, von der Leyen was very clear in a statement, Rashad, saying that these attacks are unacceptable and the priority should be to protect civilians and ensure regional stability. Because what's happening in Europe's security and economic security is contingent on the stability in Gulf countries and the Middle East. And that's very clear from this meeting that took place virtually. There is, of course, the need to repatriate European citizens out from the Gulf back into the European Union. 350 have been repatriated to date, but there are many more that are stuck. So they're trying to figure out ways to use both charter flights, but also commercial flights to get citizens out of there. And of course, there's the worry of how this could turn into a potential migration crisis. So here in Brussels, they're preparing for that. They're preparing for whatever eventuality might happen from the fallout of this war that's taking place in the Middle East. So
thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
And throughout the European Union, both on the security front, on the social front with the migration issues. And remember that there are local elections taking place in France and in Germany. So when there are crises like this, this will affect what or how voters how people will vote here in Europe. So politicians in both Brussels are keen to find a way to de-escalate the situation in the Gulf and in the Middle East.
Nick, stick around. We've got a lot to unpack. These are live images. This is a fresh new wave of airstrikes taking place on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. You can see these plumes of smoke. They've been rising through the central suburbs. The Israeli army saying is targeting buildings which house Hezbollah institutions. Bernard Smith is in Beirut.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Yeah, and we're not that far from where those airstrikes are going in, Richard. This is a stadium which is being converted on the edge of the southern suburbs, which is being converted into a shelter for internally displaced Lebanese from the southern suburbs of Beirut or from further south. This particular area we're in is for those with physical and mental disabilities. They've only got 800 people in here so far. There is much greater demand for space, but they haven't got the tents. And this is a problem for the Lebanese government. It's cash poor, it's relying on charity, and it's having difficulty sourcing the tents that people need. There's huge demand for people. They want to come in. They could hold about 5,000 people here if they had the facilities. So that's the scramble at the moment for the Lebanese authorities to get the tents in, because people on the current prospect are going to be here for quite some time, Richard.
Well, you say you can hear these airstrikes from not far from where you are. Can you tell us a little bit more about them and what the latest airstrikes across Lebanon are achieving or not?
So there have been a notable uptick in airstrikes. We've noticed ourselves over the southern suburbs, particularly Beirut. There have been airstrikes elsewhere in the country as well. But as you mentioned, the Israelis say they're targeting Al-Qad al-Hassan branches. This is like a microfinancing, shadow banking system that is used by Hezbollah to give loans to the Shia community, particularly. They're all sort of interest-free loans that are backed by gold, often as collateral. And the US Treasury sanctioned this sort of shadow banking system a few years ago because it was accused of being used to finance Hezbollah. And the Lebanese central bank now has also banned any dealings with this group, this sort of shadow banking system. So that's what the Israelis say they're targeting. But there are branches right in the city center of Beirut as well. At least 2 haven't been hit so far, but other branches in the southern suburbs have been hit.
Bernard, thanks a lot. Bernard Smith, live for us in Beirut now.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on
their
Truth
highest level
Talks.
since 2022. And of course, all of that in the wake of this Iran war. Oil prices shaking Asian markets this week. Brent crude trading at $72 a barrel in February, rose to 79 on the 1st of March. That was one day into the war. It's now surged past the $100 mark. In the US, WTI, or West Texas Intermediary, the American benchmark, was $68 per barrel in February, climbing to 74 on the 1st of March, and now standing at around about $117. European markets mirroring the global trend, with Brent and WTI $72 and $78 a barrel in February, rising to 79 and 74 on the 1st of March. And today, Brent and WTI crude are trading at $118 and $117 a barrel, respectively. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying that the longer the conflict goes on, the greater the impact it'll have on British people and business. He says his government is working with international partners to ease the economic fallout.
A lot of people are going to begin to think, well, that's happening out in Iran and in the Gulf states, but I can sense it's going to affect me back here in the United Kingdom, particularly the economy. The longer this goes on, the more likely the potential for an impact on our economy, impact into the lives and households of everybody and every business. And our job is to get ahead of that, to look around the corner, assess the risk, monitor the risks, and work with others in relation to that.
Nicholas Huck is in Brussels, but let's first of all get over to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Well, Kimberly, I mean, American consumers are very sensitive about the amount a gallon of gas costs at the pump. So is that concern elevated right now, and what is Donald Trump making of it?
Well, the U.S. president has posted trying to alleviate the fears of the American public on a social media platform. What he's been saying is that insisting that this is simply a short-term price spike, but with oil now above $100 a barrel, 119 to be exact, the American public skeptical that this is the short-term pain that the U.S. president is promising. The energy secretary has said that the prices will fall within weeks, not months. But again, polling data suggests that Americans are not buying these arguments. Now, the argument that the U.S. president has made is that once the nuclear threat is over, that this is when the production will stabilize, the prices, in his words, will drop rapidly. But right now, just in the last week, they have spiked rapidly, some 30 cents a gallon, and that is translating to enormous prices in states like Washington State, California, and Hawaii. So the administration is working to mitigate the price of oil. What we know is that given that choke point in the Strait of Hormuz that has responsible for about 20% of energy production, that what is happening is that the United States is promising political risk insurance. In other words, that cargo vessels and oil tankers would have protection as they transit through that area. But again, this has not translated to a reduction in prices thus far, and the administration working hard to alleviate the concerns of a very nervous public in the United States. But this is particularly volatile for the U.S. president right now, given the fact that he was elected to lower energy prices and the opposite is occurring.
Kimberly, thanks. Nicholas Huck is in Brussels, and we get back to you, Nick. G7 ministers are set to meet. Emmanuel Macron at the moment is saying that maybe they should be looking at options considering the various countries' strategic reserves. And don't forget also the US has strategic reserves, which are massive. So what are we hearing about all that, Nick?
That's right. I mean, we heard from the finance minister from Japan, Katayama, suggesting that these strategic oil reserves may be released by the International Energy Agency. Interestingly, earlier today, the EU spokesperson said that there is no direct threat to oil supply here, but we've seen the prices at the pump here, and they've already shot up, especially the price of diesel that's gone up to almost $2.3 a liter. Now, that's extremely expensive, and we've spoken to some people here who are worried about these prices going up. As I mentioned early on, there are elections taking place, local elections, and this clearly shows how this war is affecting the pocket money of people and how they can pay for their oil and gas. So the idea here is that if they release these oil reserves, and that would eventually lead to those prices decreasing or at least stabilizing. The fear is that the price of oil or gas or petrol at the pump will continue to increase as this conflict goes on. And this is having direct impact on people here in Brussels, throughout Europe, but also in the G7 countries.
Nick, thank you so much. Nicholas Huck there joining us from Brussels, and our thanks to Kimberly Halkett there at the White House. Now, Paul Hicken is the chief economist and editor-in-chief at Petroleum Economist and oil and gas analysis provider, and he joins us now from London. Thank you for joining us, Paul. So we're looking at the possibility of the release of strategic reserves, but isn't that a bit premature right now? And what would be the tipping point for countries to do so?
Hi, thank you for having me back on. Well, basically, the tipping point is the risk of shortages, and we've seen the prices spike. But at the moment, there is some oil on water. There is still oil in the system, and the fact is that there is the option of tapping those SPRs whenever they feel that need is going to be there. But the risk of tapping the SPRs, while it provides 90 days of cover to demand from the OECD countries. At the same time, once you start using that, you are starting to deplete those resources, and that also plays a risk on the market.
Now, Paul, the other aspect here, of course, is, how badly affected is the infrastructure from the bombings that we've had, and also perhaps protective shutting down of some of these facilities, because it's easy to turn them off. It's not so easy to turn them back on again. And what do these outages mean for supply in the longer term?
Yeah, it's a great question. And well, I think at the moment, it's really about getting that Strait of Hormuz back up and running. And that's not going to happen in any shape or form until there's a resolution to the conflict. So while we're in this situation, is that ultimately, there's not been too much damage to a lot of the infrastructure. Yes, we've seen with Qatar, with the LNG facilities and Saudi Arabia's refining facilities. But at the same time, generally what we're seeing with the shut-ins with Kuwait and Iraq and those producers is that they're so dependent on that strait that they don't have any other options. Saudi Arabia has the East-West pipeline, and UAE also has a pipeline to navigate around 7-8 million barrels a day out from another option from Strait of Hormuz. But the Kuwait and Iraq and those producers, they are really having a shut-in. And yes, it will take a little bit of time to get back up and running. And that is the big also risk, the knock-on effect, that once, inshallah, there's a peace back in the region very soon, that there's still going to be this logistical bottleneck that's built up, the supply, getting those ships back, getting that infrastructure back up and running. It's a slow process. The prices won't come back down as quickly as many may think.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you could argue that the oil price was underpricing the risk of this conflict. Are they still underpricing it?
Well, it's catching up quite quickly now. But yes, but the Qatar minister said that $150 a barrel is a realistic price point, and he's bang on. That's exactly where the risk is going to as the war continues in this situation. While we don't have that 20% of oil and gas flows through that strait, it's a massive problem, and prices will continue to head in that direction. The SPR release will mitigate that to some degree and slow that situation. But you're right. The fact is, we had that oil and water, we had an oversupplied market, but if you hit the Gulf, the key hub for oil supply, and those OPEC producers, then all bets are off.
Final question, Paul. What is more of a threat to Europe, a shortage of gas or oil?
Well, that's roundabouts and swings, really. But I think gas is probably the bigger issue for a lot of Europe. The fact is, with oil, you've got that storage. That oil crisis of 1973 sharpened the minds of the OECD countries and built that storage up. Europe doesn't have the same levels of storage, 3 to 4 weeks, rather than those 3 months. So, in a sense, there's a bigger buffer in oil than there is in gas. But at the same time, there's a regional market with gas, and I would say that still gas is the bigger risk right now.
Paul, thank you so much. Paul Hicken there, joining us there from London. But if you are just joining us, here are the top stories that we're tracking this hour. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says the US wants to divide the country and take control of its oil riches. Ismail Baghai also said the presence of the US military in the region is a cause of insecurity. He called on regional neighbors not to allow the US to use their territories to attack Iran.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Drone strikes continue to hit targets in the Gulf. Fire broke out after a drone struck the country's main oil refinery. And Qatar's defense ministry says its forces have intercepted missiles targeting the country. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson also repeated Iran's position that the country has a right to defend itself against the US-Israeli attacks. He also had this message for Iran's regional neighbors.
During the past few days, it has become clear that the presence of the US military in the region was never a reason for peace or stability within the region. On the contrary, it is a direct cause of insecurity, instability, and above all, disputes among the regional countries. History will remember that during the holy month of Ramadan, the territories of many of the neighboring Arab and Muslim countries were used to initiate attacks against an Islamic country, which is Iran. The United States turned a blind eye to the interests of these countries. All they are aiming to achieve is to serve the interests of the Zionist entity without any respect for the stability and security of these regional countries, and I hope that those countries have learned the lesson. At the same time, we request the neighboring countries not to allow the territories to be used by the United States or the Zionist entity to initiate any assault on Iran.
Turkey's defense ministry says it will not hesitate to act if its airspace or land are threatened. The comments coming after a missile was downed. In a statement, the ministry says a ballistic missile launched from Iran and detected heading towards Turkey was intercepted and neutralized by NATO air and missile defense systems. No casualties or damage were reported. Turkish institutions began monitoring the incident immediately. Ankara emphasized its capability and determination to protect national airspace and border security, while warning that further escalation in the region must be avoided. All right, Sinem Kosoglu joins us now from Istanbul. What's the reaction from Ankara, and how's Turkey viewing these missile attacks? Is it viewing them from the lens of NATO or in a more personal context?
Well, the Turkish reaction so far by the Turkish Foreign Ministry and Defense Ministry was kind of threatening, but also underlining the neighborhood relations, because Turkey has also supported Iran in the negotiations between Iran, United States and Israel recently before the Oman talks began. And that's why Turkey wants to be constructive. However, Turkey is the second largest army within the NATO, and there are U.S. bases inside Turkey. After the first missile attack, Turkish authorities underlined that none of the U.S. attacks targeting Iran alongside the Israeli attacks were launched from the bases inside Turkey. And the two missiles last Wednesday and today were intercepted by the NATO air systems, which means those missiles were intercepted by the NATO systems within the atmosphere before they reached down to the Turkish soil. If they weren't intercepted by NATO systems, then they would have been either intercepted by the Turkish National Air Defense Systems, or they might have hit somewhere if the missiles were targeting something inside Turkey. However, the Iranian side has always said we're not aiming at any place within Turkey, but Turkey's side, especially Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan on Saturday, underlined that the Iranian side is saying that this was an accident. The rockets were not aiming at Turkey. But if these accidents continue to happen, Turkey might have a harsher response. And these warnings should be heeded in this perspective, the Turkish Defense Ministry said. Just let me remind, as I said, Turkey is the second largest army within the NATO. And according to the NATO rules, if a NATO country is attacked by another country, then it would mean all NATO countries were attacked. So whether Iran would consider directly attacking any base in Turkey, either the missiles are, since the missiles are not fired from inside Turkey, this is a question mark. But of course, This is the second missile, and probably these are kind of also terrifying the Turkish authorities because they don't want to spoil their relations with Iran as well. This is the situation so far, and we are expecting to hear from the Turkish side in the coming hours. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Sinem Kosoglu, there joining us from Istanbul. Let's bring in Zora Karazami. She's an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and she joins us now from the Iranian capital. And Rob East Pinfold, a lecturer in international security at King's College London, and he's joining us from there. Let's start off with you, Zora, and ask this one question. Wouldn't it be very irresponsible for Iran to be launching missiles at Turkey, a NATO member, and broadening this conflict even more than it's gotten to now?
I didn't get any confirmation from Iranian side that it was actually from Iran side, and Iran is very explicit when just doing any retaliations. I don't think it was Iranian side did so, and you know that it was a few days ago that some Israeli agents were arrested in GCC countries that they like to make some sabotage and just finish it up in the name of Iran, and they were arrested. So the region is in chaos. So still is not clear that what was the source of this shooting, and Iran has not confirmed it yet.
Rob, when you look at what's been going on, okay, bringing in NATO would change the whole rules of the game entirely. But I want to get a sense of what Donald Trump's war aims are. Okay, he wants unconditional surrender. What does that look like? And on the other hand, we've been touting him and Pete Hegseth and Trump have been touting the excellence of the military, going on about that, but they still don't say anything about the end goal. Now, are they conflating military success with strategy?
Yes, absolutely. And this has been the key concern, not just for the GCC countries, but also for other NATO members, particularly European countries, that the US has no real tangible plan for a day after. You can take out Iran's command and control infrastructure. You know, we've heard Trump say that the Iranian Navy, Air Force and Army have all been destroyed. And fine, you can destroy the military installations and bases and government infrastructure, but then what comes afterwards? You know, first of all, how do you go from airstrikes to regime change? And how do you create a new day after that actually brings stability rather than more chaos and uncertainty to the region? So I think that's the key issue here. As the war goes on, though, we are seeing more countries get dragged in. Obviously, we're discussing that strike on Turkey, which likely came from Iran. And also we're seeing NATO members get dragged in as well. You know, Article 5 is kind of irrelevant here when you're seeing RAF jets intercepting Iranian drones headed for Qatar, or French aircraft intercepting Iranian ordnance over the UAE as well. So these states, because of the US's the Trump administration's inability to sell this war internally to the American people or externally to its international partners, this is why many US allies are reluctant to get involved, but they are being dragged in by Iran's strategy of chaos. It is not retaliating, it is targeting states that have no involvement in the conflict, that don't want to be involved in the conflict, that didn't want the war, that lobbied very, very hard against the war, but are now getting dragged in as Iran basically burns down the region in order to try and force a ceasefire.
Sora, does the appointment of the new Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei mean more of the same? Do you see a change in policy or direction? And I say that with the reports that we're getting that he was quite close to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei is the choice that many have consensus on. It's not only IRGC, but even the government that is coming from the reformist, for example, background, has consensus that he is the person that is well engaging and is the man of interactions and actually is having very sophisticated understanding of the situation. He has good relations with Iranians, allies in the region. And you see that the statements that released by our allies in the region indicated that they recognize him a man of wisdom and strategic thinking. Number one. Number two is that, yes, for sure, the new security paradigm that would be the outcome of the current war is changing many things. For example, more than 80% of Iranians now are firm in keeping on the missile programs as the tool of deterrence. Even for the first time, more than half of the population, the majority is supporting having nuclear weapons as deterrence. So maybe Mustafa Khamenei is expected to change some directions.
Zora, I want you to hold that thought and continue, because we've got these live images just coming through from Tel Aviv, where an Iranian missile has apparently landed in one of the suburbs of the city here. Its emergency services said earlier on there were 2 people being killed and 2 others injured in the central part of Israel. These are not those images. These are live images from Tel Aviv. So there we go. This continues. And
thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Zora, continue where you left off.
Okay, so I mean that there would be changes after this war, and one of the changes can be very much relying and more becoming integrated to China and Russia for Iran and the countries of the region. You know, Qatar, for example, has invested $18 billion in Al-Udeid. When it was in the place of defending itself, it was a priority of the United States to send the interceptors to Israel, not Qatar, not UAE. So I think that even the nations of the region and the country and these dictatorships, if they are wise enough, would change the directions, having new trading partners and security partners. And Iran also would be much more firm in this discourse of resistance and standing independent in the region.
Rob, okay, you know, we were discussing what Donald Trump's war aims are, which are nebulous, to put it mildly. Is Benjamin Netanyahu more certain as to what he wants?
And this is actually the problem here. We know that Israel is quite happy to create a paradigm of indefinite chaos in Iran. And there is a strategic logic to this. However, it may sound abhorrent that basically Israel has always been seeking strategic depth. It wants to push the fighting as far away from its borders as possible. So rather than fight Iran's allies on its own borders, it would much rather use its air force to, quote unquote, mow the grass over the skies of Iran to basically push the conflict far away. It's not necessarily interested in putting a new regime in place and keeping the same regime in place with a different leader. It is quite happy to basically burn down the order in the Gulf. The Gulf states, of course, have the completely opposite calculation. For them, this is their worst nightmare. This is a recipe for chaos and instability in their own backyards. And this is why, even though Iran is striking them increasingly without hesitation, despite the statements of Iran's president and foreign minister saying that this is not the case, Iran is deliberately striking civilian infrastructure in the Gulf, yet the Gulf states have not yet responded because the US has not made clear a plan for the day after, and because they fear that doing so would pave the way for Israeli hegemony in the region. So even though this might look like a Gulf war, it's not the Gulf states' war. They would like to stay out as quickly as possible, and they would like a return to the status quo as quickly as possible.
Rob, thanks so much. Rob Gies-Pinfield there from King's College London, and of course Zora Kharazmi from the University of Tehran. Right, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the main objective of the continued U.S.-Israeli airstrikes is to destroy Iran's missile capabilities. He says the world will be a safer place once the mission is accomplished.
The goals of this mission are clear, and it's important to continue to remind the American people of why it is that the greatest military in the history of the world is engaged in this operation. It is to destroy the ability of this regime to launch missiles, both by destroying their missiles and their launchers, destroy the factories that make these missiles, and destroy their Navy. I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that. And we are well on our way to achieving that objective every single day with overwhelming force, with overwhelming precision. The military, the United States military, the men and women in uniform are conducting an extraordinary operation. There are not a lot of cameras down there covering what they're doing, as opposed to some of the other images that you may see from some of the cities and capitals nearby. But I want everyone to know your military is getting the job done. And every single day, this regime in Iran has less missiles, has less launchers, their factories work less, and their navy is being eviscerated. And the world is going to be a safer and a better place when this mission is accomplished.
Well, let's get over to Washington and join Manuel Rapallo, who's there. Now, are we getting any more information from the State Department, more than what we had from Marco Rubio, which, quite frankly, wasn't very much?
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks.
That's
where
right.
facts
Unfortunately,
matter.
we're not hearing
Subscribe
any
now.
significant new lines from the State Department beyond what we just heard from that ceremony where Secretary of State Marco Rubio was commemorating World Hostage and Wrongful Detainee Day. That is the ceremony that took place earlier today here at the State Department. This is a ceremony for a day that commemorates hostages, American hostages, and Americans that are held wrongfully abroad, overseas. So again, not a whole lot of new information from Secretary Rubio on the subject of Iran. Within that context, he did say that the Iranian leadership is responsible for being characterized them as being some of the worst hostage takers in the world. In terms of military objectives, we did hear just in that soundbite from Secretary Rubio where he says that those objectives remain the same: destroying Iran's missile capabilities, neutralizing Iran's naval capabilities. But it was more about what wasn't said today. This was not a press conference that was open to questions. So the secretary gave his remarks and walked away. But there was no mention of the U.S. assessment of Iran's new supreme leader. There was no mention or detailing of recent attacks against U.S. embassies in the region. So we're hopeful that we will have a little bit more clarity from State Department officials as the day gets underway.
Thank you so much for that. That's Manuel Rapallo joining us there from Washington, D.C. Well, U.S. stock markets opening down. Dow at the moment trading 1.2% lower, and we've got an S&P about 0.8% down as well. And it's already down to soaring oil prices and fears about inflation, which of course have rattled not just the oil markets, but investors following the continued hostilities in the Middle East. Crude prices shooting up but easing as several countries began discussions to limit the jump in energy costs.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
What does that actually mean for your average American, ultimately, Christian?
Well, to put it in perspective, gas prices at the petrol station behind me here in New York are now $3.79 a gallon. That's about $1 a liter. More tellingly, it's a 17% increase just over where prices were a week ago, just over a week ago when the U.S. and Israel first started attacking Iran. So that's a substantial increase. To put it also in perspective, we haven't seen prices this high in the United States in about 4 years since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So while we have seen prices like this in the United States, it's been a long time. It's been 4 years. And the sudden increase is really taking a lot of people that I've been speaking to here by surprise.
So what is Donald Trump saying? What's he doing to perhaps mitigate the situation? Because he was on record as saying that a high oil price was the price worth paying.
Yeah, that's right. He said it was a small price to pay for a nuclear-free Iran, but it is the highest we've seen fuel prices since he has been in office. And this is a president who ran on lower prices overall. We know going into the midterm elections, inflation has been the top issue for American voters pretty consistently. And so we've seen President Trump saying that this won't last long. The United States will take steps to ensure that tankers can get through the Strait of Hormuz, where so much oil production and gas production now has come to a standstill. But insurers are nervous and shippers are going to be nervous about the ongoing conflict and what we saw over the weekend with attacks continuing. That is, again, raising the question of how long this will continue and what impact that will have not only on oil prices, but on the economy more broadly speaking. And that, I think, is what we see weighing on U.S. markets this morning.
Kristen, thank you. Kristen Salumi there joining us from New York. Well, while airspace over much of the Gulf remains closed, some airlines have started operating a few flights to help people get to their destinations. In Doha, Qatar Airways is operating a pared-down flight schedule to help stranded passengers. Zaina Basravi reports.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Only a few hours ago, there was another
We're
missile
not-
attack on Doha. It was intercepted by Qatari air defenses.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Week or so, with very little give. But what we're seeing now is after the all clear has been given, here, passengers who have been stranded since the war began for over a week now are beginning to come in and check in for relief flights to be able to leave the country. At Hamad International Airport, every counter right now has someone there checking in to try to get on a flight to try to get out of here. And this is what clearing a backlog of thousands of air travelers looks like.
I'm from Australia. I'm traveling to South Africa today. There aren't that many options for where you can fly out to. There's only a couple locations, so you kind of take what you can get. Being here has been really tense. I mean, basically for the entire week, every day we've heard explosions, sometimes loud enough that the windows were shaking. Just when you thought it had stopped, I mean, just a couple of hours ago, we heard some of the loudest explosions that we've heard since this thing begun.
The airport's security apparatus has multiple meetings a day with the Qatar Civil Aviation Authority, and their job is to determine whether or not the airspace is safe enough to fly or not. Now, the priority is to get people back on planes, but as always with air travel, safety comes first. Now, it's not all smooth sailing. Full planes and overbooking do appear to be causing problems.
I thought today I stayed with my husband. I finally know. I don't know. It's so difficult. If I can go, just tell me. No, don't fly for you. Stay in a hotel. No, move for nothing. Spend hours with him is so difficult, and this, I'm pregnant, and all the situation. It's annoying. It's so annoying. And this morning, I listen again, bombing. Why? What happened? What is going on?
But passengers who need help are being identified and solutions are being offered. The best part of visiting the Gulf Arab region, cities like Doha, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, has always been how safe these places are. There's ease of travel, freedom of movement. These are places that connect people. And what the war has done has severed those connections. And now trying to get flights back up in the air, even in the midst of ongoing risks. With every flight that lands, with every flight that takes off, it carries a little bit of hope that things can get back to normal in the region as soon as possible. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, at the Hamad International Airport in Doha.
Well, Iraq has increased military deployment to border zones in an effort to manage escalating regional instability. Asad Beg is at the Iraq-Iran border with more on the additional security measures being implemented.
We're here near the Iraq-Iran border, where in recent days, Iraqi authorities have deployed additional security forces as rising tensions from the widening conflict continue to spill over into northern Iraq. Behind me is the frontier with Iran, a mountainous area that has long been used by Iranian Kurdish groups to move between the two countries. Now, this move of deploying additional security forces seems to be sending several messages at once. Firstly, it signals to Iran that Iraq is serious and does not want Iranian opposition groups launching operations into Iran. Secondly, It shows Iran that Iraq is serious about the 2023 security agreement. Now, under that agreement, Baghdad said it would clamp down on Iranian Kurdish opposition groups inside northern Iraq. Also, it signals to those specific Iranian Kurdish armed opposition groups that the additional forces make it very difficult for them to move into Iran, something that Iran has accused those groups of doing. But all this comes as there are increased tensions here in Iraqi Kurdistan. In recent days, armed groups, Iraqi groups aligned to Iran, have launched multiple drone and missile strikes across Iraqi Kurdistan, including the cities of Erbil and Sulaymaniyah. As a result of those strikes, there have been deaths and injuries. Now, the regional Kurdish government seems to be losing patience. The president of the regional Kurdish government, Masoud Barzani, has said that the Kurdish people have always been peaceful and sought coexistence, but there are limits to self-restraint. He called on Baghdad to clamp down on those groups and called those attacks on the cities, on the infrastructure, as well as Peshmerga forces, a war crime. But right now, both Baghdad and the authorities here in Kurdistan are determined not to make this border and this frontier the new front line in this widening conflict. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, from the Iraq-Iran border.
Well, let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines. The trial of Istanbul's jailed mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, has begun in Turkey. He's accused of corruption in a case critics say is politically motivated. İmamoğlu has widely been seen as a challenger to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He was jailed last year on the day he was named the presidential candidate of the main opposition CHP party. Now, Ivory Coast and Ghana produce about half of the world's cocoa beans. But this year, they are struggling to sell their crops and pay farmers. Now, this is due to ample global forests, which have lowered prices, and also because of falling demand from chocolate makers. Catherine Soy has more.
In Ivory Coast, Marie Bruce says she's had a good harvest of cocoa, mostly used to make chocolate. She's expecting to sell it through her cooperative at a price set at the beginning of the planting season in October. But wild cocoa prices have lost nearly 3/4 of their value in the last year. And Bru and other farmers worry this could cut into their earnings.
It hurts us when the buyers say the price is too high. When the price was announced, we were happy, we celebrated. But when the buyers say it's too expensive and badly priced, it worries us. We don't know how things will end.
Demand fell partly because of prices in Ivory Coast and neighboring Ghana, the world's largest cocoa exporters. Traders in the international market say the price set is too high, about $2,000 per metric ton, higher than the current market price. So they have stopped buying from the region. Some chocolate makers are also switching to other non-cocoa additives and alternative fats that offer healthier options. As a result, farming cooperatives say they don't have enough money to pay farmers.
We need to revise the price-setting system. Currently, there is a fixed price system which can be difficult to implement. We propose a structured system with a floor price. If there is a negative shock, prices should fall below 20%. Likewise, if prices increase, they can be adjusted upward.
Economists are also worried.
Beyond the liquidity problem, there are also storage costs. Since November, December, January, February, it's almost 4 months now that we've been holding stock. We had promised to deliver cocoa payments by now, but we cannot honor that.
But in the meantime, Bru and other farmers like her say that until cocoa prices are adjusted, they just want to earn enough to pay their bills and take care of their families. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
U.S. stock markets plummet and the price of oil goes up after Gulf states halt oil production because of the war. Bahrain says a drone has hit its main oil refinery, setting the facility on fire. And a barrage of Iranian missiles targets central Israel. At least 2 people have been killed.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
It's 1500 GMT on the 10th day of the US-Israel war on Iran, a conflict that has already spread to large parts of the Middle East and is threatening global fuel supplies with major consequences. Well, we have correspondents covering this story from New York, Paris, Istanbul, and Ramallah. But first, let's head over to the Iranian capital, Tehran, where in the last hour, there have been several explosions in the city.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Well, Sami, it's 10 days since the commencement of this recent wave of strikes by the Americans and Israelis. Of course, today and a few hours ago, we witnessed sounds of massive explosion being heard from different parts of the city, including southern parts as well as the east and west of the city. Of course, when it comes to exact places targeted, we know that there is this sort of a strategy by the government not to spill the beans about the exact locations and places being targeted. But still, we know that over the past few days, it is not just the military headquarters as well as police stations, but also the buildings belonging to state and, of course, residential areas being targeted across the Iranian capital, Tehran. And, of course, this is not limited to that. We know that more than 200 cities have been the actually scene of the Israeli and American strikes over the past few days, which is now, I think this is actually the second week that we have been witnessing this continued air strikes. And the night before last night, we witnessed something extraordinary, something unprecedented, the result of which is still hanging in the air. The American and Israelis just targeted the fuel depots as well as some oil facilities of the Iranian capital, Tehran. And since then, there is this blanket of black, dark clouds surrounding the entire city. Right now, the situation looks to be a little bit better, but still, if we speak to environmentalists, they are warning about the damages as a result of this recent strike targeting the oil facilities in the Iranian capital.
Tawhid, stay with us, because those latest strikes come as large crowds have gathered across Iran in support of the new supreme leader. Now, these are the scenes from Tehran's Inqilab, or Revolution Square. People have come out to pledge their allegiance to the Islamic Republic's third leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of assassinated Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was announced to the position overnight. So, Tawhid, as the dark sky indicates behind you, the first day under a new supreme leader is coming to an end. How are people processing it all?
Well, actually, this is a mixture of different sentiments. And first, I was just in that footages that you were showing. I was in the Inqilab Square, and I saw many people attending to just send out a message of solidarity, a message of defiance to the the Americans and Israelis who have, according to them, invaded the country. And of course, a message of support to the political establishment. From the early hours of today, we witnessed different parts of the political establishment and the military forces, including IRGC and the Quds forces and the army, coming out with the statements one after another to show their support to the new supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the former supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who is 30 years old, younger than his further, and that is sort of opening up a possibility for more and more changes inside the country. This is a critically important decision, and he's going to be in charge for several important issues. And the most important of which I can refer to the trajectory of war ahead, and he's going to be the person to see whether or not this war should be continued or other decisions that should be made in that regard. And this is not that. People are also waiting for him to come up with the challenges that they are facing domestically and, of course, when it comes to foreign policy challenges. But from what I can say, I saw a considerable number of people with respect to the very fact that a considerable proportion of the capital have decided to evacuate the city. Still, we saw a considerable number of people coming to the streets to just sort of show their support and solidarity pertaining to the call that was coming from the political establishment.
Tawheed Asadi, our correspondent in the heart of a country under 10 days of bombardment. Thanks so much. Iranian drones and missiles continue to target countries across the Gulf region too. Qatar's defense ministry says its forces intercepted missiles targeting the country. And in Bahrain, a fire broke out after a drone struck the country's main oil refinery, which is crucial for its energy sector. Financial markets are feeling the shock too. About $6 trillion have been wiped out from the value of global stocks since the conflict began. The main U.S. indices fell by more than 1% when they opened on Monday. It followed declines in Europe and Asia, with indices in Japan and South Korea falling by around 6%. Now, oil, it's rising. It rose above $100 a barrel. That's the highest level in 4 years. The conflict has effectively closed the critical Strait of Hormuz, the transit point for a fifth of the world's oil. Kristen Salumi is live for us in New York. And Kristen, looks like you're at a petrol pump. How hard is it getting for people who just want to fill up the car and go on with life?
Yeah, it's a basic necessity, right? People need fuel to get to work, to take their kids to school. And the increase in the prices here at the pump have really gone up dramatically in the last week since the first U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran. We've seen a 17% increase in fuel prices here. Here in New York, it starts at $3.79 a gallon. That's about $1 a liter. And for consumers who maybe weren't paying so much attention to global politics, it really took many of the ones that I've been speaking to here by surprise. Because again, we have not seen prices like this in the United States. It's about 4 years now since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine that we saw oil prices spike quite this high. And it's coming at a time when inflation and affordability is a big issue for Americans. And at a time when polls suggest only 1 in 4 Americans even support this conflict.
Also coming at a time when elections not too far away. How problematic is this for Donald Trump? What does he plan to do about it?
Well, we've heard Donald Trump say over the weekend on social media that higher gas prices or fuel prices are a small price to pay to have a nuclear-free Iran. But it is a very important issue. We have midterm elections later this year, so there's some time, and the president has promised that this will be a quick conflict lasting weeks, not months. But what happened over the weekend with the ongoing attacks certainly is raising concerns that this may drag on longer than expected. We've seen that concern reflected in the volatility of the stock market over the last week, showing some of the largest declines for the Dow Jones Industrial Average in almost a year. And that trend seems to be continuing today as the concerns about this continue. So the longer it goes on, the more it's going to be a concern for Donald Trump and those running for election for sure.
All right, thanks so much. Kristen Salumi there.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
Forced oil and gas facilities across the Gulf to shut down. This could leave businesses and consumers worldwide facing weeks, even months of higher fuel prices. Kulthum Sharif explains.
Since the start of the conflict, some of the major oil and gas producers in the Middle East have halted production one by one. So oil exports have abruptly stopped right from Qatar to Iraq due to attacks on energy infrastructure. Now, nearly half of the world's oil reserves and production comes from this region. Now, Saudi Arabia is a leading exporter. Now, this image should explain why it was forced to halt production at one of its biggest domestic oil refinery, Ras Tanura. Debris from intercepted Iranian drone caused a fire here. Now, apart from crude oil exports, the Middle East is also a powerhouse when it comes to liquefied natural gas. Now, Qatar is a leading producer, supplying nearly 20% of global LNG. Now, it operates a field along with Iran. Now, this is South Pass North Dome field. Now, the south portion of it is operated by Qatar and the northern part of it by Iran. But production has completely stopped here. Even if production were to continue, we have another problem, the problem of transportation, because the Iranian threats have effectively shut the Strait of Hormuz. So all the oil and gas that has been produced in the region is not being supplied through. Normally, most of the supplies go through the Strait of Hormuz to Asia, but some of them also to Europe, right up from the Arabian Sea and through the Suez Canal. Now, the closure of the strait has already pushed up oil and gas prices. And the world has actually seen that play out after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Now, stock markets have slumped, oil prices have jumped right from Asia to America.
Dimitris Valatsas is chief economist at Aurora Macro Strategies. He joins us now from New York. Good to have you with us. I'm going to hope, Dimitri, you've got your crystal ball handy and ask you the question I think many people are wondering. How much higher can we see energy prices, oil prices go, do you think?
Thank you, Sami, for having me on, and good evening to you and your viewers. I dare say crystal balls are very dangerous, especially dangerous if you're trying to predict things like oil prices, which have spiked over the week, went up at the open last night here in New York, and then went down over the course of the day today. So I think it's very dangerous to put any number on it. I think there is a world in which we could see $150 oil, and there is also a world, which is what the forward markets are telling us, we could see oil come gently down to 80, 70, back to $60. It really depends on the direction of the conflict and how soon the Strait of Hormuz can be reopened.
$150 is a big number. What would that mean for people, Dimitri? Are we talking about obviously transportation getting expensive, but everything else going up, food going up, the price of heating or cooling if you're in this part of the world going up, economy slowing down, people losing jobs? I mean, I don't want to sound like a pessimist and put fear into people, but what are we looking at? What's at stake for people?
Again, it's important to remember this is just a ride-tail scenario. And most of the market predictions, the market likes its crystal ball, will tell you that they expect prices to go down from $100 where they are today. But there is no doubt, for the global economy, higher oil prices are an adverse supply shock. As you mentioned, oil goes into everything. Oil goes into food. Oil goes into transporting other products. And oil is gasoline is a product with very inelastic demand. People have to fill up their tanks to go to work. So that leads, as we saw in 2022, to lower disposable incomes, higher inflation, and potentially government intervention to prevent energy prices from spiking too far.
Now, the word is that the G7 have not made a decision yet on releasing their emergency oil reserves. How should we read this? Is this a sign that they think oil prices are not going to go crazy and going to straighten things out, or are they holding back for when things get really rough?
I think the G7 is trying to put on a brave face and a show of confidence to consumers that this will be contained. that normal or more normal flows will resume at some point. But if they do not, they do have the capacity to provide
Dimitri,
their
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you used the word they've put on a brave face, which kind of indicates to me a choice of words that you might think that they're not making the right call here, or things are going to be rougher than they're trying to pretend. Am I reading you right?
Oh, it would be... No, I wouldn't say that. I think it's very difficult. You know, I'm not a military analyst. It's hard to know which way this war is going to go and when the straits will be reopened. I mean, we're all hoping for a swift resolution where energy flows continue. I think what the statement from the G7, you know, concerning the strategic reserves today wants to indicate is that that is their base case as well, that oil flows should continue and normal operations should continue. And if that doesn't happen to be the case, they do have this strategic reserve that they can tap into.
I hope you've still got that crystal ball. Let's talk about markets. They took a bit of a tumble. Where are things going to go?
Look, I think what's really interesting counterintuitively is that the U.S. economy is, relatively speaking, emerging stronger than any other economy in the world. And I think that's a read across on its relatively low reliance on energy imports. In fact, the U.S. is an energy exporter. So while we've had substantial shocks to, say, the Japanese or the European stock markets, the U.S. stock market has stayed relatively contained. Obviously, it's sold off. It's a global shock, but much less so than other markets. What I would be more concerned about is government bonds. Again, not so much in the United States as in other developed economies, such as the European economies. And we've seen markets price in potentially higher cost of sustaining deficits, higher interest rates paid by governments, potentially because once again, as they did in 2022, they might have to come in and subsidize consumers.
All right. Thank you so much, Dimitri Valatsas, their chief economist at Aurora Macro Strategies. Pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Sami. Thanks for having me.
Let's bring you some breaking news now just coming out of Israel, where it's being reported that rockets have fallen in several areas in the center of the country. Let's go straight over to Noor Aude. She joins us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Noor, what are we hearing about the impact of those fallen rockets?
Well, we're not hearing, Sami, because the military censor in Israel has not cleared information for publication yet. What we can tell you, though, is that eyewitnesses are talking about plumes of smoke. They're talking about several areas of impact. Now, the areas that have been targeted, we keep telling our viewers the center of Israel. Let's explain what does that mean. It means that the area that is being targeted is where about 44% of the Israeli population lives. This is where the Ben Gurion airport is. It is where several air bases and military bases are. The Ministry of Defense, the Mossad are headquarters. This is a very strategic area for Israel. Targeting that area, keeping all those millions of people in the shelters is extremely disruptive. And this is what we heard, for example, from the mayor of Haifa, saying that he will not ease restrictions, that he will not allow schools to come back to resume activity because it was simply too risky. The alarms and the sirens are going off almost nonstop in Haifa and northern communities from rocket fire coming from Lebanon. And this is something that Israelis are increasingly frustrated with. There is no early warning to them. They have very few seconds, no more than a minute to get to the shelter. They cannot possibly think about and plan about going to work, sending kids to school, picking them up from school, and so on. But throughout this war, Sami, we have to say, I've never seen anything like it. The military censor has been adamant. It has imposed basically a blackout on where these missiles and rockets are falling, how many have been fired at Israel from Iran or Hezbollah, the information being tightly controlled. In fact, even having authorities arrest journalists who were deemed to have said too much on the air.
Noor, bear with us for a second, because I just want to remind viewers that earlier we had reports of a of an earlier Iranian rocket attack on Israel. And emergency services, they were talking about how at least one person was killed and 2 people injured. That also happening in central Israel, where Noor was just talking about the latest rockets falling. Iran continuing its retaliatory strikes after Israel and the US launched their attack on Iran 10 days ago, and after that very heavy series of strikes we saw yesterday. So Noor, tell us about the pattern here. Once again, we're seeing an earlier attack on central Israel. Do we know what the target is?
Well, we know that now 2 people were killed, Sami, and they were killed in an area very close to the Ben Gurion airport in Tel Aviv. We cannot, again, ascertain what the specific target is, but what we know from eyewitnesses is that at least some of the missiles that Iran is using have cluster warheads, which means that they splinter into several missiles, and they have a wide wide scope, geographic scope that they target. They create a lot of damage. It takes emergency crews a long time to comb through the area that was designated as target to make sure that there are no unexploded ordnance, that there are no injuries that they don't know about, that the damage sustained to the buildings is not a danger to those residing in them. But again, that area is critical. It has a lot of assets, military, intelligence, economic, and so on. We see all of those targeting happening from Iran, from Hezbollah, and they do focus on that nerve, economic, political, and military in Israel.
And that's our correspondent, Noor Aude, there from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thanks so much. 7 of the world's largest economies, as I mentioned earlier, the G7, well, they've not made a decision yet on the potential release of emergency oil stocks following an emergency meeting. If reserves are to be released, it would be the first time since 2022 following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And Natasha Butler joins us live now from Paris. So, Natasha, is this a no from the G7 or a no for now? Is it clear?
It's not clear. It sounds a bit more like a no for now, but we can't say for sure. What we do know is the French finance minister, Roland Lescure, who was hosting this meeting, in his words, he said, we're not quite there yet. And what he meant was that after this meeting of G7 finance ministers with the head of the International Atomic Agency, the decision was to try and look at all the tools available to try and stabilize financial markets, to try and stop these oil prices from surging. But releasing these emergency reserves hasn't been decided on yet. However, we do know that there might be another meeting later in the week of G7 energy ministers. That's been put out there as a possibility. We also know that in the European Union, there is going to be a meeting a little later this week of groups that look at emergency reserves of oil within the bloc and looking at what can be done. So perhaps it might be that those reserves are released a little later. What I can say, though, is here in Paris, you can see cars arriving behind me here at this petrol pump just in the center of the city. We've been speaking to motorists. They are feeling the impact of this war, even though it is thousands of miles away, because, of course, petrol prices have gone up. And what people are saying is, look, there's no panic right now. And certainly the French government have told people not to panic. But people are saying, look, we're filling up our car or our bike each day because what we're worried is if we wait in a week's time, those prices are simply going to spike.
All right. And that's Natasha Butler for us from the French capital. Now, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says the US wants to divide the country and take control of its oil riches. Speaking at a news conference in Tehran, Ismail Baghai accused the US of torpedoing diplomacy and said there's no point discussing a ceasefire while attacks continue.
Their plan is very clear. They aim to partition our country to take illegal possession of our oil riches. Even before the US and Zionist entities' belligerent acts started, we were fully engaged in diplomatic efforts and many rounds of talks. They're doing all they can in order to provide justification for their crimes. Their objective is to violate our sovereignty, defeat our people, and undermine our humanity. All these facts are quite clear, and we don't have to elaborate. On the very first day, they targeted the residential area of the Supreme Leader, where he, together with a number of military leaders, were killed. After that, they assaulted Al-Minab School, killing innocent students.
Rob Geist-Pinfold is a lecturer in international security at King's College London. He joins us from there. So, Rob, we had this warning from US officials, from Donald Trump even, I think, saying that a heavy wave was coming. We saw yesterday intense attacks on Iran, hitting all storage facilities, even reports of water desalination plants being hit in raids. And yet, Iran is still able to fire rockets. What does that tell us about the degree of success of the US strategy at this point?
Well, if the strategy was ever to stop Iran from firing rockets entirely, it was never going to be a successful strategy, because it's just something that's very, very difficult to do. You can degrade the enemy's capabilities. You can, for example, attack missile launchers or launch facilities, but at the end of the day, you're never going to be able to use air power alone to get those launches down to zero. Remember, for example, that Iran has a significant supply of drones, Shahed drones. Now, these drones can be manufactured in basically a warehouse. It doesn't need a complex military installation. They don't need a specialist launcher. So Iran can keep indefinitely launching drones and rockets and
can
general
those
ordnance.
production facilities be destroyed, as US and Israeli officials have been talking about? What is the likelihood, or the, how realistic is that?
Some of them can be destroyed. Many of them have already been destroyed, but you can't destroy all of them from air power alone. You look at other conflicts in the region. You look at Israel's conflicts with Hezbollah, Israel's war on Gaza. There's still intermittent rocket fire despite all the things that Israel has done on those fronts, and it will be the same here. Indeed, more so. Iran has far more capabilities and far more armaments than than Hamas or Hezbollah, for example. It has the ability to make them. It has the ability to sustain them, and there's also the added a second order effect once you start destroying or have destroyed all of the key military installations, the places that launch the missiles, and they go underground. They're made in warehouses, for example. Then the risk of civilian casualties also increases too. So there has to be a off-ramp here towards a day after scenario that isn't just about destroying.
But before we get to the off-ramp, what is the likelihood, because this has been the pattern so far, that each time the US feels it hasn't got what it wants from Iran, it goes a step up the escalation ladder. Is that likely? And what is the next step up on this escalation ladder?
Well, Iran has been going up the escalation ladder, that's for sure, in its attacks on targets from Turkey to Azerbaijan recently. But the US, you're right, has escalated, but it's shown less of a willingness to escalate than, for example, Israel. We're hearing today leaks from quote-unquote senior American sources that the Americans are unhappy with the Israelis for attacking the oil infrastructure in Iran, for example. So I think the Israelis are likely to go up the escalation ladder. The Americans less likely to do so, simply because the Americans will be coordinating with the GCC countries. They have broader considerations at mind, and they are actually looking, at least you would hope they are looking for an off-ramp, some way to get us to a quote-unquote day after that stabilizes the region as quickly as possible. We have not seen those signs from the Israeli government yet. In fact, the Israeli government have said they will not just tolerate a change in leadership in Tehran. They want to bring down the entire regime. They will probably be quite happy to have a scenario where they quote-unquote mow the grass indefinitely over Iran. So as the war goes on, we're going to see an increasing and clearer divergence between the White House and the Israeli administration, and how that plays out will, I think, be crucial in determining not just the conduct, but also the time frame for when and how this thing ends.
Well, you read my mind. Whose will is going to prevail? Will the Israelis be able to force the Americans to keep going, even if Donald Trump wants to announce a victory as he sees it and end this one?
Well, it's an open question, right? We know during the 12-day war that Israeli jets were literally in the air when President Trump forced them back. So the US, even if there's this perception that the US got dragged into Israel's war, comments which, for example, Marco Rubio's comments to that effect will have fueled this perception. So even if the US, it feels like the US has been dragged and it's Israel that's leading on this war, you might start to see the US exert more agency and influence over Israel as the campaign goes on. We keep talking about US midterms at the end of this year. There's also Israeli elections later this year, whereas Netanyahu may well actually profit from this war in terms of his public appeal. Trump probably will not. Less than 1 in 4 Americans support this war. So this is not a popular war in the US before it's cost a lot, gone on for a long time and generated significant US casualties. So again, that domestic element will cause friction and divide between both leaders. The fact that Israel's public support this war, Israel's government is happy to go on indefinitely. The American public does not support this war, and as a result, the American government will be unlikely to want this to go on indefinitely.
All right. Good to get your thoughts. Rob Geist-Pinfold from King's College London.
Thank you.
US President Donald Trump has said he's not happy about the appointment of Mujtaba Khamenei as Iran's new supreme leader. Well, in contrast, the Russian president congratulated him. Vladimir Putin told Mujtaba Khamenei, "At a time when Iran is opposing armed aggression, your tenure in this high post will undoubtedly require great courage and dedication." Putin went on to say, "I'm sure that you will honorably continue your father's work and unite the Iranian people." Well, let's bring in now Zohreh Kharazmi. She's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. She joins us from the Iranian capital. Good to have you with us. So, Zohreh, first of all, we know that Donald Trump had objected to the appointment of Mujtaba Khamenei even before he was appointed. Should his appointment then be seen as partly also something of a message of defiance to Donald Trump?
Actually, Donald Trump is not the king of the world to say that who should be appointed as the supreme leader of Iran, and as he thinks that the milking Arab states are following him. Iran is an independent country, is a sovereign. It has a sovereign that's in its territory. It has its own constitution. And it's very good that Trump doesn't like Mujtaba Khamenei. It's a sign that Mujtaba Khamenei is appointed as a correct choice, and many Iranians are really feeling happy that the name of Khamenei is echoed again after the very, illusions and the sort of illuminations that the United States has about assassination of the supreme leader and the regime change. So I think that Trump is not in position to discuss who would run the country here.
Will he be able to fill the void left by his father, who was a supreme leader for decades? Will Mujtaba be able to command the trust, the respect of all figures and factions in the country?
There is a sort of consensus. Today, even the reformist parties, for example, like Nedai Iranian, pledge allegiance to Ayatollah Khamenei, Mujtaba Khamenei, I mean. And also, you see the regional allies and the marajes, the jurisprudential marajes, and the political and the military figures. And about the ordinary people, it was just a rally in Tehran and in many other cities and towns that people gathered together to pledge allegiance to him. So I think that he's well popular after the martyrdom of his family.
We did see protests earlier in December and January in Iran. Clearly, there were people who were opposed to Ali Khamenei. Will those people's sentiments be inflamed by seeing continuity with another Khamenei taking over?
They are a narrow margin of the population. You should make them separate from those who feel suffering from the economic pressure or have some criticism on that. But those you mean was very much on. it's clear because when you're talking about that demonstrations, after some day that it become violent, that they fired banks, that they slaughtered people in the streets and brought chaos, many people abandoned to come to the streets. There were really few remained. So it was indicated that there are two different groups. And even right now, it doesn't mean that everybody is very satisfied with the economic situation or I mean, everything that the Islamic Republic is doing. But what I'm saying is that the majority are believing in the integrity of the country and the stability under the Islamic Republic.
Okay, now, I think one of the key questions will be, will he also represent a continuity in terms of his father's fatwa against nuclear weapons? Is that policy likely to change? Do we have any indication on that? Or will he figure that the best defense for Iran at this point is to go fully nuclear?
We shall see. Actually, the expectation of the people is some changes. You know that 80% are now very much, I mean, the polls indicated, and the Maryland University already published it, that more than 80% of Iranians are believing in missile capabilities to be kept strong, and also more than half of the population, that they're expected to be much more these days, believing that nuclear weapons is needed for the deterrence. So maybe he is in the position to decide.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Zohra Kharazmi, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran.
Thank you.
And you're watching Al Jazeera. Time to recap our headlines at this hour. Large crowds have gathered across Iran in support of the new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the assassinated Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He was announced to the position overnight. Financial markets are feeling the shock. The main US indices fell by more than 1% when they opened on Monday. But it followed declines in Europe and Asia. Oil rose above $100 a barrel. That's the highest level in 4 years. The conflict has effectively closed the critical Strait of Hormuz, the transit point for a fifth of the world's oil. Joining us now from North Yorkshire in the UK is Richard Dalton. He's a former British ambassador to Iran. Good to have you with us. So, from your reading, do you think the appointment of Mujtaba Khamenei is going to bring greater cohesion, stability to Iran as a state? How do you read it?
I read it as a strong signal of continuity. The armed forces and the Revolutionary Guard have pledged their loyalty. This is not an appointment that's been made in a vacuum. There have been many preparations over a long period, and he has always been one of the candidates. I would not have expected in wartime a departure, any decision to change policy radically amongst the clerics of Iran who make the choice. So the difficulty now, of course, will be, and indeed for Mujtaba al-Khamenei's life, to remain intact, given the deplorable prior announcement by Israel that they intend to assassinate him.
Is the goal, at least of the Israelis, if not the US, state collapse now? And will they double down on that now if they see a smooth kind of transition process underway?
It appears to be the aim currently of both Israel and the United States, although there is talk of them having backed off, starting a land war in northwestern Iraq and Iran via the Kurdish Iranians. But the attacks on oil infrastructure, the continuing war across the waters of the Persian Gulf suggests to me that Israel at least will continue its attacks. There is a clear opportunity for President Trump to detach himself from the Israeli campaign. Never before has the United States been quite so subservient to Israel or have subordinated its genuine interest in stability in the Middle East to a military campaign advocated through decades by Israel designed to create instability. But there's no sign yet of President Trump being willing to take the off-ramp that is clearly open to him, given the destruction wrought by Israel and the United States on the Islamic Republic up till now.
And even if he decided to do that, is there any reason to doubt what the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, spoke about in June 16th of last year, when he said, I had to act, pressure has an effect, and ultimately regimes like this collapse. And he went on to talk about how this is not a one-time or one-off event, indicating perhaps that he wants to keep going, even if the US doesn't.
Yes, he might. But if the pain of the Gulf states and the world economy is sufficient to impress President Trump, as it should, he is in a position to tell Israel to stop. It's been done before, and there must be a limit to the willingness of the United States to allow its fundamental interests to be determined by its ally in the Middle East rather than by its own people. And remember, there is not majority support in the United States for this war.
I wonder how you view this, Mr. Dalton, as an ambassador, as a former British ambassador to Iran, as somebody who is very much part of the diplomatic scene, to see now we're in a situation that the UN Secretary General spoke about on February the 28th, that the US and Israeli attacks on Iran violate Article 2 of the UN Charter, a violation of international law. Something of a collapse of the international order underway here, the one that you were familiar with and worked with?
Absolutely, but that's been coming for some time with the determination by President Trump that he's accountable to nobody except his own morality. And we know how thin that morality is in all areas of life in which he has been engaged, personal or property, national or international. Aggression is the worst crime, clearly laid down by the Nuremberg Tribunal at the end of the Second World War, because it comprises all the evils and ills of other war crimes. And it really is time not just for the states vitally concerned that there should be a ceasefire to impress upon the United States and Israel that they do not accept waging of illegal wars, but they must try over time to reassert the rules of order, which are so important to so many countries.
Ambassador Richard Dalton, former British ambassador to Iran, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, Turkey's defense ministry says it will not hesitate to act if its airspace or land are threatened. The comments come after a missile was downed. In a statement, the ministry says a ballistic missile launched from Iran and detected heading towards Turkey was intercepted and neutralized by NATO air and missile defense systems. No casualties or damage was reported. Turkish institutions began monitoring the incident immediately. Ankara emphasized its capability and determination to protect national airspace and border security, while warning that further escalation in the region must be avoided. Selim Kosoğlu joins us now from Istanbul. So, Selim, how fine a line is Turkey walking in this conflict?
This is a very fine line, Sami, as Turkey and Iran, Turks and Iranians haven't fought against each other since the 17th century after they signed the Kasra-Shirin agreement. And that agreement actually shaped today's Iran-Turkey border, which is around 534 kilometers long. So since these two countries have been rivals in the Middle East, in the region, for such a long time, but they haven't fought against each other. And Turkey is a NATO member. Iran is a Shia country. Turkey is on the Sunni side, but they have enjoyed fine diplomatic relations, and they have very strong cultural ties as well. They have so many people going to Iran and coming to Turkey. But let's remember, just before this war began, Turkey tried to mediate between Iran, Israel, and the United States, and said it was ready to host these talks in Turkey, but the talks happened in Oman, and Turkey has underlined that Iran was doing its best for the negotiations to come up to a solution. Turkey shows strong support to Iran. Even before this, during the nuclear talks, Turkey wanted to facilitate some mediation, and it did as well. However, these rockets, for the second time in a week, being fired from inside Iran and being intercepted by the NATO air and defense systems before it reached the Turkish soil, is an important issue, because the Turkish side has been giving constructive messages, saying that they welcome the statement by the Iranians, saying these rockets accidentally reached out to this. But if these accidents happen again, Turkey will have to respond differently. This is what the Turkish top diplomat said. And the Turkish Defense Ministry also underlined that these warnings from Turkey must be taken seriously and heed according to Turkey's warnings in this respect. This is the situation so far. Turkey is trying to be constructive but also cautious, as it's a NATO country. Back to you, Sami.
And Sinem, we've heard a statement from NATO saying they're vowing to stand firm. What do they mean by stand firm? How far is NATO willing to go in this?
Sami, you know, Turkey is the second largest army within the NATO allies. And according to the rules, if one NATO country is attacked by another country, this means an attack on all other NATO countries, and they get involved. And Turkey hosts major NATO bases and US bases, mainly the one in Incirlik. And there were some rumors on the Iranian side that the missiles fired by the United States alongside Israel were from Adana Incirlik Air Base, and Turkey declined these comments because currently the Americans are not using these bases in Turkey. But Iranian side had some other repercussions. So for the NATO statement, I can say that if there is a direct attack on any Turkish facilities or NATO facilities, American facilities in Turkey, that would be the opening of a direct war to NATO countries. And by the NATO statement saying standing firmly with our NATO ally, this means we will be involved. Whether Iran would go that far is a question mark. Whether anyone in the region would want a huge regional war with Western allies getting involved is a question mark. Probably no one wants it. But NATO wants to show that this bloc still is alive and the allies support each other.
And Sinem Kosoğlu there from Istanbul. Now, a new wave of Israeli airstrikes on Lebanon has left neighborhoods in the capital in ruins. Israel launched at least 3 strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs on Monday. The Israeli army says it was targeting buildings housing a financial institution used by Hezbollah. Hezbollah attacked Israel last week after US and Israeli strikes killed the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Al Jazeera's Zaina Khodr is in Beirut and brings us this report.
We are in the center of Beirut in a neighborhood known as Nuwairi. In the past hour, the Israeli military issued a warning that it intends to target all branches of Qard al-Hassan. That's a financial institution affiliated with Hezbollah. Let me show you what the reality of life is like nowadays in Lebanon. So the Israeli military issues this warning. So that building in the distance where you see the satellite dishes on the roof, that building is expected to be targeted at any time now. As you can see, the Lebanese security forces, they close roads, they direct traffic to make sure people do not approach areas that will be targeted. In the past few minutes, there have been strikes in Beirut's southern suburbs, a few kilometers from where we are.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
The southern suburbs is largely empty of residents, but those strikes have already come in. So people are living on the edge. There's a lot of tension in the city. Yes, we're talking now about the Israeli military issuing warnings, giving people advance notice. But more often than not, strikes come in without any prior notice. That's one of the Qard al-Hassan branches, the Hezbollah-affiliated institutions that the Israeli military threatened to target across the country. This particular branch has so far not been hit. We are in the center of the Lebanese capital. It's not clear why it has not been hit yet. In late 2024, it was targeted. Now, Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has said the only guarantee he has so far received from the international community that there will be no airstrikes targeting Beirut International Airport and the road leading to it. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
The Israeli military has continued issuing forced displacement orders to residents of southern Lebanon. The United Nations Children's Fund says nearly 700,000 people, including around 200,000 children, have been forced from their homes, adding to the tens of thousands already uprooted from previous escalations. At least 83 children have been killed, 254 wounded across Lebanon since March the 2nd as violence intensifies. The Syrian authorities say more than 65,000 civilians from Lebanon have crossed into Syria through the Judaydat Yabus gate near Damascus and the Jusia crossing in Homs. The government in Lebanon is struggling to house people who have been internally displaced by Israeli strikes. Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith reports from a shelter in Beirut.
This is a stadium which is being converted on the edge of the southern suburbs, which is being converted into a shelter for internally displaced Lebanese from the southern suburbs of Beirut or from further south. This particular area we're in is for those with physical and mental disabilities. They've only got 800 people in here so far. There is much greater demand for space, but they haven't got the tents. And this is a problem for the Lebanese government. It's cash poor, it's relying on charity, and it's having difficulty sourcing the tents that people need. There's huge demand for people. They want to come in. They could hold about 5,000 people here if they had the facilities. So that's the scramble at the moment for the Lebanese authorities to get the tents in, because people on the current prospect are going to be here for quite some time.
Iraq has increased security measures across its border with Iran. This comes as US-Israeli attacks on Tehran dragged more countries into the conflict. Asad Baig went to the Iraq-Iran border and sent us this report.
We're here near the Iraq-Iran border, where in recent days Iraqi authorities have deployed additional security forces as rising tensions from the widening conflict continue to spill over into northern Iraq. Behind me is the frontier with Iran, a mountainous area that has long been used by Iranian Kurdish groups to move between the two countries. Now, this move of deploying additional security forces seems to be sending several messages at once. Firstly, it signals to Iran that Iraq is serious and does not want Iranian opposition groups launching operations into Iran. Secondly, it shows Iran that Iraq is serious about the 2023 security agreement. Now, under that agreement, Baghdad said it would clamp down on Iranian Kurdish opposition groups inside northern Iraq. Also, it signals to those specific Iranian Kurdish armed opposition groups that the additional forces make it very difficult for them to move into Iran, something Iran has accused those groups of doing. But all this comes as there are increased tensions here in Iraqi Kurdistan. In recent days, armed groups, Iraqi groups aligned to Iran, have launched multiple drone and missile strikes across Iraqi Kurdistan, including the cities of Erbil and Sulaymaniyah. As a result of those strikes, there have been deaths and injuries. Now, the regional Kurdish government seems to be losing patience. The president of the regional Kurdish government, Masoud Barzani, has said that the Kurdish people have always been peaceful and sought coexistence, but there are limits to self-restraint. He called on Baghdad to clamp down on those groups and called those attacks on the cities, on the infrastructure, as well as Peshmerga forces, a war crime. But right now, both Baghdad and the authorities here in Kurdistan are determined not to make this border and this frontier the new front line in this widening conflict. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, from the Iraq-Iran border.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the longer the Iran conflict goes on, the greater the impact it will have on British people and businesses. He says his government is working with international partners to ease the economic fallout.
A lot of people are going to begin to think, well, that's happening out in Iran and in the Gulf states, but I can sense it's going to affect me back here in the United Kingdom, particularly the economy. The longer this goes on, the more likely the potential for an impact on our economy, impact into the lives and households of everybody and every business. And our job is to get ahead of that, to look around the corner, assess the risk, monitor the risks, and work with others in relation to that.
Well, as we've been reporting, Mujtaba Khamenei, the leader, the son of Iran's late supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has been chosen as the country's new leader after his father's assassination. Well, supporters see the decision as a continuity of his father's policies. Critics call it the most dynastic moment in a revolution that once overthrew a monarchy. Rasul Sardar reports.
Truth Talks. Breaking news.
This is the moment Mujtaba Khamenei
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.